Good morning, everyone. It is Sunday, the 24th of March, 2024, and I'm a little bit later going on, but I was up until like 2 a.m. last night, or I guess this morning, doing a live video with Dave from Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind and Eden Flat Earth. Oh, I forgot the name. It's going to come up anyways. But before I get into the video, because it's long, I don't know if I'll play the whole thing out. But I mean, it is my Sunday, right? And so like I can take breaks throughout, and take my dogs for a walk, stuff like that. But I just wanted to make a general observation before I even get into it is because of my stance on, or not my stance, I would say, I guess like because of my own interpretations of reality and because of my own the way I perceive the world and how I explain it on live TV in front of people, like exposing myself to trolls just by doing that. Like no one else is not no one else, but not like what a lot of other people that are trolling me, they are never, on live or doing debates or public speaking or anything like that. And it's the constant trolling is not helping the truther community, and that's what I wanted to talk about. So like even on the video from yesterday, a lot of people that are vegan, because that's a cult too, again, like not vegans, it's not a cult, but there's people within the vegan community that are cults, all right, that are also trolls that actually troll truther channels, even though they're truthers or they think they're truthers and part of the flat earth community as well. And because because I'm not vegan or fruitarian, and I've given medical, scientific, and government data as to why, coming from again, a cognitive science background, someone that's been a coach, someone that's been semi-professional bodybuilder, like on an international level, someone that's won awards in fitness and has like fitness nutrition, sports nutrition, master of health and wellness, all of these other freaking things. And I'm not saying this, it's not a brag at all. Like a lot of people have that and more, right? I'm saying this because that's my experience and my background to give you the reasons why I'm thinking the way I do, and the reason why my perception of reality is the way it is, because of those lived experiences, right, that have led me to this, period of my life. And I get people that like with these veganism, like not veganisms, because again, it's not even like the vegan cult. It's people within, just like the LGBT community. There's predators that go to that group, navigate towards that group because they're protected by that group. And they can do and say whatever they want to other people because they're protected by that group, right? They're like, no, like this is not his fault, not her fault. And so I look on Sovereign Soul Unchained's video with yesterday, and I thought it was a great video. It was a very interesting conversation throughout. And I didn't see any of the comments just because I was invited on the stream, and so I was in the back room or whatever talking, and so like I wasn't able to see any comments. But I did, afterwards, and then this morning, and it's just like a massive amount of like repeated comments of trolling by like a couple of the same people that have done the same thing on my videos, on my Rumble. And so I don't get a lot of views, and I don't get a lot of likes or shares or subscribes on my videos, even though it's been years, even though I've been risking my life and doing significant amount of research and work and all that stuff to get the information out to people, like I was saying last night. And despite everything that I was talking about last night, you got these trolls that literally are just pushing the veganism, saying like murderer, slaughterer, you liar, psyops, like I've exposed you. And like, I'm like, who exposed me for what? Like, and I'm looking at these comments like, what are you talking about? Like you are so in your own reality tunnel that you think you're so fucking important that I even know or care who you are. No offense. And again, these other people that are like actually trolling, but you are actually causing more harm to the truther community than good. But not even allowing people to have open discourse and then lying about things that I've said. So like alleging I said things that I didn't say, and saying that I'm pushing grocery store meat. Again, like they're all fucking losers that are doing this. And it's the same group of people. And so like I just, again, like this morning, it's the same comments, like these, on my vegan psyops video, right? Like I could have whatever title I want on my videos. If you don't like the title, you don't have to watch. Okay. But when I have thousands of videos out there now, where, I'm actually sharing a lot of data that you would never get anywhere else. And I get repeatedly people that tell me that I've changed their life. And again, I'm just saying, and then I've got these assholes that are actually ruining my chances of getting viral. Because again, even within the community, people say, oh, you're very shadow banned, you're being ghosted and all this stuff. And I'm like, yeah. And it's the people within the truther community that are watching my videos that are doing it. Right. So even though I talk about the pandemic and Russia, Ukraine, and Palestine and Israel, and all of these like controversial topics and stuff like that, and talk about VAERS and flat earth, and you friggin' name it. If I say one thing that is actually true, and it's my lived experiences and not anyone else's fucking business. If I talk about veganism, cancel culture. So then I get a whole bunch of fucking losers within that group that are messaging each other, sharing my videos and stuff like that, and actually getting my videos removed, getting my accounts deleted. And so like, who the fuck is that helping? Because you don't like one thing. Again, so even in the truth of community, people are fucking hypocritical. Okay, they're walking fucking hypocrites. Okay, and they're talking about globe earthers and Christians sometimes as well, and other groups, and I'll get to that as well. But they're the ones that are literally going on our fucking channels, the truth of community, where we need to get more built up, you know, and share and more viral. And these fucking clowns that even go to the Antarctica and all these other events and stuff like that, the flat earth stuff, are literally on my fucking channel, the only person in Canada speaking out on this fucking stuff. You know, and again, with all the censorship bills and stuff like that, I have risk to go to fucking prison, dummies. Again, the people that are trolling my shit, right? So like, cool. Get my videos deleted, that you're not going to get the information anywhere else. And I'm not meaning that in a negative way. And so that's why I'm pissed off, right? Just because you don't like my work, cool. Do you have to fucking repeatedly, and again, the same fucking troll too, 20 fucking comments, and they're dumb. It's like memes and quotes. I've exposed you, like, on your vegan comment, blah, 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 blah. What did you expose, bro? In your half fucking mask? Exposing Eric Dubé and all this stuff, but you're in the flat earther community. Yeah, no, you're fucking not, right? Like, again, these trolls, go away. Because if you're not going to help, please also just don't make it worse for us in the community, right? If you like our fucking, this is what I'm, and these people have watched my stories, my videos for years. And now 4 years later or whatever it is, or 6 years, like now they don't like what I'm saying. The one thing they don't like that I'm saying. And so now it's like, oh, you know what? Everything that she's done, everything that she's talked about, everything that she shared. Nope. I don't care anymore because I'm so important. And I don't like that one thing that she fucking says, even though she's right. Cancel. Unlike all of her videos. Unlike, troll. You're an idiot. You have mental health issues. You're a fucking murderer. Oh, y'all the fuck. Where's that going? You know? Like, so unnecessary. And so even, again, like, I'm not someone that subscribes to a specific religion, but I absolutely respect all of, like, religions and occult groups as well, and these, like, various societies, but not the criminal ones, right? But there are beautiful lessons in the Bible, in the Quran, in Hinduism and Shintoism and all the friggin' religions, and even in, again, like in these occult books and stuff like that, there is beautiful messages to be had or experienced or to learn from if you're coming at it from a less of a chaotic position, if that makes any sense, right? Like, and so even Christians, for example, when I give my interpretation of Jesus Christ, the figure that they're talking about specifically in the Bible, I'm saying I'm not, I'm like, there could have been a Jesus or multiple Jesus figures that existed throughout history. I've never denied that. Well, I'm saying that within the Bible, the King James version of the Bible that was published in 1611, possibly written by Sir Francis Bacon and Shakespeare, or Shakespeare possibly was Sir Francis Bacon and what's his name? Anyway, it is what it is. And that's so 1611. 6 + 1 is 7, and you got the 711. And then September 11th, when it happened, right? I've said that the numéro 7 in French is the number 7, and that in occult groups and in the way I track the calendar system, September would be the 7th month, because I count the spring equinox as the start of the new year, and March being the first month, and then so like that, like so March, so January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. So that's the 7th month. And then so 7/11 can also be correlated with like what happened on September 11th, 2001. And so when people say that Jesus Christ's birthday was possibly September 11th, I'm like, I don't necessarily believe that, only because a lot of like the works throughout history, like the scripts and the texts and stuff like that, like with certain dates that were provided, usually this is in plain sight. Like people are giving like messages to other people internationally that's saying that this is a lie. This is not true. This is not to be believed just by virtue of the date, right? Or this is a false flag or a staged event, right? So like, for example, like I've talked about September 11th already with 9/11, but I can also say about July 20th, 1969, when we allegedly landed on the moon, or Americans did. And so that was on the 201st 201st day of the year, and 201, 102, 120. These are all very big numbers in certain occult groups, the Skull and Bones types, occult group, Bohemian Grove types, right? So not even innocent people. There are people within these groups that I'm talking about, corporations and businesses and stuff like that, that are exploiting us and going to places like Bohemian Grove, which is a male only club, and they're writing the scripts. And even our creator wrote the scripts, writes the scripts. Oh yeah, taking back Eden. Yeah, that was a great conversation as well. And yeah, I hope I wasn't offensive, because again, I do appreciate and value and believe there's a necessity for religion. I just don't believe that it should be like one specific one, especially when there's a hierarchy and stuff like that, like with these individual religions that are around right now. And where like misinterpretation or like not subscribing to everything within like other people's religious texts are what's causing wars and violence and strife and division, and then also ego and social justice warriors and all of these friggin' people that like come out, you know what I mean, like, oh, I'm better than everyone, right? So like, yeah, there's like, you know, like there's certain things within religious texts, you know, that can be questioned, and I don't deny that, you know, and but I also think that people, again, perception is reality. And when people are using these books to arm themselves with literature and psalms and quotes and stuff like that, just to like be condescending to other people, again, it's part of the same friggin' trolling community. That's also not helping. And even Galatians 4:24 does mention that the King James Version of the Bible is to be taken as an allegory. And again, a beautiful book. I have it right there. My grandmother was a Christian, and she went to church literally every freaking day. And she was actually a nun, and then she like met and fell in love with my grandfather, had kids, always of service, like worked, you know, as a co-owner of a nursing home, and treated like the elderly patients and stuff like that with care and respect and stuff like that. Such a good woman. And wore the cross, had the rosary beads and all that stuff. And so like, how can I not respect and love and admire her? You know, yeah. So I don't even care, you know what I mean? Like what her interpretation of the Bible is, because whatever she's interpreting it as, or she's passed away now, but was beautiful, was good. It was beautiful. She was a freaking strong woman. And so I'll just get into, and yeah, so that's frustrating because again, like there's people like even last night, like repeatedly, people that are in the truther community and that have been following my videos and other people's videos now for years, and all hook, line, and sinker for the flat earth stuff or for, you know, other things. But if there's one thing they don't fucking like, phew, cancel culture. And then even also within Christianity as well, when I discuss like my interpretation of it, I have people that are part of other religions, not even just the Christian religion, by the way, not just the Christian, but they will literally like literally then people reach out to me and message me and comment on my stories and stuff like that, like damning me to eternal damnation and a world full of like hate, like a hell on earth, and people like wished me dead and stuff like that, and said I'm gonna get all these fucking like, you know what I mean? I'm just like, why? What are you talking? That is so excessive. Literally, like, what am I doing? The intolerance. And that's what I mean. Like, there's also people that are not actually religious, not actually Christians, or not actually Jewish, or not actually like following the Islamic faith. They're just looking at text and they're like, oh, I can like, you know, put authority over people if I'm a man, because it talks about women and all this other stuff. So I'm a superior being. So this is how I can interpret it. And that's the way a lot of people are. And not a lot of people, but anyway, if you don't like my content, go. You know what I mean? And I don't mean that in any kind of a rude way, but like, I would rather you fuck off, like, no offense, like these are the trolls I'm talking about, than like censor and cancel my work. Like I've shared, like people have done now for years. And I am literally on the right side of humanity. and it's just exhausting that, again, like I'm getting it from the outside. Like I've shared in videos as well, like people that have been shitty to me, but then also from within. And I literally live alone in a log cabin in the woods, and I don't live around friends or family or any of that fucking stuff because of what I've been sharing and doing and all that stuff, and the sacrifices for the research that I have to fucking do and the traveling and stuff like that. And so it does absolutely take a toll. And so when all I'm doing is getting negative comments because no one's, you know, like really like generally positive or sharing my work or liking or sharing or subscribing. Like I've said, I made no money. And so when I continuously get shitty people that are just like trying to, like, not even trying to, that they're actually insulting me. Like they're not even sharing literature. They're not sharing medical data. They're not sharing links to scientific data. They're literally just saying, like, giving me quotes like Leo Trotsky said that, like, when you have when hunters, you have war. What are you talking about? First of all, there's been war. First of all, there's been hunting way before there's been like fucking these wars. And again, you can't even verify or prove all the dates and times of these fucking alleged wars that existed throughout history either. Okay, but I'm fairly fucking certain that there's been nomadic tribes and stuff like that throughout, right? And they fucking needed to hunt. Like, this is what I mean. Like, oh my God. And there was no war. They were just fucking hunting. So this is what I mean. Like, these are some of the things they say. They think they're so fucking smooth. They're quoting Buzz Aldrin, quoting Newton. And I'm like, that just makes you look fucking dumber. Like, you know what I mean? Like, look who you're, like, no offense, but like, quote Justin Trudeau. You're like, you know, if you're quoting him and you're taking it seriously and you're like, yeah, this guy's super solid. This quote, like, life-changing. Like, this guy's super deep, super intense. I'm gonna judge that. And other people are gonna judge that too. So even more there's so much division regarding religion, and that's why I was saying last night that like the far left extreme is not good. Clearly throughout history, and it's worse. It is worse than the far right, but the far right is still like not that fucking far behind. Still bad throughout history. So this is from Donald Best. Is retired Superintendent Chris Renwick competent to head the tribunal judging Detective Helen Gruce? So legendary Canadian journalist Jay Unruh will be covering the Gruce hearing on Monday, March 25th. That's tomorrow. Full moon day. So follow along as the Ottawa police refuse to broadcast the hearing over the internet. That's true. You have to go in person. And it's the only case, by the way, where they're doing this, where they're not allowing it. And they're saying that they just don't have the capacity or the capability to air it. Yet they have court hearings all the fucking time in Huntmar, and it's live streamed. So again, liars. He should be fired. And so Jay Unruh publishes self-doubting quotes from Renwick that confirm the serious competency concerns raised by the record by lead defense counsel Bathsheba Van Den Berg. Unruh's new True No Center article breaks new ground on several issues that have not been reported anywhere else, except for me. The article presents a detailed summary of the past week's hearings into Detective Gruce, who was charged with conducting an unauthorized investigation into the link between mRNA jabs and the deaths of breastfeeding infants. Witness intimidation accusation Myers misconduct hearing for Ottawa cop who probed child death. So she was, and I could go on, perjury. So that happened on the other side. They actually committed perjury. Witness intimidation, that actually happened. Again, even grown-ass fucking men, her supervisor and stuff like that as well, emailing her to threaten her to back down and stop. And, leveled at Ottawa Police Services personnel during week 3 of her disciplinary hearing. And again, this is broken up over a year. So they're saying it's week 3, but the first trials finally, and again, this is like she was suspended during the first weekend of the Freedom Convoy as another person. Again, we were speaking out, wanting this to be peaceful and trying to call out fucking government plants that would have been dumbasses. Like we shared, like the texts and stuff like that of cops, like making fun of people and saying that they were going to like beat them up and stuff like that. Where do you think that got leaked from? Where do you think that? You're welcome. I literally got that from Huntmar, Ottawa Police Services, fucking people risking their lives, giving me those screen captures from conversations, and I can't name those people. And then I shared it. And did I get any fucking mainstream media news or any? No. But you're welcome yet again, because I literally got it right from that. And that, so all that stuff circulating that you're getting from all these other fucking from Canadian news outlets and stuff like that. Like again, Helen Gruce I've known since at least 2016. Okay, and we've done higher level training contracts for the higher levels of government, including global affairs, including DART, Search and Rescue, and then Global Affairs Canada for people that respond to natural and man-made disasters internationally. And so she was doing other work and being of service, and then again part of sexual assault, child abuse precinct or district, whatever you want to call it, unit for over 7 years. And so she knew the patterns and knew that this trend of like an alarming amount of SIDS happening within Ottawa alone that were related or possibly linked to the therapeutic, because that was the only thing that was changed within those few months after like all these fucking years of SACA being implemented and stuff like that. And I was, we were saying things like you need to put the stats together, like the monthly reports and the trends and stuff like that. And like anyway, I won't get into that stuff, but and so like even this is hard work. Like police were intimidating me and threatening me like that, like again, like just like they were doing with Helen and other people that I know. And I'm still getting shit on by people, like even literally fucking literally people calling me like dumbest fucking names on my videos. And I was like, cool, like yeah, thank you. You're helping the truther community guy with a fucking half-ass mask, pretending he's a flat earther. And every video that I saw that he made was shitty videos with like 7 views, but like it's literally all about attacking flat earthers. But he's a flat earther. And he's like, I expose flat earthers. I expose Eric Dubé. I expose, like, Who do you think you are, Mr. 7 fucking subscribers, to literally say that you exposed Eric Dubé? And this is what I mean. Like live in reality, because you ain't fucking exposing nothing. Eric Dubé, little, you have no fucking touch on his level of intellect in academia and stuff like that, and the published works that he's done and the videos that he's put together that you would never fucking dream of coming up with yourself. I'm talking about the trolls. I exposed Eric Dubé. Yeah, with your shitty fucking videos, with your half fucking shitty mask, your opera fucking mask. Guy Fawkes, remember 5th of November? It's literally talking about fucking Bill, was it Cooper? When he died 5th of November, like months after, like talking about calling out September 11th, months before. Got shot up by law enforcement, alleged law enforcement. Anyway, and so, whatever. Yeah, a lot of people are not a fan of the corruption with Chris Renwick and that whole circus that's going on. And my friend Helen Bruce is getting fucked over, and she has a family, and she's been of service to Canada for over 20 years of her life, and over $1,000 in court fees that she's having to put up herself and pay for. And this is a friend of mine, and so I just I really hope that she. This is like, oh my god! And then there's people that get to resign full pensions, like honorably and stuff like that, like Marco Menincino, who ruined our fucking lives, like this pussy. Sorry for swearing, but just get to live their lives as if they've done nothing to destroy ours. So a conversation with me, Sob's Place. If you can, please like, share, and subscribe. Oh, actually, no, this is another area where the video was played. My watch history. You can check out my watch history. Where the frig is yeah, this guy. Like, fuck this guy. Like, Eric Dubé exposed. Like, he's just trying to get clout off of other people, you know. And if you were sharing innovative stuff, like, that'd be fine. But if you're just hating on people, for like, I believe this to be misinterpretation, then you know. Look, what do you want to do? Cancel Eric Dubé? You want all of his videos off the internet to be removed? All of his books to fucking be burned? Just because you don't like some things he does and says? Okay.
So go ahead, Don.
Anyway, I really like Dave. This was hi everyone. For those of you that do not know me, I've been on YouTube and Rumble for a few years. Although I'm on account number 5 million on YouTube, and on Rumble. I'm pretty censored on Rumble as well, but on Rumble, my handle is Don189. You can see from the description just below me.
Yeah, of course you are.
And then, of course, I give my full name, Don Dussault, on YouTube. And I cover just a wide variety. Globe Earthers, too. Like, there's like that guy, Sean Hawkins, or whatever his name is. Please don't look at his stuff or anything like that, because, again, that's just giving him more of a viewership. But the guy did a whole live stream on Dave and my video last night. Literally, as we were doing a live stream, this troll was live streaming on his own. This is what I mean. Like, he doesn't even, like, it's not his own. And to make fun of us. And so, like, he was, like, making all these, like, ridiculous things on his video. Again, it's just to entertain people that are lower level consciousness. If they're just going to get amusement out of people insulting people, regardless of what they're talking about, then think about, like, your perception of the world and what you're exuding and what you're projecting out the world as well, right? Because as within, so without, as above, so below, and all that stuff. But, you know, that was a great big of topic. So not just flat Earth at all. It's not even what I started with. I was someone that has been working within government or around government for over 20 years of my life, like I've said. And, you know, there are people within government that are, you know, on the right side of humanity, and they've been fighting the good fight from within now for. Yeah, I get trolls all the time. You know, I get people insulting me. I'm not like, so that's not even the point. It's like, so people they're entitled to their own opinion. That's totally fair. When they repeatedly comment and it's all negative comments and unliking and stuff like that, that's actually ruining my content and my work and giving me strikes and getting my accounts deleted. Okay, so I have a fucking problem with that. And so that's what I mean. Like, people are entitled to their opinions. Absolutely. I've even, like, people have like trolled me and stuff like that. And I actually put the comment up and I joke about it even on my live stream. But again, when you're continuously, like, even like one video, you've got like 20 comments by the same person that is literally just saying nonsensical stuff, like saying that I have a mental illness, saying that I'm psychotic, saying that I'm like all of these. Again, this is not that's not an opinion. That's being a troll. And so this is what I mean. Like, it's like I put myself out there. I'm not complaining about like the regular trolls, but I'm just saying, like, if you're in the truther community and you are literally trying to cancel someone just because you don't agree with them, like literally, like actively every fucking day doing live streams, trolling, making fun, going on, like making video, it's you know, it's just annoying, and I'm gonna call it out for a while. So I took that, and what people were fighting in the courts and behind the scenes, I was doing that as well, but also more vocal. So I used a platform to talk about things that were going on with the pandemic. All right. So, you know, on Hawkins' page or channel, whatever you want to call it, you know, like they might all be boosted. You know, it is what it is, but it's okay. That's fine. I'm not judging. You know, but that's just like, we could talk about that later as to like where people get their information and why that's important. And so
absolutely,
it's huge. And so I talk about Russia, Ukraine. I'm someone that's talked about Israel and Palestine. And, you know, a lot of the people are parroting the mainstream media and who they think to be independent journalists. And they're not. They're just saying that they're part of the same friggin', you know, mainstream propaganda psyops, whatever you want to call it. And so reporting a lot on that and sharing information that people are just not getting anywhere else. And then, of course, a lot of flat earth stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said, no, my thing is that I believe that because it's introduced to you at such a young age, there's many reasons for that, but one of them is the fact that I think it is one of the foundational building blocks of this entire spell that humanity seems to be under, this unwarranted trust in authoritative figures, authoritative academics, these institutions that have been pointed out to have been deceiving time and time again, whether it be a governmental body or a scientific body or what have you. It's a constant bombardment of mind control. And once you remove this, I call it the Jenga tower of deceit. All the rest of this shit starts to fall down right in front of your eyes, because you go, holy crap, man, wait a minute. Do we really hate China and Russia and all these other countries and stuff? Seems pretty funny that everybody agreed to the same shit. They all agreed to nobody gets to go to the North Pole. They all agree to the Antarctic Treaty. Even though they're at war, they'll cooperate with that. I mean, come on, people. And even from a biblical sense, this really blew my mind, you know, in the book of Enoch, you know, I'm not a religious person, but I do look at religious texts of all different ones. And I am spiritual, but some of these writings, anyway, in Enoch, it talks about these, the fallen angels, the watchers, and that they gathered on Mount Hermon, which is 33 degrees parallel, 33 degrees latitude. And it's like, what are these guys? That's kind of weird, right? So where they swore this oath to infect mankind, if you will, with, you know, take wives of the human women and all this other. And basically it's a big story about giving forbidden knowledge to man, a lot of it very sinful knowledge. And I find it interesting that as of today, on top of Mount Hermon is stationed what's called UNDOF, or the United Nations Disengagement Observer Force. What? Observers, watchers, all in the same place. I've always said the UN is like a man's liaison to that whatever. You know, that it's actually there to carry out that will of this powers and principalities.
There's so many different perspectives out there. And so even for me, like I would say that I have the Bible, the King James version of the Bible right beside me right now on the floor. I have multiple occult books. I have the Quran. I have multiple spiritual texts as well. And astrotheosophy books. And so for me, religions, cults, secret societies, occult groups, and even within indigenous cultures, they're all misinterpreting and misrepresenting, or interpreting it, but we're misinterpreting it incorrectly now. But the luminaries and the way they travel, including the sun and the moon, this being a divine clock, right? So there's absolutely a creator or creators higher levels of consciousness, higher levels of intelligence. And this is because this is intelligently designed creation. And so even when you talk about angels and demons and stuff like that, for angels, for me, I think about angles. And so I'm coming at this from more of a scientific element where, you know, I'm getting more into the trigonometry and the calculations for like the sun's path and how, and I prove that this is a flat, non-rotating stationary Earth. And I shared, and I've shared it on my videos countless times, but from NASA, from Army publications, I could share it. I could pull them up even now, where it even talks about like technical data and algorithms and calculations utilized that you can't use unless you're using a flat, non-rotating Earth. And so like even with these figures with like regarding Satan and Lucifer, like I believe this to be misinterpretations of the zodiacal signs and the luminaries and what luminaries rule over which zodiacal signs, and I could get into that if you want. I did this morning, but like that's sort of where like I lean more in the this is some kind of an electromagnetic cosmos that's being projected on a flat plane of inertia via hyperboloids and toroidal fields. So these fields, these electromagnetic fields,
it's
are what
a
contain this
series of
environment.
those. It's a series of those. I mean,
Exactly.
we
There's
are
layers.
comprised of those very things. We are comprised of those very things. This is one of the things that I find interesting, is that this whole idea of living out in a planet and this other crap, it really takes the idea it puts an idea into your mind that we are people and we are on Earth, and takes away from the idea that we are people and we are Earth. We're part of it. Just like how your heart is part of you, your kidney is part of you. None of these things all function together to make all these different little organisms come together and form this one organism that we call our meat suit that we inhabit, you know?
Yeah.
And that's basically it. Now, like what you were saying with stars, we know certainly well that they are not burning balls of gas trillions of miles away. That's crazy. And like you were saying, I've heard people refer to, you know, and I think that there's something to it, that these stars have some kind of a sentience to them, that there is some kind of an energy to them. And I've thought about this in the idea of frequency, vibration, and energy being the foundation of everything that is matter. And we often see angels depicted with what? They're in choirs, and they're using trumpets and music and lyres, right? Vibration. Yep. And I thought to myself one day, I was like, wouldn't that be something if the stars aren't all just each individual members of this grand orchestra that is playing this reality into fruition?
This is I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with Walter Russell, but he has countless books out there, but the universal one. And so even with us, like we are energetic beings, we're electrical magnetic beings. Our heart is electrical magnetic funnel. Believe it or not, when you roll it out, it is. And so even within this universe, right, with verse and vibration, and even with the sine waves, like you can't create sound waves without you know, like the sine wave, without like the sound of the vibration. And so he also discusses this being light in motion, like a universe or a cosmos that's experiencing itself dualistically via two energies, electricity and magnetism, and that being what kind of, you know, creates this holographic, whatever you want to call it, multidimensional reality. Again, this is just my own interpretation. Like I usually get people that just like don't want to, like they usually zone out by that point, and so. And so human as well, you've got the hue in that. And so even with colors, like even with the visible and non-visible light spectrum, that is also something that obviously creates this reality, right? So anything beyond this contained reality where we have these electrical magnetic fields that contain us, right? And even as you know, like when it gets colder, electricity, you know, is weaker, right? And when and vice versa, the opposite for magnetism. And so even Walter Russell's chart or diagram, I could show it, where it talks about gravitation and radiation, right? These are the energies that we're talking about. It's electricity and magnetism. Magnetism being a radiating energy, centrifugal, all that stuff. And then electricity being, this might be too scientific. Am I boring you guys? I could talk about other stuff.
No, we go deep, and we go conceptual. We go deep into the science. Also, it's very good stuff to know. And like what you were saying, temperature is another very huge factor within the medium, even with light. I know from experience that a green laser in the cold isn't worth a shit. You can't even get no distance. You can't get no distance.
I still, I don't know if, I just got back up with my coffee. So that's been up, oh great, since 9:09. Moiled my foreskin. Don is a human trafficker. I am not. I am not that either. So I fully deny that. That's not true at all. Not at all. A human trafficker. I don't even have any friends at this point. You know, my family lives away. It's like, who am I even trafficking?
Out of a green laser in the cold when it's really cold outside. No,
and different colors. There's different frequency bands and wavelengths and distances traveled. And so as temperature decreases, the demand for power will go up. And so again, even when you go higher up in the atmos, right? Like there's higher levels of voltage electricity. It's been measured. It's so sorry, I didn't respond to this one. Sorry. So yeah, so crazy. Yeah, there were incredible artists back then. Great with a paintbrush, but their science was just catapults and crystals. So yeah, I'm not necessarily someone that agrees with that either. I do believe that there was advanced civilizations that predate, you know, what we're calling to be like the Enlightenment period, you know, with Benjamin Franklin and stuff like that, allegedly being able to harness electricity for the first time. I've shared videos about this for years. Like that's misinformation. And again, based on people from occult groups, wealthy backgrounds that like wrote scripts and like wrote them into history, right? But there are clearly places all throughout the world that I've traveled and have seen myself where we're calling churches and coliseums and what we're calling basilicas and in other areas throughout the world. Like these are places that it's built within their structures, within the columns to harness energy from the luminaries and even using like different materials and elements on the rods and stuff like that within the structures. Again, the columns within as well, and with conductors within and different sections in order to further like again, like access that energy, and again, like thousands of years old. And so for anyone to say that like that's not a fact, I don't know. And even with all like there's advanced technologies, even levity discs, like I was talking about with John Searl from the early 1900s, like the UFOs, the designs that we see all over the place, he's the one that created that design. And so like even that, like people think that like this globe stuff is older than what it is, and I've said this in this video, and it's not. And it was heavily pushed more after the 1940s and 50s with people that came over from Europe, you know, that were part of propagandist teams and stuff like that. And they were calling, and people that were literally Nazis and Jewish Nazis too. And so the fact that people don't understand that there's absolutely, even to this day, Jewish Nazis, like that's a fact. So unpack that, right? Yeah. I'll just leave it at that and keep on going. Because again, like cool. I get so many people like trying to cancel my content anyways. And so it, you know, there, you know, when it's someone that's been in planes and jumped out of planes and stuff like that, it's colder up there. For sure.
That's
and magnets perform better in the cold.
Listen, that's the gradient that they always avoid.
I'm going to be talking over myself. It's super weird. Sean Hibbler, he had just announced in May. Oh God, I want to say, anyway, I think it's the end of May. I gotta get the date, but they're putting out. It's called Old World, something or other. But it's about old world stuff and advanced technologies, and if you want to check it out before that, stuff on advanced civilizations. John Levi or Levy, he has really good work. Autodidactic. There's others that I've shared as well. I've got videos on it.
When I'm always telling them, I'm like, look, man. This is the thing. You're never going to have a gas pressure without some kind of a containment.
Nope.
Okay. A physical containment, unless you can show some other way of containing a gas in a volume or a mixture of gases in a volume.
Well, you've asked that. And when have they ever answered it properly? Like they've never given ever any proof.
Sean came out one time. Sean went on Flatzoids and blew on a piece of paper. He said that was air pressure without containment. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. Come on, man. Really?
Oh my God. He did not do that.
Yeah.
Like that. And he was serious? He was not serious.
Yeah, he was
absolutely. Does he think that dumb? Like, why are we, like, this is what I mean. Like, I don't understand.
No, it's that he thought he was that smart. That's what it is. See, that's it. That was the most brilliant thing he'd thought of right there. And so therefore it was like his eureka moment, and it just, everybody laughed. The thing about that, Oh, the other gradient that they don't want to talk about in there is, yeah, there's pressure gradient, but there's also a temperature gradient, isn't there?
Yes, obviously.
Yeah.
And then magnetism, as the temperature decreases, magnetism increases, and so it's the complete opposite of what they're saying when it's heated up, like molten magma, like magnetic cores, like it's with heat. That it's like, I'm like that. I don't even know what they're talking about and how that they even got away with that for this long. And so, and that's why too, when you look at like the sun's path within the sky, it makes a sine wave 15 degrees every hour it travels. On its path, approximately 1,000 miles per hour, because every 15 degrees, these are measurable distances as well. And so in a span of 24 hours, you know, it travels approximately 40,000 kilometers, or approximately 24,901 miles within that. So 15 degrees every hour through the zodiacal belt, right? And so this is something that people can look at if they want to. So even within astronomical mathematics, these old books that I've looked at, the 15 degrees every hour that the sun's apparent path, like we see in the sky, but it's a fact, right? It's not like, you know, anyway. So 15 degrees every hour through the zodiacal belt. So these 12 signs, if you want to count Ophiuchus for 13, I don't care, whatever. But and so within the 24-hour clock, okay, not the 12-hour clock where it goes twice around. Okay, that's also how they confuse you. All right, it's a 24-hour clock, right? And so like the sun appears to rise, but it comes closer to us, towards us, through Aries when we're more, you know, in like especially during the equinox periods where it's like where we have equal amount of day and night. It's usually around 6 a.m. that the sun's rising, coming closer towards us. And then so Aries, so it passes through, it's in it from between 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. And then from there, it travels on its path from Aries into Taurus, and then Gemini, and then Cancer. So 2 hours every friggin' sign. And then when it enters into Cancer, it's when its highest point in the sky at 12 p.m., generally speaking, in there for, in that sign for 2 hours, etc. Libra, between 6 and 8 p.m. is what we call it. And, you know, but it's, it would be considered between 1800 and 2000 hours. Okay, because again, 24-hour clock. And then so when you get to midnight, so 12 a.m. to 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. Yeah, that's right. That would be considered 2400 hours, or 2200 hours to 2400 hours if you use the 24-hour clock. And so the sun's path that it makes up in the sky, it's a sinusoidal wave. It's a sine wave that it maps out. People can not refute that, right? And they're trying to claim that, again, this is the Earth rotating. That's not facts. And it does this every single year, right? So I'll show a diagram if you don't mind. I don't mean to take over anything here.
All right, man. You're all right. We're pretty chill here. While you're bringing that up, I'll just welcome back, Taking Back Eden's with us tonight, and Luca has joined us. So good evening, folks. How are you?
Hi, Sovereign. Hi, Don, and hi, Luca. I'm well.
Hi.
Thanks. I hope you're all doing well as well.
Fantastic.
Considering. Good.
Well, the fires got us. The fires have us a little bit frightened, but we were lucky for some rain finally came, and that curbed it out. The only one that they don't have some containment on is the one they call the Rocky Branch fire. That's over on the Blue Ridge side. So it's getting, hopefully they'll get her. They'll get her. They always do. Yeah. But yeah, they burned out a lot of acreage around here, man. A lot of acreage.
Thank goodness for the rain. I'll pray for more rain. So
please do. Please do. They need it. But see, here's the catch-22. It's on mountainsides and stuff, right? So even though the rain does help dampen down the fire, it makes those slopes slicker and cat shit on linoleum.
I'm looking forward to your debate with FTFE, both of you. Thank you so much for taking them on.
Oh yeah, that should be. We're gonna try the new format. I don't know if Jaron had an opportunity.
I do crossing Antarctica. Nope, definitely didn't.
Opportunity to explain that to you, Don.
A little bit, and I was watching last night when he was explaining it as well, and I'm fully prepared to be insulted the entire time, and then just take my time to actually share science and facts.
There you go.
So that's all I'm going to do. You know, I'm not going to waste my time. He can waste his time if he wants insulting me.
Great. Well, Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, thank you. We shouldn't expect anything less from FTFE, but
No.
hopefully he'll bring some more respect this next round.
Well, he might just not make Ozian look so bad. You know. You know, I mean, it's when I hear somebody say that the Earth loses gases and then sweeps them back up on its orbit back around, I was like, I spit coffee out of my mouth when he said that. I was like, are you shitting me? I'm like going, hey there, oxygen and nitrogen and shit that escaped from the Earth. Just hang out here. We'll get you back next year, you know? And it's like, what are you talking about? Like, what is there, like a trail that like an Ouroboros where it keeps just leaving gas and picking more up as it goes? That's
I'm not even going to try to interpret what they meant by that. Like I'm not even going to try to interpret because I have no idea what the thought process is behind any of that. To be honest with you.
Listen, they have this cartoon idea of gas behavior. I mean, there's not one single gas law that takes gravity in it. None at all. And these guys are going, well, like, particles of gas have to get through the escape velocity to get away from the. Shut up.
I know, right? And oh my god, and this downward acceleration they talk about when like there's like acceleration in multiple different directions and stuff like that, and then even with I could go on tangents, but I just I want to share this just because I want to just move on from this. So this is like this is called an astrological wheel.
You showed this today. Yeah, this is really cool.
Yeah, so this is an astrological wheel, right? So this is what astrologers look at, not realizing that this is a geocentric model. I'll show this. I hope that this is not boring to people. Like, I hope that people that are on my channel now, I hope that like you didn't come here because of last night and then try to get new information. And then it's like, I'm sharing the video from last night. I have hundreds of videos out, if not thousands, from like my new accounts and Rumble, Don189. So if you want to look at my other videos and not be bored by watching the same thing, then I hope that you would find them interesting. So this is what he's talking about, I think. David Nino Rodriguez. So insanity. Man to cross Antarctica on foot while pulling a 500-pound sled. Okay, so that's all fake news, but just posted yesterday. So I said, he is going to walk along the ice walls? Question mark. I just wrote that. Let's see what that is.
All right, folks, I got a big one for you this time. This is Unchained.
Let's see what. Wait, sorry. Watch on YouTube. Does this guy know that? Well, you know what? Like I've said before, with the Stanford prison experiments, men, unfortunately, and women and children, like we're all easily duped into. Not all of us. There's a large majority of the population that's very easily duped into doing things, right? So, and misleading people on live television internationally. And so, especially men, right? And that's why a lot of the astronauts and stuff like that are men. Anyway, but it's getting, again, there's more women now too. So it's not a hate on anyone. There's no individual hate for any group. I don't have it. I hate everyone equally. No, I'm just kidding. I actually love everyone equally. Love. But yeah, I mean, he could easily be like, you know, they're like, yeah, you're going to look like a rock star. Everybody's going to love you. You're going to be rich and famous. You're going to like be a celebrity, you know, and you're going to be known for doing this, you know, like being super cool and like doing this Antarctic thing, right? But they're just using him as part of the psyops, like you're saying. And yeah, and he's just going to fully fucking be on board with it. Like even if he figures it out, like en route, maybe he doesn't realize it now, but as soon as he figures it out en route, and they're going to be like doing stuff, and he's going to be like, I didn't do the continent. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is not like it's make believe land, but let's see what he has to say. So I'm gonna dislike it already because, like, oh my god, people.
Crevasses. So when I cut this off, this is like a good figure. We can't ethically cut this off. But the thing that helped convince him, my family's from India, so my mom was there, and my mom said, I need you to cut off my son's finger, because to me it was a liability. Like, imagine I'm 50 days into Antarctica, 60 days into Antarctica, and this finger gets frostbite and I lose the expedition. That's not
Right.
that's not a price I'm worth worth
Your
paying.
your family backs you in this.
They worry, but they support me. They do. They understand the
He's trying to
journey.
sound
They
like a hero.
understand
Oh my
the
God.
spirituality of it. They obviously worry at how intense it is, what it's the dangers, the concerns. But they're supportive, very supportive.
John, jump in anytime you
Actually, you know
want.
what?
But
I'm not gonna. I'm
are
gonna
you
wait.
telling me, like, how long are you expecting to do this expedition? How long is this going to take? How many?
110 days.
You know that for sure, or you just guesstimating?
That's the highest that I can take. I mean, if it takes less time, awesome. If if I can pull it off in 95 days, 100 days, because let's say I'm covering way more distance than I thought, fantastic. But the highest, like I'll be taking 110 days worth of food with me in the sled. So it cannot take any more than that. If for some reason, like let's say I just can't pull off the distance, then they can come evacuate me from wherever I was.
Okay, so you're gonna have an emergency backup. You're gonna be able to call somebody to come and get you immediately if you're in trouble.
There's only two portions. Most of the journey they can evacuate you. Now, obviously, it's weather dependent. So if there's gnarly storms, which there are in Antarctica, nobody's coming then, but you can kind of ride it out in your tent like we did last year. I mean, 2 years ago when I got evacuated. But there's only two sections of the journey where I'm on a glacier that nobody can land there because of crevasses. So other than that, though, evacuation is possible.
I do have a question, Nino.
Sure.
I want to say I appreciate you having me on this to interview with you, because this is a subject that is really just really interesting to me. I mean, one of the most interesting places in the world.
It is.
So my question to you is why? Like, why in the world are you risking your life to go hike all the way across Antarctica? And how are you going to be able to carry that much food? Because I believe there was a guy named Colin O'Grady who is at least given the title of the first man to cross Antarctica, which he didn't actually cross it. I was looking at his path, and it looks like he goes to the.
People might even convince him that he did it, right? Because like even with navigation and stuff like that, especially in snow, it can be very difficult. You really have to be good with the Astrolabe navigation map and compass stuff. And so he'd be going with a team, obviously, right? And so there would obviously be embeds and actors and plants in there. Again, in media, again, these people know what the frig they're doing and who they're going to bring with them. And so does he know or does he not know? He could probably very likely not know, right? And then if he figures it out, is there going to be some kind of a plane accident, because that happens too.
Glacier in Antarctica. And then
Right
from English around there, yeah. From there, I'll be flying to start point.
Are you pretty confident on this expedition? I mean, it seems like there has to be you're going to be facing a lot of unknown factors and elements. I mean, are you?
Oh, I also had a comment on a video like just the other day where someone was saying that he knows people that works for NASA, and he's like, they're all flat earthers. The people that he knows that works for NASA in this specific place. He's like, and so again, even within, they're laughing at us. All right. Even Buzz Aldrin was on the record saying, like, if you ever admitted this, that guy that interviewed him, great interview, like really exposes a lot of the fake moon landing stuff. And really, he's the one that got punched in the face too by Buzz Aldrin when he was trying to ask about that stuff and the lies. But they say like, oh yeah, you try to share this information with people, they're going to laugh at you. They're going to laugh at you. They're going to make fun of you. And he's like so comfortable with that, right? The duping delight, like some people get a kick out of it. Unfortunately. Oh, right, where it's applied with your location at birth on Earth with the luminaries above you, also an impossibility. If we were rotating and spinning, revolving through friggin' space and like orbiting around the friggin' sun and then going around the Milky Way and then through the galaxy, like we would never have. I still don't know. Like pimp moiled my foreskin. Like, are you an actual troll or not? Like I would not eat my sleigh dog. I have a husky. I have a hound and I have a cat and I feed deer and I feed chipmunks and squirrels. I just did like on my break when I went downstairs. Anyway, and I spoil my animals. I give them human food. Like I cook for them, and the meat that I friggin' buy, it's from a local butcher. It's from like family that has like subsistence farms with animals, again, like to feed the homes and the communities, or hunting and gathering and growing my own garden and stuff like that. So like I'm not eating animals that are being abused and tortured and friggin' like sprayed and injected with all these disgusting chemicals and antibiotics and hormones and like taking 3 weeks to grow, which should be taking them months to grow, and like living, like all of that stuff is disgusting to me. And that's why I say like even with my fruits and vegetables, like I live in a log cabin in the woods. Like I manage land to make this like the solar panel, like the oxygen exchange, happen, like I don't know. And I give them, I filter their water or I give them alkaline water, and I give them treats all the friggin' time, every single, they're walked, they're, and so, and there's also people I know, like people that live in rural areas and people that live in farm areas, like people do tend to love their animals more, treat their animals better. And their animals have a better quality of life than people living in suburbs and cities. Again, not all the often, like not 100% of the time, but for the majority, it's that way. And then even in cities and suburbs, like people are not walking their dogs as much as they should be at all, and they're suffering from so many different friggin' illnesses, and it's obvious. And then they're in houses where there's a lot of chemicals. So there's Glade products and chemical products and candles that are like not the natural kinds, and all these, like, again, the cleaning products alone and stuff like that. And this is what the dogs are around all the friggin' time. And then, God, there's just so much with that as well. And like lacking that exposure outside as well. Like it's just not having that freedom. And then even with dog food, like there's so much garbage dog food in grocery stores and stuff like that, and people feed their friggin' animals that stuff, and I'm just like, oh my god, I wouldn't even feed anyone or anything, like the crude oil. Like there's so many like things in free. And by the way, in dog food, the ingredients that are in there, like all these byproduct, like the ingredients in there, these meatless burgers. By the way, in some of these meatless burgers, that people are admitting that they're using, it's the same ingredients as dog food. And again, I'm not eating meat all the friggin' time. I'm eating organic as much as I can organically. And again, this avocado toast, these people are attacking me and saying I'm like all of these friggin' giving like all these names. They're people that are not giving back to their communities. They're not people that are foraging for their vegetables or fruits. They're people that live in warm areas, right? They're not living in Canada where like 8 months of the year it's friggin' winter basically, and you can only pick fruit, right? Like during the fall period here, it's only like a month or so where you actually have like fruit and stuff like that from the trees that you can actually pick, and that they're good, and cherries, for example, as well. Even maple syrup, there's only certain periods of the year that you can tap maple syrup, and then grow food in the ground, planting the fruits and vegetables, right? All your freaking avocado toast and all that fucking stuff. And guess what? When it's over commercialized, what you're making it, all right, all you freaking vegans out there that are in cities and suburbs, I'm talking about the ones that are not growing your own food and planting and foraging for your own food, okay? Like causing so much more waste and stuff like that. And all of these products that are being driven into the cities, okay? Transport trucks, okay? Oil, diesel, all that stuff. So like, and the trucks themselves, there's a lot of trucks on the roads, ladies and gentlemen, and it's to bring your friggin' avocado toast, okay, to your suburb and city areas. All right. And then again, even with, I just can go on all these tangents, but overproducing this also, like there's people coming in from other countries that don't care about our land, and they're overspraying it with like Roundup and these pesticides, these chemicals that's poisoning the soil, poisoning the atmosphere, this contained environment, and killing a lot of animals in order to like grow those crops, and wasting a lot of friggin' like resources for the water that's needed in order to grow these crops and stuff like that. And so people really like that are really not actually contributing or doing like the zero carbon emissions, again, like all the stuff to get your avocado toast to your friggin' plate in the city, in your high-rise apartment. And again, I'm not judging your lifestyle, but stop judging mine. Don't get on my page, on my channel. And yeah, anyways, I'm going on all these tangents and like not even understand, like, and so like back up your friggin' talk. And again, if you're just eating like fake sugars and stuff like that, like aspartame, which is E. coli and human feces, then don't talk to me about diet and meat. Like, don't, right? If you're eating human and E. coli feces and you have a problem with me for some reason, and want to like I don't even know like what you're talking about. And again, I'm a healthy body weight. So I also have a problem with people who are overweight, okay, vegan or not, okay, that are over consuming anything. Again, even with fruits and vegetables, over consuming and wasting, because the grocery stores as well, they're throwing out tons of food a day. Okay, that by the way should also be going to the homeless and repurposed and utilized and like not thrown out at all. And it's all being wasted. And so the judgment and the fucking nerve of people again to slam me and my lifestyle. And this is why, like, also people like they choose to be part of religions or they choose to be part of different groups, like and like CrossFit, right? And again, I love CrossFitters too. Like I'm not slamming them, but again, like the social justice warrior types, where they will pick a category, they will pick a group, and they'll pick the group that they think is the most virtuous that they can talk about. And when they're like, "Oh, I'm a vegan, I don't kill anything. I'm so perfect and amazing in my life. Oh, you're a meat eater. Oh, you're so disgusting. I'm so much better than you. I'm amazing. I don't kill anything." But you're like, yeah, you do. I've done the videos on it, motherfuckers. Like again, like don't come at me, I won't come at you. And again, even with like the diehard Christians, you're going to hell. God's gonna save you or bless you, I hope, or else the devil's gonna get you. It's like, who do you think you are? Like, what kind of a friggin' like ego do you have to talk to me as if like you're God? And again, I believe in a God. I believe in creators. I believe in that stuff. I believe this is a divine creation. I do believe we're supposed to be accessing our higher levels of consciousness. I do believe we're supposed to be vibrating at a higher friggin' level. I'm not denying that. It's hard. But again, like when people don't like what I say, my interpretation of a religion, even like people come at me like these entitled fucking social justice warriors, like, well, you're going to hell. And when Jesus comes, he's going to smite you. So it's okay. I don't have to do anything about you. It's okay. Bless you. And I'm like looking at them like, wow. Okay, lady or man, like, yeah. And so there's vegans I know too. Again, like, I don't care what you do in your lifestyle, but like, just look at, there are actually health risks. There literally are. I've shared those in other videos. I've shown the scientific literature, and all that stuff. And so even with maltodextrin and these other like fake sugars and stuff like that people think is healthy for them, it actually creates more of an insulin spike than actually normal glucose that you would eat. So it's actually healthier to eat table sugar or whatever you want to call it, which again, I don't recommend. Like, try to reduce your sugar as much as possible. But they're complaining to me about about animal byproducts and meats when we don't waste anything on the animals that we're consuming, and it's hard to sacrifice. So it's not, you know what I mean, like an easy thing to do. But again, like to get food on the table, and again, it's not over consuming. Then it's there are necessities in life. Okay, it's just because you're not exposed to it doesn't mean that it's not a reality of the world. Cane sugar, yeah. So yeah, even in this obesity epidemic, like it's in the last decade especially, right? We're now more overfed than underfed, and it's all with this chemical shit. And this is what's causing like really bad imbalances, hormonal imbalances, ghrelin and leptin, for like that, like the starvation and the hunger, whatever you want to call it, hormones or whatever, also imbalance because of this stuff. And then even with sugar and even these fake sugars, right? With cholesterol, actually 70% of cholesterol can be attributed to sugar and not LDL, HDL cholesterol that we get out of animal products and things like that. So again, because of the psyops and the misinformation that's been going on about like the food pyramid and stuff like that, people are literally like eating unhealthy diets, over consuming chemicals and pesticides and stuff like that, and antibiotics from what they're consuming, like they're like and then with the waste and what's going on with the resources and the resources needed. And again, there's a lot of death. Again, a lot of rabbits dying, gophers dying, hummingbirds, bees dying, chipmunks, squirrels. You forget a lot of insects, a lot of worms, things that need to nourish the soil. These are all being decimated for like one crop of like avocado toast. So again, and living in warmer climates, sure, do whatever you want as well. But like I live in Canada, and again, 8 months out of the year, it's friggin' winter. Ottawa has like record-breaking cold temperatures and extremes, like on record, comparable to Russia, Moscow, Russia, right? I think Ottawa actually has the coldest temperature recorded in history so far. Anyway, and so I mean, talking about like major cities, or not major cities, but like not like beyond Antarctica, like those fucking places further away from the sun. Yeah, it's going to be hotter, and it's because of things like HARP and CERN and people fucking with the geoengineering with the silver iodide and the aluminum oxide and these other particulates, whatever you want to call it, that are impacting the like how the rays like hit in areas and stuff like that, and absorbing the heat. And if you look, I've shown videos on this as well, but if you look at overlays of maps with temperature gradients or whatever, and where there's higher temperatures that are seen, it's around areas that are not only overpopulated, like the really, really high populations, like way too high, and especially within like one certain area and not expanding outwards, like on their land to make it more efficient. Yeah, there's so much like what's going on right now with geoengineering, weather modifications, and all that stuff. It's messing with the temperature, and it's causing us to have weaker winters, which is also not good. And and the summers also, like, it's being impacted, and they're trying to and they're blaming it on climate change and oh, it's all the carbon, we need more carbon tax. Like, this is what, like, again, they're doing this because they want to pull a carbon tax out of us and increase it more, because we already have a carbon tax in Canada, but they want to increase it on April Fool's Day because we're fools. And again, they're not even telling us how much money we've already given. They're not telling us where it's going. And it's 80% of the salary for the carbon tax goes to people's salaries. And again, it's money laundering. It's people that are already rich that they want more fucking money because they're greedy. And they're doing it literally on the backs of farmers and people within rural areas that are managing the areas that these fucking city dwellers should be managing or assisting with, if they're going to be talking about the planet so much, right? So anyway, I think if you're going to be like hired to assess climate change and carbon taxes, I think you should probably live on a farm or do a little bit of a co-op, like do like a monthly, like a weekend visit every month, like to a farm, and get your friggin' hands dirty, get the friggin' shovel out, Water seeks level. So even that, like, I don't know, like, about the sea level and stuff like that are people talking. It's based on the container and the amount of fluid that's within. Like the same precision with the luminaries, and pressure, that we do, and knowing where the sun travels through the zodiacal signs through the year, if that were the case. And so even with that, people are not understanding 100%. That makes no sense. And so this is the 24-hour clock. All right. And so this would be where, like, before I get into this 24, 100% planting, like, is exactly what we need to do. Even in Ontario, like the province that I'm in, just in the last few years, like under Stephen Guilbeault, this climate psycho, they shredded millions of trees on heritage sites, like all over the place, trees that were literally hundreds, if not thousands of years old even. And, climate change and so destroying future generations. And because even with the roots and trees, right, like, they need time to grow underneath, right? And it assists also with nourishing the soil, that carbon dioxide oxygen exchange, like the wind protection, and the electromagnetic healing fields that they also emit, that assist with, like, EMF protection. There's even food, animals, like, it brings in ecosystems. Like, trees also, like, can manage the ecosystem, like I said, but also, like, manage the like the rain brings snow. And that's why in desert areas, it's people that moved away, water sources, and completely depleted the resources and the life there, like trees and the plant life and stuff like that, overexploited resources. Mining companies and dummies that got hired, and they're just like, this is okay. I could just destroy the world. This is okay. I don't care. I'm getting paid $5 an hour. Justified. and doing it. And so, like, even within Canada as well, we have like desert regions, but it's too cold to be like, it's not like Africa, right? Like, where it's like warmer desert regions. I've been to the Sahara Desert as well. But very cold and barren land that once used to be fertile crescents. And that's why, like, you want to manage the weather and make it more, I guess, like, optimized. It would be plant more trees, let them grow. We used to have large trees, kilometers in length. There's more proof of this all over the world that's getting rediscovered. And these are the trees, again, that, like, assist with life. All right. In so many different ways, like the tree of life, there's a reason why it's in a friggin' so many stories, right? And the roots, right? I talk about this in this video, but yeah. Yeah, nature is this cosmos, people are with all this AI stuff claiming to be gods or claiming to be like equal to God, the nerve of that statement. Then anyway. Ugh. Sun's travel path. This would be essentially like the east, west, north, and south. And then so this is where they say this is like between this is like 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. or 1800 hours. This would be 2400 hours. This would be 12 p.m. Again, a 24-hour clock. And again, the sun's path, not only through the year, but also through the day on an annual and a daily basis. The sun, again, this is like the 2-hour. It passes 2 hours or 15 degrees, 30 degrees every 2 hours through the zodiacal belt, again, every single day. And maybe I'll show another screen just to show you the annual travel path that formulates.
I have a 24-hour clock in my front room. It's a AE map.
Amazing. And
it works out so that the hour hand is where the sun is. So it's set perfect.
So we just had the spring equinox on the 20th of March, and so that's when we have equal amount of day and night, and where the sun's like at more at the equatorial position, and so in Aries, and so anyone when your sun signs in Aries, that's usually because like on the 20th of March, that's when the sun enters into Aries, right? And so like my sun sign, for example, is Capricorn, because the sun was in Capricorn. Like when I was born. So anyways, and so this is how you figure that out as well. Your sun signs for astrology literally has to do with the sun's path, like through or like in front of or closer to us, as we're seeing this, but the zodiacal belt. And so March 20th. And so, and then this, it does its path. And so we have equal amount of day and night on the 20th of March in the Northern Hemisphere every single year, where we start our spring. And then it travels from Aries to Taurus to Gemini. And then we have our summer solstice every single year on the 21st of June, where the sun is at the highest point in the sky, where we have the longest amount of day in the Northern Hemisphere, shortest amount of night. And then it travels at the highest point in the sky for 3 days during that time, and then starts its descent from its highest point on the 24th of June. And we also celebrate St. John the Baptist Day on here, which is, again, the opposite of what happens 6 months later in the winter solstice, but I'll get to that. And so from the highest point in the sky from Cancer, and then it enters towards Leo and then Virgo.
Mm-hmm.
And then before that, so on the 22nd or 23rd, depending on who you speak to, but every single year, 22nd or 23rd of September, we have the autumn or the fall equinox, where again we have the equal amount of day and night. Okay, and so during the summer months for us in the Northern Hemisphere, that's when the sun is is traveling above us within its circular path above the Tropic of Cancer. Okay,
right.
And in this position right here, the Tropic of Cancer, it never moves more than 23.4 degrees north latitude of the equatorial line, right? And so that's a measurable distance. So 23.4 degrees, if you approximate it, it's approximately 1,660 miles. And if you even think about it, 15 degrees equals approximately 1,000 miles. And anyway, and so you can go from there. And so, and then starts its fall from the equator at the at the fall equinox. And fun fact, the Last Supper, Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, that's where Jesus is sitting. His position is at the fall equinox. And so then you start going from fall into and you start having shorter days, longer nights. We start entering the hell season, okay, or the winter season. So on the 21st of December in the Northern Hemisphere, we have the winter solstice, where we have the longest nights, shortest amount of days every single year. You can see it. This is measurable, observable, and repeatable. All right. And so, and then on its lowest path, it's the Tropic of Capricorn. It never travels further than 23.4 degrees south latitude from us in the Northern Hemisphere. So we have our winter months, the Southern Hemisphere. I'll show another diagram of that, but they have their summers. And then for 3 days or 3.5 days, the sun, when it does its path, we have like the 3 days where it's like the same, it's like we have the shortest amount of day and longest amount of nights, appearing dead at its lowest point in the sky. And then on the 25th of every single year, okay, the sun starts its ascent from the lowest point, when the sun is reborn, just like Jesus Christ, Mithras, Dionysus, Horus, not Horus, but yeah, I guess it would be him as well, and Apollo, and so many others throughout history, right? These, and then also fun fact with on the 20th of March, if you conceived a child or had sex, sorry for being so vulgar, then the due date, the delivery date would also be on the 25th of December. So that's also a divine thing in my humble opinion as well, that connection with us and the earth and the sun's path. And then it starts, it's back again, like through the zodiacal sign until it gets back into Aries. And so then I'm going to show another picture if this comes up.
Well, I think even just the fact that the analemma is the way that it is,
figure eight, yeah,
shows that there's smaller circuits in the north and bigger circuits in the south. There we go.
So this is a crude photo, but this is just to show you that this is the Tropic of Cancer, the sun's path that it travels when we in the northern hemisphere when we have our summer months, and this is the equatorial line. And again, even the sun between the equatorial line, again, it doesn't go further, 23.4 degrees north or south latitude of this position, right? And then the Tropic of Capricorn is the outer ring where we have the sun traveling here now. And so this being Australia and this being South America, so even when you calculate the distances between these locations, that is just that's a little bit more fun fact than what they're claiming to be the diameter of the Earth. And so that also proves that the world is actually possibly larger than what we're being led to believe. And these calculations with the circumference, the diameter, and the radius is all having to do with the sun's path within the firmament above us, and like the and how far the rays extend or whatever. Like, I hope that I didn't interrupt. I just wanted to make sure, because I talked about that March 20th, 25 December connection. So if you go on, I guess it's mostly men that watch my show at this point, but if you go to the ovulation calculator and calendar that you've never probably looked at in your life. So for March 20th, which is the spring equinox in the Northern Hemisphere every single year, when the sun enters Aries. So I'm choosing the 20th of March as everyone's looking at for ovulation calculator. For select the first day of your last period, that's how you calculate it. 28-day cycle, moon cycle. Okay, so get your results. Ovulation calculator. Scroll down. Your estimated due date. What does that say? 25 December. So again, even with this divine clock and the sun's path, there is still a connection with that and the woman. Okay, and when we deliver babies, right? So like again, that connection with God as well, that's in plain sight, in my humble opinion, also showing our connection to the Creator and how divinely linked we are. You know what? I'm gonna friggin' share a video. So this was like not even I guess a month ago now. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6. Anyways, multiple deer. This is my backyard. Like a month ago. And those are deer, since people like to think that I friggin' like murder deers and stuff like that. Like, what the hell? I feed deer. They come on my property. I give them treats. I buy this out of my own pocket every single month. I buy deer feed. It's expensive. The bag is friggin' huge. It's like it's literally an 80-pound friggin' bag, and it's like literally the height of me. Okay, and I'm dragging that in my friggin' Jeep and like cut, like, you know, and I buy them treats too. Like anyway. And they're not scared of me or anything like that. And anyway, I love them. I want them to, I want to let them trust me, and I want to pet them. There's chipmunks and squirrels that like literally like I hang around my deck, and I feed them as well. I take money out of my own pockets. Again, I can afford all of this stuff. I'm choosing between food and heat sometimes now because of the carbon tax and friggin' oil scams. But I'm still like, I would like, you know, everyone deserves to eat, and every animal. And so the nerve of people to say that I'm like, anyway. And I treat my animals better than most humans treat their friggin' kids. Trust me on that. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. A fact. that on its path. Oh, that's amazing.
That brings me to a
I would
recent
use a doula.
projection that I just saw. See, because I've
if
been
needed.
all right. This is the thing.
At the
These
same
guys
time.
want to harp on about maps and shit all the time. And I'm telling you, man, there aren't any accurate maps. Okay, I don't care. There are none. And it's like you've got statute miles measured on land. Okay, those are actual measured miles. Everything in the ocean is done by observation and calculation. Those are calculated. And so we've got these nautical miles, right? So we're mixing two different calculations together. Now, if you go in and look into the Royal College of Longitude and the fact that all these maps have to go by the coordinates that they have established, it becomes really apparent. And when I find this, I think it's on my phone, and I'm going to bring it up, and maybe I got it over on Facebook. But this really kind of shows some stuff. I'm going to see if I got it on my page.
Well, he's
Go ahead.
I'll pause that. Yeah, I do have. Well, they're not called pigeons. They're actually doves. They look like pigeons, and so there actually are doves in Canada that are not white, and so some people do mistake that. But I also have cardinals. I have blue jays that come as well, and like other little like cute birds. That I have a lot of crows and ravens, lots. And there's a hawk around. I have a hawk feather too from where it dropped. Its feather dropped, and I've seen eagles and stuff like that, not in this area. And there's also owls in this area that I'm trying to do calls for, but they're not starting to get closer. But like, I don't know if they'll ever come. When I went to Sheila McKee Trail in Ottawa with my dogs, there's an owl that when I would call it, it actually would come and it would stay on this friggin' tree and like watch us and like watch the dogs play and stuff like that. And then it would go away when people would come on the in the area. But I took pictures of it as well. And so, yeah, I'm not an animal hater, people. And by the way, I'm not a cannibal because I don't eat humans. Okay, that's like literally the definition. I don't eat humans. I never have. I never friggin' will. Okay, even like the skin, from like your fingers and stuff like that, and like the fingernails and stuff like that. I don't eat that. So like I'm not like there's nothing in me that's a friggin' like whatever that is. That sounds disgusting, right?
That's what you were having. I'm gonna find this.
Yeah, I can also say that when you actually calculate the distances, and go online and Google flight, like travel, like Expedia or whatever. I've done it countless times, and you could just calculate the travel distance for flights, right? So if you wanted to, for example, do a flight from Cape Horn, Chile, which is like the southern area of South America, for example, or choose another area like the southernmost point of South America, and then calculate the distance between that and like let's say Tasmania, Australia. Even with that, that's approximately 13,500 kilometers, and so let me see here if I can even share distance here. And so they're trying to allege that it's approximately 8,652.79 kilometers from Australia to like the southern tip to South America. But like, look, even like this is an official, calculator for distances, and for every other kind of distance that I want to calculate. It like these lines here, it actually does a curve like to show you like the direct line, and it doesn't do it when I try to calculate this. But when you look at the Gleason map, it makes a little more sense. Or even if you look at Peterson's projection map, because even with Alex Gleason's map, sorry, I'm trying to look at where the StreamYard is. Even when you look, I wasn't even showing the screen. What was it? Maybe it just stopped.
Great observation. To both points, nautical miles, statute miles, and the flight paths and miles.
And so, because if you look at this, why everyone talks about you have to look at the flight paths, and you have to look at like this just for like a reference, right? This is better than the globe, like Google Earth. You're not going to get as close. And so this is where you have Australia. And so when you calculate, when you look at like areas here and you calculate travel and flight paths, and then calculate how many kilometers per hour the aircrafts travel, like approximately like 900 kilometers per hour, for example, for some of these flights, and then you calculate the flight time Okay.
Oh, here. I'm sorry. I didn't put that up on stage. I'm sorry. I didn't bring it up. There it is.
It's
Go
much
ahead.
more, it's much longer, right? So like these calculations, like the flights are going like 15 hours or 18 hours in the air to travel those locations. And again, it's just an impossibility to allege that it's like less than 9,000 kilometers traveled, when even the flight past these direct line of sight flights, whatever you want to call it, are it's beyond 13,000 kilometers. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That reminds me of the rocket launch, the recent rocket launch, where they claimed it made it, what was it, 200,000 kilometers? No, it wasn't that far. Sorry. What was the distance? Oh, we'll cover that after. But I was trying to figure out the speed that it was traveling to reach the destination. I think they said the rocket took 40 minutes to reach its max height, which doesn't really make sense if you do the math on the speed it was traveling. But that's another topic.
And you're right with that as well. And even with these flights that these astronauts take, and even William Shatner, like in his 90s, I just can't believe it. Like I actually know someone that's an astronaut now. Before he became an astronaut, brilliant, and so he was a pilot and stuff like that. And I've also been in multiple aircrafts, and I've experienced G-force and zero G, whatever you want to call it. And I assure you, even 3G, 4G, you're gonna feel it, right? It's like times your body weight times 3 to 5, and then the further up you go in G-force, and they're trying to claim that these people are going through like beyond that for like G-force being felt. And just knitting and playing with teddy bears and like talking and no, you'd be like sucked back. Like, what are you talking about? You know, like, are you no.
Absolutely.
So fake. And there's no way. And again, like, because again, you have to be an elite level athlete to be a pilot, you know, especially like for like, again, with the G-force alone, they would never authorize it. Like, no offense, William Shatner, I fucking love you. You're Canadian. Sorry for swearing. But you are too old. There's no way they would have. Like, no, I don't care. Like, there's no way.
Have you ever seen this projection?
No.
I don't think I've seen that one.
It's called a, let me see. It's a helioreal boreal triaxial projection is what it's called.
Say that twice.
I'll put that in the chat.
Lots of open land on the northern one area.
Just ran across this afternoon, and that's what it's called. And if you look at these longitude lines, what they've got going on, right, is around these. I want to look into seeing how they made this, but I think that this is really interesting.
I was wondering, what do you both think? Do you think the U.S. mill has an accurate map? I have a feeling that the U.S. military would have an accurate map by now.
Yeah, they have it in their airports. Denver Airport has the flat Earth map. The UN, like they have the logo is the flat Earth. November. It was good. It was good. Most of the comments in the video are about people that are against me talking about veganism and my anyways, I've talked about that to death on this, but I'm going to share the video on my channel because I didn't stream it from my friggin' map. Like it's all streamed on his Davos. It's
oh yeah.
Well, that whole UN flags, that right there tells me a whole lot.
Yeah.
Okay, because it's divided up into 33 zones. So
even with the 33, you know, with like the 3 and the 3 together combination makes the 8, which is the figure 8 or analemma. Can also look like a W depending on how you're looking at it, which is the 23rd letter of the English alphabet. And even within like that community, 23 is a significant number. And even with 23.4, right, being like the north and south latitude that the sun travels, like the extent of or the limits. That's also, there's a 23 in there. 90 degrees minus 23.4 is, you know, like it's 666. You know, you've got that in there as well. And 2 times 3 is 6. 2 divided by 3 is 0.66. And so there's connections that can be made with that as well, with the 33 vertebrae in the spine, and with the accessing the higher levels of consciousness. You know, that oil, that Christ oil, or that oil does travel up the spine possibly, and when you resist temptations and try to live like the allegorical figure Jesus did, that was not an actual real life person. Again, talking about the Bible, there could possibly have been one in existence, but not the one that is discussed in the Bible or in these other books. Even Mithras. Even Mithras, that made me lose my train of thought. There's a lot of Mithraism and Christianity do have a lot of parallels as well and similarities. And again, even with the stories regarding Mithras, Dionysus, Apollo, Horus, Jesus, so many others. I've mentioned so many throughout other videos and stuff like that. But again, it's all talking about the same creation story,
including the bullseye.
Oh yeah,
Lonely
sorry. That's what I wanted to say.
continents.
So Gleason's map, Peterson's projection map, or Peter's projection map. Sorry, that one. If you make it into a flat Earth map, being projected when you look downwards, it being possibly like a circular shape. But again, we don't know. I believe that's. I've had my own theories on that, but I'll share that on here, so I'm just not going to let it go. But Gleason, and these other Mercator maps, or Gleason specifically. The sizes of the continents, they are obviously up for debate clearly, and so that's why Peter's projection map, it's the sizes of the continents are a lot more accurate. And for example, Africa, for people that are not aware, it would be larger. It should be seen as larger than it is, and so there are other areas as well, like Greenland. It's definitely not as big as they're showing it, and so there's so many facts that people are completely dismissing regarding these regions. And the distances between South America and Southern Australia, people are just completely, not looking at that, and pushing false narratives. And that's why it kind of pisses me off too. So even within the vegan community, and other communities, I'm getting repeatedly trolled hard. And again, I don't care if you with the troll comments or whatever. It's when you repeatedly, when it's literally 20 comments on a video that has no other comments and it's all ridiculousness. And just making name calling. So again, not even refuting anything in my video, just name calling, and then downgrading my videos, not liking my videos. I don't get likes, right? And so when you do that, it just completely removes me from the algorithms completely. And so if you were a truther, again, and if you don't like my opinions on veganism, then just go away. Because I'm literally not hurting anyone. And even with the birds that I was just talking about, I also go out again to a farm friggin' place half an hour away from my friggin' home. And I even get bird feed, big bags of bird feed and stuff like that for wild birds and stuff like that. And for the chipmunks and things like that. And people that are telling me that I'm some kind of an animal, whatever you want to call it, torture or whatever like that, they have no idea what they're talking about. And if you're not taking care of any animals right now, then still just back off a little bit.
Continent that's not shown is Antarctica, but in place of Antarctica is this wreath, the wreath of Apollo, right? The wreath of Apollo. This is a symbol of power. This is a symbol of kingship, rulership. The Caesars wore this laurel on their heads. Okay, so what is that actually symbolizing as Antarctica? Perhaps, has anybody ever thought that maybe the Antarctic Treaty is that they have been threatened that if they let any of our crazy asses in, it's maybe beyond the ice, they have an immigration policy that's if any of your fucking people get over here, we're going to wipe you out. Okay. We're just going to fucking wipe you out. No questions asked. You keep your fucking crazy asses inside there, man. We don't want you.
There's accounts, there's infighting and there's also intolerance. It's the intolerance that also that is also damaging us from within, right? So even within the truther community, there are flat earthers that are not religious, and there are flat earthers that are not vegans, but they're sharing good quality content and stuff like that. And then they give their opinions on this because they're asked, right? Or they just want to give it because again, they come from a well-informed platform anyways, and so people within the truther communities that do not agree with them, they are absolutely doing everything in their power. Again, they are literally saying like, no, I'm taking up arms against you, our own, instead of going against the globe tards, you know, like, and no offense to them, or like actual people that are actually doing harm to humanity. They're not doing any of that. These people are spending their time and their effort and their energy literally going after like the infighting. And so this is just like within Canada, I'm saying like we're destroying ourselves from the inside, and no one is able to sit down and have an actual conversation, right? So like, even if I wanted to talk to Santos Bonacci, who I do believe that I'm at the same level at academically, intellectually, or even beyond possibly, but again, I don't know, because he like, there's no conversation, there's no invite, okay? And then he also slams people who eat meat. So slamming farmers, slamming people in rural areas, slamming people in indigenous communities, slamming people in colder climates, right? Doesn't he realize that, like, you know what, maybe you're actually causing a little bit more harm. And if you want to look at the Bible for references, Adam and Eve, okay, that's your example. And again, like over 50 verses and stuff like that, like or whatever you want to call it within the Bible, that talk about meat, okay, and Cain and Abel. That story in itself, right? God chose meat as his most preferred sacrifice from Abel, like, you know what I mean? And so like even with Adam and Eve, like their kids, right, ate meat. Not damned to eternal damnation. They were not called cannibals. Abel was not considered a cannibal or an awful human being in the Bible. So like, why don't you go back and read your Bible? Okay. Because like slamming people who are eating meat that are coming from a good place. I'm not torturing my animals. I'm not torturing like the animals that I eat. Again, I pay more money, so I eat less of it. Okay. And again, I'm a healthy BMI, so I'm not over consuming anything. Okay, even fruits and vegetables, right, which is also not good. Over consuming fruits and vegetables also does a lot of harm to the land because of how it's being grown right now, and how the crops are being yielded and harvested, and all the chemicals and pesticides and stuff like that that are being pushed, like dumped in the atmosphere, or the atmosphere, whatever you want to call it, and all the animals that you're fucking killing, you know, and so yeah, so like, and it's exhausting. It's exhausting. It's because these because these people within these groups, again, when they tie it to like being virtuous and like being social justice warriors and stuff like that, it's beyond them. It's beyond me. It's what you know what I mean? Like I could call you whatever I want. Like I can damn you to eternal damnation. I could kill you if I want to. I could call you all these because, you know, I'm better than you. That's exactly what this shit is to me. And even with Old World Florida, with Dr. Narco Longo, like again, like I think that I'm definitely on par, or again, I don't know, or like even like more things that I can bring to the table because I've read more books. I'm way older than him, and I have way more life experience, and I've done a lot more research because I have a lot more time in the game. And I started reading at a very young age, winning reading awards like even in elementary school, for amount of books I read, doing the book reports and stuff like that as well, all science stuff. Okay, not the make-believe stuff. Like I was interested in science and nature and stuff like that, and exploration at a very young age. And yeah. And that too. Oh my God, technology. And so if I was blessed enough to have kids, again, I'm over the hill now, but I would not allow my child to have a friggin' like one of these things before the age of 16. I don't care how people can say or claim or allege that, I mean, they're going to be missing out, you know, on technology and stuff like that. Be like, I don't care. I don't care what they're missing out on, because the stuff that they're missing out on having this, they're like their friggin' hands and their eyes glued to this, like all the stuff they're missing out because of that. Okay, that I'm more concerned about. Yeah, I mean, like we have tractors. When I was in Gaspé, we had a tractor, and I drove the tractor even as a kid. Like, it was freaking cool. I love this stuff. And my sister and my brother-in-law, he's in construction and contractor. He's doing work on the Olympic Stadium right now, because again, he has like welding certificates, like all these friggin' qualifications that I wish I had. So he could build like a friggin' house, like on it, like that's so impressive. But yeah, they have horses, they have chickens, they make gardens every single year. They have other animals, they have dogs, they have cats, they have rabbits, and they treat their animals very well. And I even bring treats for their animals too. So like when I go visit the horses and stuff like that, they love it when I come, because my dogs play with them too, and it interacts. And like I always go and see the horses, and I give them freaking horse treats that again I buy from the same friggin' like farm store or whatever you want to call it. where I get my other food. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's called the Smoky Ghost or something like that, like Norwegian accounts, and then the Iron Curtain of alleged lands like beyond the ice ring, and then access routes possibly opening. So like I don't even believe necessarily that the ice walls. There are ice walls, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Absolutely, that form a ring, but there are areas that are opened up, right? So I don't believe it's necessarily containing the water if the water's flowing through. I just, you know, we don't know because we don't get to go there because there's huge ships, you know, that, you know, turn their friggin' turrets on us and, you know, tell us to turn around.
I saw a very, very interesting video from a high altitude balloon that if you look,
you know,
there's an area listed
he's
as
not
what they
ugly.
call the summer
He's
gate.
way too young for me, but I said like I have a niece. I don't know if she'd be interested in him at all, but like she's in her 20s and she's gorgeous, and so you know, he's a beautiful man. I'm not I haven't denied that. Again, with this veganism stuff, I did comment on one of his videos because he was literally slamming people that eat meat again, and I'm like, oh my god, like that, like, and so I did a comment and a lot of people didn't like it. And then so I didn't mean offense. I literally didn't mean offense, but just like Blair White, like I'm oblivious to how like I could be offensive to people from what I share. And I wish I was better at that. Like I it's my background, like being an infantry officer, woman and stuff like that. I've always had to be very direct and like upfront, like right at the beginning, right? And there's no bullshit, right? Like especially when you're giving orders, like or conducting operations and stuff like that. Like there's like literally no gray or anything like that. It's like you there, you know what I mean? Or like on the comms and stuff like that. And there's like you have to be direct, and that comes across as assertive, or it comes across as bitchy, and I hate that word. I'm like, oh, it's so deflating, you know, because like if people actually knew me in my life, like I'm not a bitch. and I'm actually pretty sensitive and stuff like that as well. And but I come across as intense because I'm very defensive when I do live feeds, because like I know I'm getting a lot of hate. I see the comments and stuff like that. Even when I'm doing that, I'm just like, oh my god, like is it worth this? And then I think that there's people like out there doing this and speaking out and being brave and courageous. And so I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll do it. Smoky God, yes, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I read that book, not completely. Like I skimmed through it, like I got it from the archives. You can get it from archives online, free. And that was all about travel, like from this man and his son, and like hitting a current. And anyway, it's going to be talked about here. I'll shut up. I talk so much.
And you can see it.
Lionsgate portal.
Yeah, you can see it from up there in this balloon. They actually showed it. I think I posted it on this.
I've seen it too. And yeah, and I've seen that photo as well. And it looks like, yeah, that there's like an opening to again, like to another area, like another access route or whatever you want to call it. Interesting again. And so
yeah, found it.
And so even with Lionsgate portal and stuff like that, it's interesting because it's on the 8th of August, which can be seen as 8/8. And so also with the 8, that makes this like the Analema, you know, symbol, and so, or the infinity symbol, whatever you want to call it. The Okanagan is gorgeous. I have family that are in the Kamloops area. They're around Banff, and they were actually like significantly impacted by the fires that happened last summer as well. And but I'm just outside of Ottawa right now. I'm not born here. I'm not raised here. I came here in my friggin' 30s, and you know, for work. It's like when I was working with the special forces. It's in and around the area. I will not say where, obviously. But and so I came here for work, and then I started getting contracts with higher levels of government when I got out, and I got out because I woke up and I became incorporated, naming my company Athena Incorporated in 2018. Even though I was doing work before that, even with Helen Bruce, like as soon as I got out, people were trying to like get me to work for them. People that were ex-special forces, you know, officers, like even people that were commanding officers of JTF2, seeking me out because of my my skill sets and my experience. And yeah, so like, again, more reasons why like I come across as very abrasive. You know, I don't mean to be, but even like within my life, that's just been like the environment I've been around. So in comparison,
will always
it's form the analema forever and ever. So it's just not going to stop.
I just got this little sundial, this pocket sundial.
I'm
That,
from Quebec.
um,
So you're
you
probably
can-
gonna like leave the channel now. Je parle français, je viens de Québec, puis j'étais ici depuis 2015 ou quelque chose comme ça. But like 2013. So I'm born and raised in Quebec. More in the country than the city for being raised. But like I had family that lived in the like I wouldn't say like city, but like my grandparents, and so we'd visit them in the summers, in the spring. Sorry, in the winters. But very much I love Gaspé. So if you haven't been there yet, I would highly encourage people to do a visit to the Gaspésie, the Gaspé coast of Quebec, which is like the easternmost point, for Quebec that you can go. Île de la Madeleine as well, but gorgeous.
And what you do is you set it for your parallel where you're at, your latitude. And then you open this thing up. It's a series of rings. I'll go get it here in just a second while this video is playing. You open it up, and then it's got the months. You can see the analemma is right there in the site because you have to set the site for the month, like whatever it is. And once you get to June, you go back. You start going back with the little site on it. And I tell you what, I took it out and it works. I've also got another one that shows for at nighttime.
I'm surprised you ain't got the knife.
No, I put him in the other
I'm
room.
just surprised you ain't got him in.
I had him in here, but I was picking stuff up. And this is the thing we were talking about right here. I hope that's big enough people can see it. Grab it real quick.
It's huge.
Past lives could never hold me down. Lost love, sweeter when it's finally found. I got the strangest feeling. This isn't our first time around. Past lives could never come between us. Sometimes the dreamers finally wake up. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming.
Oh, nice. Red Deer, Alberta. That's just like it's about an hour or so just south of Alberta, of Edmonton, Alberta. Edmonton, Alberta. Yeah, I've been there. I lived in Alberta when I was with the Patricias with one VP. And I was been in Gagetown too, and again the special forces and the military as well. But I did enjoy Edmonton, and I used to go to Banff and Canmore and Jasper, like on my weekends or time when I actually did have time off. And so beautiful, oh my god! And then on my way to the Yukon, like not last year but the year before, like I obviously went through BC and stopped in and saw family and. But then also saw like the sites and went through Banff National Park with my dogs and stuff like that. I just love the area, and I've done backpacking. I've done the West Coast Trail, so I've done that as well, 125 kilometers or so, like on the west coast of Canada. Yeah, and gorgeous. I've done like the Death Race. I've done the Sinister Seven. So I've done like ultra marathons like in the Rocky Mountains. I've spent a few weeks backpacking and camping like at campgrounds. Going from Edmonton all the way to Vancouver Island, like up, like even further north of like Campbell River and stuff like that. And I was like, I was fly fishing, I was rappelling down like waterfall areas and stuff like that, and like fishing in that area, like areas were unexplored for however long, right? And taking out an inflatable raft thing and like going in the lakes and lots of booze. A lot of fun too, but like that's the stuff that I like to do. Like, so even on my Jeep, like I have like a tent that's attached to the top of it, and so anywhere I go, like I could just like pop up the tent, and the dogs go in it with me as well, and I'm elevated so I feel more safe, and because I've had close calls with coyotes and with bears, and and I'm alone with the freaking dogs, right? So it's like you got to be careful with that stuff. Anyway. Bear Grylls, yeah, I would love to. I think he's like actually now, like now that he's exposing more of the truth, I think he's now like out of the limelight, because of that. But I again, if you didn't people didn't know this. Like I've done primitive survival shows, and I didn't sell out, and so like I could have edited it and stayed in places that were not austere and made it look like I was a rock star and stuff like that. But like I was just I just got out of the military just before that, and heavily drinking and stuff like that. It was just like a crazy time, and like that's why I released it to begin with, and yeah, I just needed more time to heal before going on national television and stuff like that. But like on my own time, like I go out, like I've even did this thing with like people, guys in their 40s and 50s, and like veterans or law enforcement or whatever, and we've literally like met in cabins without even knowing each other, but like hey, I think you guys would like each other. We met in a cabin, super nice people, and then we were plotting out like different routes to take, like around the lake to do overnight patrols, like navigation patrols, and just for fun, and just to keep the skill sets up there, right? So like with navigation, with map and compass, especially at night in the middle of the woods and stuff like that, it's very hard. And so for me, like I'm very competitive, and I like to challenge myself, and I like to maintain my skill sets that I've learned and fostered over the years. And so yeah, and I was like the best navigator out there. So I was with these people that were like all these other things, and like I was like and so because we were gonna do the Echo Challenge in Patagonia. And we put our submissions in, and then the COVID hit, the pandemic, and then everything was shut down. And so I don't even know if there's going to be like ever again, if there's going to be any kind of an Echo Challenge or anything like that. The Appalachians. So I've been to the Appalachians. I climbed Mount Marcy, and that's the Adirondacks. Never mind. In New York, Lake Placid area. I need to go back because I was in high school when I did that, and I wasn't legally able to cross the border for the last couple of years. So like now I can, but I know if you watch Naked and Afraid, like I know and communicate on a regular basis with Gary Golding, with EJ Snyder. In fact, EJ Snyder, whenever he wants to get the scoop on things internationally, like he reaches out on Signal and Telegram and stuff like that, and he asks me. And we've had phone conversations too. Like he's called me up from like South Carolina and stuff like that. And he is such a friggin' badass guy. Oh my God. Like that guy would survive anywhere. And he's a friggin' veteran, and like in his 50s and literally would, or maybe even his 60s now. And again, more of a man than like friggin' like 99.9999999% of the world. Matt Wright, who's also an expert primitive survivalist. Like again, like just record-breaking like a survivalist, like hundreds of days, like literally with a primitive survival tool, and he's a warrior. Anyway, and I've actually gone to Colorado, flight out to Colorado on a couple of occasions, and hung out with him and Brooke and stayed at their place, and we did primitive survival training in the mountains of in Colorado, and stuff like that as well. Again, just to like keep the skill sets going, and I love rock climbing too. I've done deep solo rock climbing in Thailand, even like where you go on a boat and then you jump in the water and then you swim out to the cliffs, and then you have to like get on the cliffs when you're wet, and so that's hard when you're rock climbing too. And then you go as high as you can, and then you jump into the water and then back in the boat, and then I've done rock climbing as well, like off of like rock cliffs, like really steep and stuff like that. In Egypt, in Thailand, in like in Canada, like a lot of places. But again, this is stuff that I need to get back into, but no one wants to do this stuff with me. And it's like, you know what, I've done this a lot alone, and there's been a lot of like dangerous things, and sketch things that I've gone through, and I was lucky to survive. And so at this point in my life, like I would just rather go with someone, just again to have like a fire team partner in case something happens where there's an emergency, because yeah, like I've lived life on the edge. Oh my God, I love that. Oh my God. Colorado's so gorgeous.
Starts over. I hate why they do that. I don't understand, but I don't know why they do that. But anyway, this is this cool little thing I got. I'm just going to pull me up full screen.
Neat.
So everybody can see it. And what you do is you set your parallel. There's a little arrow in the middle of this thing right here, and you set that to what parallel you're at. They're engraved right here along this whole outer ring. Then what you do is you open it up and turn this thing sideways to it. Then you hold it up and you let the sun come in through this little sight. Now, this little sight that's in here, I want to show this to you. The little sight that's in here is set. See, there's a little hole in the middle. I don't know if y'all can see the little
Yep, I
hole.
can see it.
Okay. And then you set this for whatever month it is. So you get all the way up to December or June rather. And then you have to start moving it the other way for the date. And this will tell you the time outside. So that's kind of a cool thing.
Yeah,
That
nice
is really
find.
cool.
I saw this
I haven't seen
online.
that type of sundial before.
And with
Yeah,
the
these are
analema
really-
too, you've got it
Yeah.
where like the smaller part of it is when it's the Tropic of Cancer, and then the larger one is when it's in the Tropic of Capricorn, because it's a larger circle. And so even fun fact, even on Wikipedia, when they show like the analema, they show the globe Earth model. It's hilarious, and then they superimpose a freaking analema, like just the figure 8 in the middle of this globe blue marble, and they're like, yep, you know, and I'm like, oh my god, like you can't even. How many millions of dollars a day do they make to do this garbage? Like, it's so funny.
I know. And this is what I find so suspect about it. Okay. The biggest thing I find so suspect is that there's such a push to not want people to look at this, to see it, to understand it, to hear about it, anything. It seems to be extremely dangerous. And I think it's a case to me. It's like methinks the lady doth protest too much. You know, like the girl that wears the really low cut shirt and then goes around like, don't look at my boobs. And it's like, I'm sorry, ma'am, they were right in my face, you know.
What were you saying?
Yeah, right. Right. It's like,
I was too distracted looking at your breasts. Sorry.
don't look over there. You know, it's like, how dare.
I have been on a catamaran. I've been on a catamaran in Egypt off the Nile. And yeah, that was fun. And when I was exploring Egypt for almost a month during my HLTA when I was on deployment in Afghanistan, that was the 2009-2010 period. And we got lost people on that tour that I loved. Again, even with people that I've carried like the medal and the beret, like in the Chinook and stuff like that before the body gets transported to Camp Mirage, and then from Camp Mirage to back to Canada, as people know, if you've deployed or lost people on deployments. But catamarans, I would like to learn. I lived on a peninsula, and I have a cabin in Gaspé, and so like I do know people that are fishermen, and my stepfather, he was a fisherman, you know, and now he does like he was a fisherman and a long haul truck driver. He still does the truck driving, doesn't do the fishing anymore. And my stepbrother was a fisherman for like several years, I think like 7 or 9 years or something like that. But he got too much seasickness and stuff like that. Yeah, I want to go on boats on the East Coast. On the East Coast of Gaspé, because I want to see if like any of these freaking boats, if we can like get to like travel through and like just like try to get through to like the North Pole, like from that area. And you need a bigger boat, you know, and like one that wasn't metallic, just in case like that Mount Meru is in fact a magnetic mountain in the middle or in the center, in the middle of the North Pole, directly underneath of Polaris. Because if that's the case, there's been accounts of like ships being pulled in where it's because they weren't wooden, right? So like they were magnetic and stuff like that. So even with the building materials and the nails and stuff like that within these wooden structures, they were also wood. And that's why in advanced civilizations as well, you look at the ship work and they were not only larger, so that also like there was like bigger trees in order to like have like those huge ships, you know, like the sides and stuff like that, the paneling or whatever like that, like the building materials used. It's like, you know, you needed large wood, and how like they can put together homes and stuff like that by using different shapes and stuff like that. Of like I'm bad at this stuff. Again, I'm so useless at this stuff, and but yeah, like there's people that put together homes and stuff like that, like just using wood and putting them together and making the connections and stuff like that and anchoring. Yeah, he said boobies. So like I made a joke and about it because he's just like, you know, when women wear like those low like tops and stuff like that and show their boobs, He's like, yeah, you try not to look or whatever. And so I made a joke. I'm just like, what were you talking about? I was too busy looking at the boobs. Because like even women, like again, I'm not a lesbian, but like when women wear like really low, like low cut stuff, and again, I dress up as well, and sometimes that means dressing a little bit down, and but I mean, I obviously know that it's going to elicit attention, so it's like I'm not oblivious to it, right? So like there's no false, like I'm not dumb. Like I know that when I wear a mini skirt, like I'm putting myself out there to be viewed by people that are like
Dare you to the point of censorship. I mean, have you ever noticed that nobody's censoring Hollow Earth? Nobody's censoring Donut Earth. Why?
Of course not. No one's censoring Globe Earth, not a real Professor Dave. Like no one's censoring that bullshit. Sorry for swearing again. Oh my God.
Yeah, that guy's a joke, man. Dave,
He has no, but I was gonna say he has some good like his stuff on trigonometry, but I just wanted to share, sorry, like I know I'm going on a tangent, but just because I was mentioning it, but about like NASA data and Army publications, but even here, so, this is Army Research Laboratory. People can verify this for themselves from February 2001. Propagation of electromagnetic fields over, flat Earth. Seems pretty official, right? Check it out yourself, guys. Like ARL-TR 2352.
Oh, wait a second. I don't have that up on the screen. You got to warn me. I was getting another thing out here. I didn't know you had that. You weren't. Nobody was saying nothing, Don. Go ahead. Start again.
Oh, sorry. Because this is our first time doing a live in like a so propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat Earth. Joseph R. Melita. I've done videos with countless publications.
Army Research Laboratory. Who's now? Is that an American outfit?
So even with this, like I shared this, and on that Sean Hawkins troll page that was live streaming our live stream, he was like making fun of me for sharing this, and so I would like to know what his. I'm not going to watch his video. I'm not going to give him the views or the analytics, but I'd be interested into like how he can like so easily dismiss this.
Fit, or is that Canadian? Or
from Joseph R. Melita, ARL-TR 2352. So we can go through here. You can see who wrote it. Verify this. The whole abstract to get your let's see down here. What is it? The PADI license or something like that to get your scuba diving. I know scuba divers too, like close friends of mine. I've done snorkeling, like I've off the coast of Dahab. I've done snorkeling all over the world, and the scuba diving. I just I don't know. It's just a little bit of a, I guess, intimidation of like just being so deep under and just being confined and just feeling like I don't know if anything would happen to like the scuba gear equipment. You know what I mean? Just not being able to, possibly like. Get out of like sketchy situations and stuff like that. I don't know. And again, I'm an infantry, like I'm a retired infantry officer and stuff like that. So like things on the ground, on terra firma, like I'm much better with. I'm comfortable, like even again, like walking over, like we're in areas where like I know people have blown up, like not to be graphic, you know what I mean? And so like being aware that on patrols and stuff like that, I could possibly also strike an IED. Or hit a daisy chain, or like get ambushed, or like anyway, all of that stuff. And I've put myself out there in these situations, and in environments where even within my own community, like there's more risk to me by being a female, by being, like not entirely ugly, but and so like the threats with that as well. I don't know where I was going with this, but but even jumping out of planes, I've done it. I've been in helicopters. I've been like out of helicopters, like looking down the freaking ground. I've rappelled out of helicopters. I've jumped out of planes. I've been in Chinooks, like even again, like going over like volatile airspace where you don't know if you're gonna if there's gonna be a rocket that hits your friggin' aircraft as you're like landing or taking off and stuff like that. Real risks. And but even with flights, and I've taken a lot of flights, like I get sketched out in flights. I do, because I'm like, oh, if anything happens to this goddamn flight, and there's like nothing I can do about it. It's like the control thing I have. I don't know, but I would do it. I'd have to do like I'd have to ease into it a little bit, I guess. So you can get distribution.
Yeah, these are great
Okay.
documents. I included this one on one of my videos, government documents that state flat Earth.
I'll just copy into another one in here, into this shared screen, just so I don't have to keep on stopping.
Right.
And then there's some as well where they're archived, or they're just to try to remove it from being seen. And this is NASA, a mathematical model of the CH-53 helicopter. Oh, it's been unclassified, declassified. So this is authorized for me to be releasing, or I would not.
So it was classified.
It's declassified.
Okay. So this was secret knowledge.
I have no idea, but it's so I do want to clarify that, because secret knowledge, because there's classified, there's and then there's secret, there's top secret clearances and stuff like that. There's so many different things that you can talk about, like, and then there's like different like categories of like protected B, protected C, protected D, etc. And so things that were declassified were once classified. Things that are unclassified might not necessarily have been classified at one point. So I wasn't as good as explaining it there, but I'm going to explain it more now. It says it's been declassified, unclassified. So I always look at that to make sure before I release anything.
Oh yeah.
Just to make sure that I'm not. So it says right here, like a flat, non-rotating Earth, right?
Amazing.
So, and this looks pretty friggin', technical, Sean, right? Like, how's your friggin' new toy handling friggin' debate for the first time, buddy? You're just making fun of me. All he was doing.
Won't do it. You won't
called it.
Come on here.
And I could do countless others as well, but like I've done videos literally with like dozens of literal official publications.
Last time I checked, there was about 30 plus documents.
Oh, easily, yeah.
And that's
didn't
what's
sound rude
been
there either. Like I was exactly agreeing with him. Yeah.
I would love to ask you both a question when you get a moment.
All right, just 1 second. I just want to show this one last thing that
amazing.
Showing that none of this has ever changed. None of this has ever changed. And Don's 100%. And Taking Back Eden, I see your thing you got backstage. I'll bring that up. This is really cool. Okay. So this thing here, you can take this wheel and you set it for the date. Right?
Is that an astrolabe?
Yes.
I have an astrolabe too.
And then what you do is then you look through the North Star with this. And what's the name of that star in the Dipper, Kochab?
Yeah. Well, you've got Polaris.
This is Polaris goes into this little hole right here at the top.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then this little arm right here, you move that to the other star, and it will indicate the time. And it too is in a 24-hour time format.
Of course.
Yep. This is really, yeah. I mean, and this is technology 100 years. Now, I haven't gotten into this thing on the back that it has, but it's supposed to be a tide calculator on the back. So I don't know how that works yet. I have to get into it. And I have
Sorry. What? Oh, sorry. So I was just going to say, from my research, children were able to build astrolabes at one point in our history.
Oh, shit.
You know, today children have no clue what it is.
Computer.
Yeah, you're not going to be allowed to. You're not going to be allowed to tell children that, man. You're not going to be able to allowed to, because it's going to hurt their fifis, and they're going to make a law so that it's against the law for you to hurt the children's fifis by telling them that kids in the old days used to make astrolabes and they can't make Legos. So,
imagine. So you know what? Something came to me one day in the Bible. I was studying in my bedroom, and a similarity between our most precious eye and the flat Earth biblical model. I'd love to just show that really quickly with you guys, with you both. So I've been asking people, how much would you sell both your eyes right now? And generally, most people, they wouldn't take a dollar amount. I can ask them 10,000, 50,000, 100. I've even went 100 billion, and people are like, no, I will not sell my eyes for $100 billion. And then I show them this. So if you look closely at our human eye, which people will not sell, the sclera, or the white part of our eye, represents the ice wall. And if you were to actually dissect our eye, the iris is actually a flat ring-shaped membrane, and it comes in primarily 3 colors: green for grass, brown for earth, blue for water. And then the black, in my opinion, is the pupil, which is you and I, at the center of God's creation, just like the black magnetic mountain in the center of the plane. And then we've got the cornea, which is the firmament, the tears, salty, like the ocean. And we've got two eyes, so they may represent the sun and the moon going around the nose, which is the North Pole magnetic mountain in the center of the Earth. And interestingly enough, there's a crystal called magnetite behind the human nose, supposedly. And most animals, some animals like birds have that as well, helps them find their direction.
Mhm.
So yeah, I just wanted to share this with you guys because I see a lot of similarities here with arguably our most precious sense, and the
And
biblical
perception is
flat Earth.
reality.
Yeah, right. And it could be right on our eye and our face.
There's a lot of power in the eye. I mean, think about this, man. You've been in a crowd of people and you feel some motherfucker staring at you from behind. How do you feel somebody staring at you or know somebody keeps watching you? How do you know that? It's because you can feel that intent. You can feel that intent. We have a lot more power. We have a lot more power than than you know.
Oh,
We
yeah.
really do.
We can I think when we vibrate at higher levels of consciousness, I believe that our energetic fields or our auras can be increased and magnetized,
Mhm.
and can impact more people in a more healing way. And
Oh yeah, well stated, Don. Actually, this is a part in my book. There was a gentleman. His name was Desmond Dawes. He was a Seventh-day Adventist, and he actually, during World War II, because of the propaganda, he decided to sign up for the war, and but he went in as a medic, right? So
Nice.
because what happened was when he was wrestling with his brother as a child, he actually used a rock and hit him in the head, and he almost died. So he ran in the house, prayed to God, said, "God, save my brother, please." God saved his brother, so he swore never to pick up a weapon. He joined the army at World War II, and he was sent into one of the most violent and dangerous places during World War II at that time, which is called Hacksaw Ridge. And he literally saved 77 people without a weapon. And I really think, Don, what you mentioned, his heart, the aura, was able to protect him. Like, so any bullets coming his way might have been misdirected.
He was Dawes was just from down south of where I live at right now. He was down near Lynchburg.
Wow. So yeah, you're familiar with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
They
he
did a
literally
movie. They did a movie about him.
Oh,
called
epic
Hacksaw Ridge.
movie. Yeah, Don, have
Yeah.
you seen it? Hacksaw
Yeah.
Ridge?
No.
No, if
Of
you ever
course,
get a moment, I think
my
you'll enjoy it.
family.
I mean, it doesn't sound pleasant, right? Like it doesn't like it sounds pretty dangerous, right? It doesn't.
Oh, it
Yeah.
was. I mean, this guy was a non-combatant. Listen, my Uncle Bill, I grew up when I was little, we were Seventh-day Adventists. Most of my family were Seventh-day Adventists.
Wow.
And my great Uncle Bill, he was drafted and he went in as a non-combatant. He did not carry a weapon at all. And he won a Silver Star for saving guys on the beach at Anzio.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So I think our aura can affect and protect us in a sense.
Oh, it's definitely infectious, man. This is why moods are infectious. They really are. I've put this absolutely to the test. I've put this to the test where I've influenced other people just merely without saying a word. Just by concentrating my energy on love, just on agape love, just all encompassing love. And you would be surprised what happens, man. Animals will respond to it, man. Animals will come up and want to be around you and shit.
They say that, man. They say it.
I did want not to backtrack because you were talking about Polaris, and just because of what's going on in internationally, it's topical. I just wanted to share also just an image regarding Polaris and the Big Dipper, and just the shape that it makes within the sky when you map it out through the seasons. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
And so you have the North Star Polaris, and then you have the Big Dipper, and then through like the summer, spring, winter, and fall, like the Big Dipper forms this, right? And it can also look like a 7 as well. Maybe this is like a better example of it. Depending on how you angle it, right? And so like this is a sign that's been perverted and been used to represent something that it didn't necessarily represent before. And even in other countries, this is still a symbol of love and anyways, not what we represent it as.
It's true.
You
I've
know-
seen a temple here in my city that has that symbol on the top of their temple.
It's just a
The,
misinterpretation of astrotheosophy yet again.
Mhm.
Well, there again, the where the misinterpretation of that came from, actually, because as it was used at the time was as a symbol of prosperity.
Yes.
The
That's true.
writers of his story, in other words, the victors of the cause, were the ones that wrote in the history, okay, and demonized that symbol, okay. That's where the reality of that comes from. And hey, who's to say it didn't really work? Because if take all the horror story bullshit out of it, if you look what happened to that little country in a short period of time, they went from a depression worse than we've ever witnessed, all the way to being one of the world's leading developers in science and aerodynamics and
people's
philosophy,
rights.
art, all kinds of shit. I mean, they were super duper. They had a burgeoning economy. Shit was really rolling in good, man. He promised to make Germany great again. Just saying. I mean, the whole rhetoric of, if you really look at the rhetoric outside of, the blame of the woes, a lot of the same rhetoric is the same about claiming back our culture as a people, claiming our pride in our nation and our pride in our people and that kind of shit. That's what he's
nationalism.
He's wanting to push, right?
I don't necessarily agree that Adolf Hitler was a nationalist. I believe that he was possibly like an internationalist, and when he started pushing. So, like the things that he was pushing beyond like his territorial national boundaries, that's kind of when he and sorry, just to backtrack on that as well, like when you look at the geopolitical environment during World War I and World War II, first of all, Adolf Hitler, he was a socialist, and he became leader of a minority party under a socialist party, and then he aligned with the Popular Party, and so every other country in Europe at that time was socialist, communist, and the largest crimes against humanity, unfortunately, were committed in places like Poland. And people believe that Auschwitz is Germany. It's not. It's in Poland, and so this is all stuff that people don't want to hear. That again, like the most atrocities were committed in socialist, communist countries, and Germany was the only one that was considered to be far right or extreme. All right, look what again with this narrative of the far right Trump stuff. They're using the MAGA hats to represent like what the swastika represented for like the symbol being used, and it's eliciting emotional responses in everyone, whether you're on the left or the right or whatever. And so he also.
I mean, there's people act like when you saw the Beatles show up at the freaking airport and these girls are just freaking out. People are just lose their mind when Trump shows up. This guy, you got to hand it. The guy has a hell of a PR team. He's a great salesman. He's a great salesman. I know sales, and I've listened to this guy talk. He's doing a sales pitch the whole time, baby.
He's an opportunist.
Yes.
And a lobbyist.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's what the real function of it is everybody going, all we have to do is change that guy who has absolutely zero power other than War Powers Act and making illegal executive orders. Outside of that, the president doesn't really have any power. Okay. You want to control what's going on? Pay attention to who's in your House of Representatives. I mean, if you're into the whole thing, those are the people that are taking where your money goes. That's everything that has to do with your economy, with your wallet, starts and ends in that house, man. That's where you got to really start putting your focus if you're going to play this game. But you also have to understand the Constitution be damned. They don't care about it because they're not operating under it. They're a corporation. They're working under the Uniform Commercial Code. They're not there for you. Every one of those fuckers is not there to represent you. They're there to take more and more of your shit. That's what they're there for.
That's kind of how it is now. And so even with Trump too, he's counterintelligence, and people don't understand that, right? And so even in the Soviet era, like pre-91, before the collapse, they called it Operation Trust. And so that was another, counterintelligence operation, again, decades ago, where it made people believe that there were people that were working within government, that were working covertly, but for them, had their side, had their back. They're working for you, you know what I mean? And they're going to be the ones that like takes down the friggin' dictatorship and all this stuff. And like, no, like it was literally just to like make people like divided and not respond, right? And so like and so this is what this QAnon thing is, and I've been saying this for years as well.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry, good guys in government are going to come save you from government. I'm like, oh, okay.
And then you see photos and videos of Trump like with the counterintelligence teams with the friggin', and I'm just like, you can't, like, are you not seeing this? Like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's all a big show. Every last little bit of it is, and it keeps the masses distracted. It really does, while the real play comes into effect.
January 6th too, like he was out, like and I do think that he was like inciting violence, and so I covered so much of that too, like more than anyone. Like I covered January 6th from so many different angles, and he was there, and he was like again with like Ray Epps types, and again like a lot of feds, a lot of crisis actors, and controlled opposition and plants and stuff like that, and he fully exploited that, and so even with that, I'm just like that he doesn't like that's not a leader. And people watching this love Trump. I'm so sorry, but like they get so crazy sometimes.
Here's what I think, man. I think Trump was in on his own defeat.
Of course, and this stuff going on too. This is intentional. Like this is all a mockery. It's a circus. Like everyone loves the trial. This whole Trump trial bullshit. This is not like it's all staged. Like the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. Like that was a mockery too of the courts. It was all for the circus for the clowns.
Bread and circus. Keep them entertained with bread and circus, and they'll never revolt. Yeah. And here they are, and also how beautiful bread and circus that gives the people hope that some knight in shining armor is going to come in and save them from the evil Biden crime family. And come the fuck on, man. This is just like right in. It's like WWF, a soap opera. It's no freaking different. I mean, the shit that these people do, only ever anybody get away with it in the movies. And that's exactly what you're watching. I mean, let's face it, man. If one of the people, some of the shit this Hunter Biden dude, I don't give a shit who you are. If you got caught, look at John DeLorean, man. He didn't do nearly as bad a shit as Hunter Biden. They snapped his ass right up, and he was a rich ass motherfucker. He was in the club, right? Not this guy, right? Why? Because it's just scripted reality TV. That's all you're watching, man.
And people think that Ted Cruz and Dan Crenshaw and these guys, you know what I mean, are on their side. And I'm like, guys, they've been charged with like so many like financial crimes and stuff like that. Yeah, Crenshaw alone, like what, $200,000 fine like a few years ago for, I don't remember what it was, embezzlement or like, anyway, it was something. And come on.
Trading or something.
Yeah.
Listen, these people are dirtier than shit, every last one of them. The first thing you got to realize, man, these people are not you. Okay. They go to different schools. Yeah. They're not you. They're different people, and they're trained to act like they're one of the people so that you'll buy their bullshit. That's all it is, man. They come out and they pose like they're you. They'll try anything in the book. What was it? Even Hillary, she was on a predominantly black radio station, right? And she had to make it a point that she carried hot sauce in her purse.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, this was a few years back, but I mean, there's nothing beneath these people that they'll throw out there. I mean, that shit where they were wearing the African crap and they kneeling down in the fucking Capitol and shit. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Well, since I know what they are doing with in regarding Haiti and other areas, like that kind of disgusts me as well.
Yeah. And they're all, listen, man, that stuff I got censored right out the gate. Shit. When that stuff first broke, okay, so I know quite a bit about MK Ultra program and the Monarch programs and how trauma-based mind control works. It's kind of a hobby of mine. I've been really interested in.
So the psychologist that came from like Nazi Europe, right? Not Germany, Nazi Europe, also like we're part of like the science teams and stuff like that, part of NASA, like not just Werner von Braun, but even the psychologists working with the MK Ultra and also working with mass murderers.
Yeah. Well, they
Isn't
were
that
doing
all
a
these
lot of
connections?
it. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. They were doing a bunch of this shit in
That's right.
Montreal because
Yeah.
because of the way the Canadian health laws were worked. They could get away with using people that were already in there for this research, and they were like dosing the fuck out of these people with acid, man. I mean, like dosing them.
Not just
These
Montreal
people-
either, but yeah.
Yeah,
I
even
mean-
even across the medical field, they've even taken orphans and used orphans for
Mhm.
trials. Can you believe that? They're
Well, in
taking the
World War
most
II
vulnerable children and just
Well, God,
it's
look at this
unbelievable.
orphan situation in the 1800s and early 1900s. That's some craziness. They had these purity laws, like in England, that made it so that if a woman had a child out of wedlock, she was like excluded from any kind of society, relegated to some kind of a slum workhouse. Even up to and including they had laws where they'd come and just take their children because they weren't legitimate. And they had these huge orphanages all over the place. And consequently, they were putting them in workhouses and wow. And then shipping them all over the place. And who knows? I think that have you seen any of that
was a
stuff where they
business.
show the old
It was a literal
photographs?
business.
Yes.
They did it.
You're breaking up on me.
Kids, right? And a lot of people think that this is like fake news and stuff like that, but yeah, this was all like orphanages and stuff like that. This was a way of like they were selling for profit. Like this is insane, but it's true.
Medical experiments, all kinds of crazy shit. And it's like, oh well, you're just relegated to the life of a possible lab rat or a pet even. But the thing is that I'm looking at too is that I've seen these old photographs of like, here's a huge picture, of San Francisco. And you can tell by the shadows that it's taken about midday. And here's all these buildings and everything else. Not a single freaking person in the street, man. No horses, nothing. Where are all the people? And then you start getting these orphans going in and shit. And it's like, did they just find these cities, clean them up, and just repopulate them?
Cataclysmic events that wipe these areas out, and possibly having to like re-inhabit these areas after these events.
That's what I think happened. People come in and they claim that the certain buildings, and they're like, "Oh yeah, my family built this."
Refounded,
we found this building,
reestablished.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. You mean that they found some free masonry and then claimed it as their own and repurposed it? Hey, well, make this be the post office. Yeah, that's it. That's a ticket.
Yeah, and you're talking about the education systems too. So when certain groups not re-inhabited, because there were peoples that were living here. And but when people came here, when we started developing these educational institutions and these banking institutions and these federal institutions. Again, these were also like here already. They just like reoccupied this infrastructure and just repurposed, so to speak. And so even within that, they also had political parties that were developed around the same time, and then also media. And it was just two parties and then two media outlets, right? So for Canada, for example, it was conservative and conservative party and the Liberal Party, blue and red. And
blue and red.
And the media it was Global and CBC, and that was a way to control the society and stuff like that, and make us think that we have choice and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But again, left and right, part of the same bird, and then they were all parroting like the same propaganda psyops that people from other countries were relaying to them to control the masses.
Yeah, well stated. I take it you're both familiar with the company Vanguard by now, then.
Yes, and Blackrock and Lockheed Martin,
right?
And JP Morgan. And
these guys own major shares to practically every company that affects our lives. So
Blackrock,
from news to social media to technology, weapons, everything. So the boardroom is controlled. And
for anyone that's been following me for a little while, like that was probably like a funny comment, right? Like about Vanguard. Like I've been talking about Vanguard for years, before Flat Earth, and I guess you start with like the with the easier conspiracies before you get to the bigger ones, you know, like that's where I did. I started with the smaller things before I got to the big things. But I don't even necessarily know that I would have even talked about flat earth out loud, to be honest with you, if I didn't see the writing on the wall and just see how, you know, my assessments based on the geopolitics throughout various different periods or eras, like how we're kind of like parroting like the same or mirroring the same kind of like trends and tendencies, and you know, and the same false flags are being utilized and stuff like that, and same policies and measures that are implemented shortly thereafter. A false flag that just so happens to make it where there's more freedoms removed from society and more power given to dictator types within government, right? So like government beneficial, people within government that are criminals, not beneficial. In fact, really, really, really not good at all for us. And so that's why I call certain people out. You know, I am definitely someone that is patriotic. You know, whatever you want to call it. Like I am more of a nationalist, and I don't care to say it. And it's unfortunate that people see that as offensive. And I have the Canadian flag on my friggin' log cabin right in front of the friggin' porch. So anyone that delivers, like, you know what I mean? Anything to me, they're going to see that fucking flag. Sorry for swearing. Or anyone that visits, and I'm proud of it. Okay. And the fact that people see that as something that's racist, so unbelievably ignorant, so mind-blowingly ignorant, and because, like, again, with all these, like, again, I've even said, I keep on saying again, but there's so many different skin colors throughout Canada that have been here since the dawn of time, since the literal dawn of time. Light in motion, electromagnetic reality, holographic reality, whatever you want to call it, being projected on a flat plane of inertia via electricity and magnetism. But I don't even know where I was going with that. I'll let them talk. I go on these rants.
So is the narrative. So
this is gonna be a long video.
A lot of people
out there.
don't realize what's going on and who's behind a lot of these companies, and the fact that they're all working together.
Yeah, agreed. For years.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, look, it's even evident. Like, people go to the grocery store and they're under this illusion they have all these choices. But if you had everything in the supermarket labeled by their parent company, you'd see you only have like about 4 or 5 choices of anything. It's all those companies. That's it. If that many. I'm being liberal with it too. I mean, ultimately, and there again, who's Pepsi? Who's their biggest rival?
Oh, and with Coca-Cola, it's part of the same company.
Yeah, Vanguard is a lion's share of both companies. So, you know, I mean, every bit.
And they own like 23andMe, Ancestry.com. That's like a little terrifying as well. 23 chromosomes or pairs of chromosomes. I'll correct myself.
Bit of it. Everything is owned by
and then they pit the one against the other. You know what I mean? Then you have Coke people and you have Pepsi people, and it's like a whole thing. You know, it's just it's such a psyops, right? It's just a way.
If I'm not mistaken, is it not the colors red and blue with the Pepsi and the Coke? Yeah. I mean, but think about it.
Tylenol and Advil.
Republicans and the Democrats, the red and the blue. It's this contrasting thing, and I want to point out that red and blue contrast each other and confuse the mind. They really do. That's you can take a little tiny blue see-through plastic dots and put them right in front of the bulb on your brake light, and it'll make your brake lights look really freaky to the back people behind you. It will. It'll look all 3D and shit.
You're right.
That's why
there must be yeah, and thank you. And that must be a reason why they use it in the police lights, the blue and red.
It is.
Yeah, that's what
It absolutely is. It fucking confuses the mind. All right. If you even watch the start of any of your news programs, and I'm pretty sure most of the people don't anymore here, but if you do and you've paid attention, they have this thing at the beginning. It starts out there a lot of times be a globe, right?
Of course.
Or circles that are spinning concentrically, and then they zoom in on it and it's rotating, and it'll come up and it's like a countdown. It's like 5, 4, 3, 2, whoa, and then this white flash, and that thing goes down into the corner and it continues to spin. And the girl comes out and goes, "Look at my breasts while I lie to you." And the guys are going, "Yeah, me believe, pretty girl." That subconscious kicked in already. They've got you in the hypnotic spell. That's where it's at. and it's all red and blue. Their whole scenery is red and blue, contrasting colors with little flashes of white going choo over here, choo. So then they're going to give you ADD artificially by having about 4 or 5 different things going on the screen. In addition to their little spinning thing, they've got a scroll telling you the stock prices, and another one telling you breaking news that's happening here, and Kim Jong-un shit his pants on the border, and everything else going by down here. And oh, look up here is a live camera of a high-speed chase in LA, and they're talking about a puppy for, you know, it's like, holy shit. It's just confuse the mind continuously.
Absolutely.
And that's what it's designed to do. And that's why I think you find a lot of people are getting like this ADHD mentality where they can't fucking stay focused on anything.
And I also think possibly too, inoculations are not helping with people's health. The diet, the lifestyle, this veganism stuff, right? Like that, like the improper micronutrients is also, and then even within the air, right? With like not only the silver oxide and the silver iodide and the aluminum oxide and the barium and the graphene oxide and the nanoparticles and the fiberglass particles and stuff like that. These are literally being dispersed throughout the air, and amongst other things. But I wanted to just share a screen because I'm just genuinely curious about what he's saying. Again, I don't agree with everything that he says, King Bao, but there are a lot of things that I do agree with. And he's a flat earther. So again, I'm not intentionally every single day trying to like cancel him because there's a couple of things I don't agree with that he says, right? I'm not like disliking every single one of his videos. I'm not commenting 10,000 times on like one video just to get him canceled. You know what I mean? Because he's also bringing good to the world.
Hear from you and
learn the lesson.
Take your temperature and see how you're feeling, see how you're doing. Like, what's going through your mind?
James, I mean, how did you even get invited there?
Is James O'Keefe controlled opposition? Let the James O'Keefe challenge begin.
Justin Leslie was on, who was a Pfizer, what was he called? A scientist who was directly dealing with the vials. And, he went undercover. He gave all kinds of stuff to James O'Keefe and Project Veritas. And Project Veritas and James O'Keefe decided that they wanted to spike the story and not, in October of 2021, not tell people that the vice president of Pfizer actually admitted, hey, this is a bioweapon.
So yeah, Justin, what do you got to tell the people?
Thank you guys so much for the support. First off, to help me like get this story to the people, get it to the masses. I literally had to like made a promise to God to like get my whistleblower story back, because I like fucked up. I made a mistake. I was too trustworthy of James and the Project Veritas team to do the right thing.
Hey, somebody just said, Mr. M. Do just asked, just to be clear, James is a controlled opposition.
No shit.
So Justin, can you just let everybody know from your side of the story?
We didn't know that.
What actually?
Am I naive? Can someone like does anyone not know or think that James O'Keefe is controlled opposition? Sean Hibler, he might be as well. Eddie Bravo might be as well. Like Joe Rogan definitely is. And it might be because he might not want to be, but he is. And he might have done again something in his history. Right? He had like a lavish lifestyle in his younger years. And so there's absolutely likely stuff that he doesn't want to get out. But again, then just like quit. Don't push the bullshit, right? Like you're literally destroying humanity. But Alex Jones too. And he shares good content, right? So I'm not trying to cancel this guy. I've shared a lot of his friggin' stuff that like too. Well, not a lot, but no, I would say a lot, yeah. Because like again, and there's stuff that he says that's crazy, and I don't share that stuff, or I condemn it, or I. But Sean Hibler, like I've said, like like some of the people that you're working with, like I would just be, and again, he already knows this stuff too. Sean Hibler, he, again, he's a very smart man. Controlled opposition or not, I don't assume that everyone is. I go based on my own like assessments and analysis. And again, I'm not perfect, so I could be wrong on a lot of people as well. But there are people in the industry that I do believe are not knowingly controlled opposition. I do believe that there's journalists and there's people that are working in the mainstream media that are trying to do the right thing and expose the truth. And I consider James O'Keefe to be mainstream media. I consider Ben Shapiro to be mainstream media. I consider redacted news to be mainstream media. I consider Rebel News for Canada to be mainstream media because they're state funded. So that's just where I go with that. So Sean Hibbeler, is he not? Is he being duped by people, you know, that are controlled ops and paid to kind of like you know, lead him on, I don't know, distracting paths? I don't know, because he's still sharing good content, and he seems to be closer to the truth than most of them. And so I'm not going to necessarily you know, stop looking at Sean's stuff. And we're supposed to chat on a like, and so I have to reach out to him because he was busy, and so reach out at the end of the month to line up a time for us to talk. And so I'm going to follow up with him probably tomorrow or the next day. I have a lot to do tomorrow. I have to find house insurance. Oh my God. Insurance that I've had for over like 20 years of my life. And because I have a fireplace that is what is going to be wet certified this week. Again, it was just a piece of paper that I had to pay for. And again, because of like financial stuff, like I didn't know it was that big of an issue. And again, even before my insurance is up, like I will have this certification. And so it's not even about that. Like people are literally just declining people house insurance because it's punishment. It's people in cities that are part of insurance companies that are seeing people that have a fireplace in Canada, and they're from they're from like other countries even. So even Nevada, like you don't need a fireplace in Nevada. So people that are denying me insurance because I have a fireplace in Canada, like you should be up on charges, right? Like you are literally trying to like force me out of a home because of a fireplace when it's a secondary energy source, a backup fuel source and heating source, because I live in a cold environment for especially 8 months out of the year, and I need it for survival. Like if the power grid goes down, and it does often, and it's not people in rural areas or farm areas that are getting tended to first. It's the city slickers and the people in suburbs where all the linesmen and the electricians likely driving in from rural areas are going in to save your asses, like the people in the cities that are complaining about us and stuff like that. And responding to you first because there's more of you in a more congregated area, right? And so that's why people like me, we have backup generators that we have to like plug into our friggin' homes. Okay, if there are outages, it's because in the winter, if we don't have heat, we can die. And a woman or someone that's elderly or a child, we will die quicker than a man in extreme conditions, whether it be extreme heat or extreme cold. And so a lot of men also that are denying insurance to women because they have fireplaces in Canada. You are you know, crazy. Like, yeah, you are insane. And electricity causes more pollution. And so these friggin' dews, these lasers, and these arson with these extremist climate activists, like you're causing more pollution. Your avocado toast, more pollution than my fucking 2 eggs I had this morning for breakfast. Organic eggs from my sister's chickens, who she spoils. Like they have like all like these ramps and stuff like that. Like this, like they have like multiple tiered platforms and like toys and stuff like that, and like areas to hang out in multiple different areas. Like it's heated and lighted in certain areas, and they have the best friggin' food, healthy food and treats. And anyway, not from chickens that are plugged into friggin' like little cage like areas and like just like never move their entire 3 week. Oh, that stuff is so disgusting. Anyway,
actually took place, because you were a Project Veritas whistleblower. You worked for when James was there. Obviously, he's left since. So for the people that don't know why we're saying,
no, I don't think it was just because like Hibbeler was mentioned, but like so I didn't know what it was about because I was talking about controlled opposition, and so I was just saying I don't know if he is or not. And he doesn't come across as controlled opposition to me. And again, I could be wrong, but I do think that James O'Keefe, whether he knows it or not, he's controlled opposition. But I think he knows it. I think all of these like media things that he does, like it's ridiculous, right? Like he does like these alleged costumes where, you know, like he puts on a wig and he thinks that people can't like recognize him, or he puts on glasses and people won't recognize him. Like so it's fairly obvious to people in the industry that, like, you know, there's better ways, right? There's people that can do full out makeup wizardry where someone that's 20 years old can look 80 years old, and even with prosthetics and other things that could be used. And wigs, but even with the balding, it's like, anyway, he's not doing a good enough job. So like, I'm like, you must be controlled opposition.
James should respond to us and why we held the fucking Twitter Spaces today. Speaking of the Twitter Spaces,
Yeah,
this is
me
what
too.
it looks like.
I'm curious.
Everybody should go take a look at this Twitter Space that Stu Peters held. Follow us all on Twitter. Justin was there telling his story. Can you kind of catch people up as to what we're talking about?
Based off of all circumstances that are presented, like giving all my trust over to him as a Pfizer whistleblower, feeling that the whole team would do the right thing, and then like Stu is saying, literally, like they gave me the equipment and then strung me along for 3 months, and then like pulled the story out from under me, and it's just this crazy story. Like to go through all of that and then be forced to stomach it for the rest of your life as somebody who was working directly on the thing. Like, how do you expect me to stomach this for the rest of my life? So, but they told me like, yeah, we can't tell your story after you went through all of this. And I just like was completely heartbroken. I drove, home from this dinner and like was in tears. And it was just like the worst thing because I had like evidence for crimes against humanity. I guess, I don't know. I didn't fit James's narrative. And they didn't want to blow up the whole entire vaccine agenda. They just wanted, to string me along and keep me shut up. So they offered me a job. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you're gonna offer me a job versus let genocide happen when you are Mr. Be Brave, do something. He's literally like, he calls himself the king of investigative journalism, and he gets all these people to trust him. And
okay, so what makes these people not mass murderers is what I'm saying. I'm so tired of semantics.
Well, Stu, I mean, absolutely, it's insane. Like, I mean, come on, this is literal like spiritual law of do no harm. Like, I got the directed evolution story. James.
Wait. For all those that don't what you're talking about, you're saying that you are the reason for Project Veritas. That's before O'Keefe.
I got
Media
their
Group.
biggest story ever.
You got their biggest story ever, Mr. fucking Directed
Yes.
Evolution. Whoa. And Justin, for a fact, has said that he was told by James that he went to Bohemian Grove.
It's
right?
Yeah, it's the first thing you'll see in the doc.
Okay.
He literally says it. Like, yeah, I went to this Bohemian club.
Wow.
So he admits it, and he also says his supporters are there. He's like, people that have supported us for years were there. And
okay, so hold on a second. Like, does anybody really need to know anything more?
Nope, I don't think so.
The guy took a story that could have saved millions, hundreds of millions of lives, and then suppressed it, refused to release it. The guy went to the Bohemian Grove and won't talk about it.
Only the people that he's close with.
What are we even really fucking talking about here?
I'm going to put that up right now so everybody can see it. Go to Stu Peters Network here on Rumble. This is the Rumble. Go here and then go here. They just dropped it right there. It's got James O'Keefe's face on it right there. Let's go.
I don't know if I mentioned this to you guys, but Stu, another really interesting thing is they spent $2 million in donor funds on my whistleblower investigation. I heard from an anonymous source.
Wow.
$2 million. Oh, God. Dude, they spent $2 million on my investigation. I heard from an anonymous source at PV that they said it was either around $2 million or $2 million that they spent on my whistleblower investigation. And then they canned the investigation. $2 million in donor funds. So if you spent all that money, donating to PV and JOK, it all went to waste on that investigation.
And here is Project Whistleblower by our guest, Justin Leslie, which you can find on the Stu Peters Network. Just dropped tonight.
I went to this Bohemian club and it's upset people. So I just wanted to hear from you and kind of take your temperature and see how you're feeling, see how you're doing. Like, what's going through your mind?
James, I mean, how did you even get invited there? And like, it's the most powerful secret society in the world.
Whoa, that's fucking insane. Let the James O'Keefe challenge begin.
I think it's really dangerous to start calling people CEO, which means controlled opposition, because of their associations. FE, Flat Earth, is never going to get to the masses without being seen by bigger audiences, i.e. Alex Jones. Totally agree. 1,000 1,000,000,000,000%, which is why I've also reached out to Alex Jones and his team before. And I know people that I've also communicated with on Signal, on message, on private message, on over Twitter and stuff like that. And back and forth conversations, sharing information, knowing each other for years in the truther community. And they've been on Alex Jones. And I don't know why I still don't get the invite. I don't know why, because I know people personally that I haven't met in person, but that I've talked to for years, like again, over Signal, Telegram, like Jeremy McKenzie, for example, and Chris Sky and Helen Bruce, like, but that's below the behind the scenes and others. And even Josh Bigger, like he called me when I was at the gym the other day, and this guy's like blowing up in the media, and I'm so grateful that he exists. Like he's such an amazing friggin' guy, that like the best roofer guy, and he's doing great work. And we also chat like more recently, but I just came upon his stuff, and he probably just came upon my stuff as well. And because we're very censored in Canada as well, it's crazy here. We can't get news. Literally, like and that's been a few months, like it's literally in Canada, like unless you go on a like Proton, like a VPN, and you have an upgraded package, and you have it where you don't have the malware, the tracking, and the ads and stuff like that, and connect from different countries, because there's different levels of censorship in different countries for different things, and got to do that. And so, but anyways, I've reached out to James O'Keefe as well, and I've messaged him, and he's like liked some of my comments and responded back to things, like asked me where I was, because I'm like, I'm like, hey, come, like, let's meet. I'm like, I'm in Canada. I'm like, you're welcome in my home. So again, I put myself out there, and again, I've been celibate for years. I am not looking to hook. This is like, I'm not looking at people and reaching out to them because I want to hook up. None of that shit. I don't care about that at all. I literally don't. It's about getting information out and sharing information that I have on my hard drives and stuff like that. And so, and then he didn't reach out anymore, right? And so like I put myself out there, and so like and then it goes away, right? So I'll follow up again by, why is he denying or refusing to see people or look at people, like look at people's work or content? If he's seen their work or already acknowledge the fact that there's like I'm sharing good stuff, and then just leave it at that. Like, why would he just leave it at that unless he again didn't want to pursue it? Because just like this guy was saying with Stu Peters and King Bao, like the information that he was sharing, he was giving evidence of things that, if this was published and put out in the mainstream media, then it would give people more informed consent and more like realization about what's going on with the exploitation, and that would minimize harm and death. And so that's why I just don't understand why people just don't like just accept the olive branch. If that's if I'm not dating myself by using that terminology, accept the olive branch, right? Like I'm being by me doing that. It's not for you, James O'Keefe. This is for my country. This is for my family who I love. This is for me as well. There's like obviously like there's like my own interest as well involved. I'm not denying that, but for the interest of humanity, just the level of deceit that's going on that I'm aware of and that I can prove. I don't. That's what pisses me off when people try to censor me and cancel me. I'm like, you're really, it's not even just about me. It's not about me. It's like, you're really like fucking with my family, with my country, with the world when you do that stuff, right? And that also doesn't help. Because like with the rumors about controlled opposition, without proof, it just pushes people away. And just pushes people away from like looking at the truth and going in and doing your own research and critical thinking. And I get it. So, because I experienced it. I had a guy, just because he was pissed off about me like talking about taxes. And I came across, I was very rude. But I was also in my head, I was thinking like, don't not pay your taxes right now, because it does go to services that are beneficial. And I know people that are, and myself included, but I know people that have been to jail here, and it's ruined their lives, and they still are experiencing trauma because of prison and jail and all of that stuff. Even today, even grandmothers, Tamara Leach, she was illegally, criminally jailed because of the Freedom Convoy. It was all peaceful stuff. And again, now 2 years later, they're showing that it was illegal and unjustified, but she's still forever changed, and she still has spent thousands and thousands of dollars of her own money to try to like fight in the courts and stuff like that, and she gets so many trolls too, and people that are just so cruel, and she's committed 0 crimes, and so there's all that stuff as well. And And even Alex Jones, I don't necessarily know if he even understands that he's like eliciting emotional responses in people and behaviors and actions in people that are also causing more harm and death sometimes. But he's also helping, right? Like he's giving a lot of truth. But why is he not talking about flat Earth? Maybe that's why he doesn't have me on yet, because like he just realizes that the world, the masses, like maybe, you know, that would definitely like probably deplatform him. I don't know if it would. He's a big enough and popular enough guy that if he started speaking out about this stuff, and not out, but started speaking up about this stuff, I don't think that he would lose a lot of his audience. I really don't. I don't think that if Russell Brand, if Joe Rogan, like I don't think that, I think that if they started talking about or considering flat Earth or true Earth, you know, and actually give us a platform and allow us to speak instead of just getting other people on to make fun of us, or get people on that are not actually real flat earthers and just make them embarrass us, right? Like that's controlled opposition, where they actually pay people to pretend to be flat earthers, and then they have conversations with them that like people like me, it's just like I'm losing brain cells listening to these conversations, and people actually believe that these people believe what they're talking about, and I'm like, oh my god, it's just like the Flat Earth Society. Like it's such a controlled up page, and there's good stuff in there as well that's actually truth, it's actually facts, it's actually good content, but then you got stuff in there that it's just like you just went left field, like you just went so left field, you know, that and it makes no friggin' sense. And no flat earther in the world thinks this. Like no one thinks this. And no one believes this model like that you're talking about. Like it's just ridiculous stuff. And so I've put myself out there to speak to these people, even Sean Hibbler, for example, because I like his work and he seems like a really cool guy, honestly, or nice guy or whatever. I think he's coming from a good place. And so that's why I'm literally like trying to get a podcast with him lined up. Like I have already attempted to, and it's already he's already agreed. And I've talked about this in previous videos, and I'm absolutely going to pursue this. Like I'd be insane not to, right? And so he said to follow up at the end of the month. I don't want to scare him off and be annoying and just be like, you know, like when. So I just wanted to leave it, and then like a few days before the end of the month, reach out when he's less busy and line it up. So yeah, that's probably going to happen. It might be redundant conversations because like he's not familiar with me. So he might be bringing up stuff that I've already talked about in videos. And so I'm sorry for that if that happens. And I would talk to James O'Keefe as well, because like I literally offered even recently. And so controlled opposition or not, I'm willing. I gave a link to the video because I don't know if I'm going to play the whole almost 4 hours now, but the frequencies and the waves and the vibrations, like there's so many different things happening to keep us irritated or at a cellular level, like inflamed. And so even with the visible and the non-visible light spectrum, they're different colors. BCC, you will find, okay, so FIND, good start. No answers in this chat. You'll find no answers. So then why are you here? You're probably not still here. You probably just came on because you saw the title, you wanted to troll, and then you left. And if you're still here, why? Don's trolls aren't cool like Big Bear's trolls. Like, are you joking? Like, I don't even know if you're being serious with this, to be honest with you. But if you're finding no answers, like, scroll. Bye. There are people that find this interesting. Others can elicit various different emotional responses too. And so even with that, I also don't know if I mentioned this, but like with the color green of the rainbow, it's like the center color, but also we see more shades of green than any other color. And so also on that spectrum, it's also in the center of the 7 colors that we of the visible light spectrum. And then you have the non-visible light spectrum extremes, which is violet or ultraviolet rather. And then you have infrared, right? And so with the visible light, you know, with the 7 colors being violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, and red. Like even with yellow, it's correlated with Mars, which is like a war luminary, you know, like whatever you want to call it, and represents by that. So everyone has like that yellow smiley face that they think is a peaceful sign and a peaceful color, but it's actually correlated with Mars and war. And yellow, you know what I mean, is actually like more like it elicits more of like a warrior kind of like emotion, and a color like pink, even though it's not in the visible light spectrum, obviously it's just like a shade. Like anyway, it's. I'm just gonna show you the. Because I'm talking about green. I'm talking about the visible and non-visible light spectrum. And so, like, I just wanted to show you, just again, just for a visual. It's just fun. Just breaks it up a little bit. So you have the violet, blue. Well, I call it violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. So again, violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. And you see that green is in the center point of this the visible light spectrum. When you're talking about the non-visible light spectrum, it's the ultraviolet. So beyond, it's ultraviolet, and then when you have it for the infrared, it's beyond red. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. And so I believe that for the visible light spectrum, again, various shades of these colors. And only able to be achieved through white light being reflected. Anyway, I'm not gonna go into that stuff, but because I go on these friggin' tangents where I was talking about. But anyways, green, rainbow, light spectrum. I guess that would be it for now. And also connected with the chakras, the 7 original luminaries, the zodiacal signs, the elements, the noble gases, and days of the week. Frequencies, as you can see here with the wavelengths and stuff like that. And this universe, or this cosmos, in my humble opinion, is and as Walter Russell says as well, it's light in motion. It's a cosmos, a universe being experienced via electricity and magnetism. And that's why a lot of prisons now, I think they have pink inside. It just makes people more docile.
Yeah, it chills them down. McDonald's is red and blue for a reason. It makes you anxious. You want to get out of there. You won't stay long. That's the whole point. Get your shit, eat, and get the fuck out. Get the McFuck out, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? I smoked a lot of pot last night, and so I don't give a shit, right? It's low dose stuff. People can relax a little bit. And again, I rarely drink, and I didn't drink for like 4.5 friggin' years until the last 2 years when I relapsed several times because of what I shared with people, what was going on in my life. Like it was overwhelming. I'm not proud, you know what I mean? But even then I rarely drink. So like, I'm not going to lie to people and say that I don't, because again, I have relapsed, unfortunately, now in the last, and I hate that because I was proud of that. And I'm not on prescription medications and stuff like that. I don't smoke cigarettes, none of that shit. And so like I smoke pot, right? Deal with it. I've gone through a lot of shit in my life, you know, of being of service to Canada and beyond. And so like, I don't give a fuck. Like, and so unless you're preaching from like on top of a friggin', you know, a mountaintop of like a virtue, you know, unless you're like the embodiment of like of this Jesus Christ figure, then how about you just pipe down a little bit and let people enjoy their pot. But yeah, anyway, so on this, using a controlled ops platform to get essays out doesn't make you controlled opposition. I agree with that because that would make me controlled opposition, right? And I'm friggin' not, right? I am not, but I'm absolutely using a controlled opposition platform, multiple platforms, and people are absolutely using my content to discredit me, to discredit the movements, the truther community and all that stuff. And then making videos literally calling me schizophrenic and crazy and paranoid and all this bullshit and a cannibal, all of this fucking crazy stuff. And again, not based in reality, it's subjective reality. And because of that, it's also interesting. Anyway, I'll keep the video going.
That's everything like that. They know how to control us using the frequencies of color, using the frequency of light. These fluorescent lights in the school, oh my God, that would drive me nuts. I would always get a seat by the window. I would always sit by the window because those fluorescent lights give me a freaking headache, man.
They're not healthy.
No.
We're not supposed to be exposed to that for long periods of time.
Oh, take a look and see how a plant does it with a regular fluorescent light for lighting. Not a grow light, just a fluorescent light. It's ain't worth a shit. It'll die.
Yeah.
So no, we're not. No, I think that affects people, and you can actually look at your most office workplace environments where they have all these people in the cubicles on a floor of a building. They're all in these cubicles in the middle, the fluorescent light. And then along the edges are these offices. That's where the executives are at. And they each, some of them get windows. The ones that get windows are the ones that are the higher up on the branch. See? And it's directly related to your consciousness and your intelligence, because I've said this for a long time. The sun, I believe, is directly connected to your consciousness. It feeds our electricity. I've grounded myself and then look at the reading and then look at the sun and have someone take a reading, and it's like higher when you gaze at the sun. And you just feel so, I do it all the time. I gaze at the sun and I just feel so energized. I feel good. I hardly ever feel bad. You know, I take every opportunity to do it.
And to drive it home, if you look at all the nations on the equator, they don't really suffer from like skin cancers or anything like that, right? Like Africa, South America.
No, you don't. I don't know. I've never really looked and see what the studies are on that. I'm sure it'd be
I mean,
hard.
they're also not as inoculated in comparison to the U.S. and Canada. I don't know if I can say
Yeah,
that
they don't have money. They can't buy sunscreen, so there ain't no sense in harping on skin cancer to those people. You know,
there's that too. Sunscreen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm against sunscreen, and even the deodorant for women. Some of these aluminum products that.
Yeah. I don't touch any of that. And so even with the grounding, because I believe we're electrical magnetic beings, and that within our eyes, you know, like seeing the rays of the sun and being grounded, like that also like assists with the diffusing of the electrical charge and stuff like that within our bodies, and that allows us to heal, be less inflamed, sort of like assist with again energizing our battery or increasing that magnetic field. And with the sun gazing, and we have I guess like crystals within our eyes as well, and again, all of our senses, perception is reality. But where was I going with that? Anyway.
Oh, but the sunlight and grounding, it's incredibly healthy for us. Yes.
Yeah. People have been taken out of their circadian cycle completely. This is why we're energized during the day. We wake up in the morning. This is what, you know, it's not because to go to work. You wake up in the morning because that's when the sun comes up. We start getting energized. It's directly related. And since the Industrial Revolution and electric light, and also with television and this artificial lights that we're always dealing with, cathode ray tubes, what have you, it's taken us out of that circadian rhythm. So now, like at a time right here, it's 10:55 p.m. in Virginia in the Shenandoah Valley. 110 years ago, everybody would have been asleep by now. They'd already been in bed. There might have been some kind of barn dance or something like that, but by this time of night, it was over, and everybody going home to go to sleep because sun's going to come up anyways, and it's going to wake you up. Chicken, you know, that's there wasn't no such thing as like sleeping in like that. You know, absolutely we do that now. We do that now, but think about it. If people that work third shift, what do they have to do? They sleep during the day and they have to block out the windows to sleep. Many people have to block out their windows in order to sleep. Funny thing.
This reminds me, the sun. Are you guys going to be bringing up the sun in the debate with FTFE and Ozian?
I mean, I would. Absolutely, I would.
Okay. I'm sure you've both seen the videos of the local sun within the clouds by now, right? Even pilots flying above the clouds and the sun within the clouds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that a lot of globe defenders trying to explain that away, still saying that the sun is 93 million miles away. When
they're still trying to say that this is a ball, even though there's been no physical geographic horizon ever proven or shown. Not even once yet. And so they're again they're trying to make fun of people who are religious, which again I don't agree with. I think that that's dismissive. But I'm saying the irony in that is if you're going to believe in that, something that you can't see or measure or anything like that, and you are also believing in fairy tales.
Well stated. You know, I like to, whenever someone brings up irony, this is something that hit me just a few weeks ago. A lot of atheists and agnostic people literally get their information from a literal priest. The priest who formulated the Big Bang Theory, right? So these atheists literally get their information from a priest at the Vatican. which is irony in my
Not just any type of priest, though.
Jesuit priest.
A Jesuit priest.
First time. I just want to. I don't know if it looks like I'm rolling my eyes or anything like that. Like I'm not. Like that's me. Like thinking things for some reason. Like when I'm like thinking, like recalling things or thinking about things when they're talking about the Pope and stuff like that. Like in my head, there's so much information that like gets thrown in my brain that I think about like with so many different friggin' things that like it's just a lot. Like as soon as you bring up a topic like that, it's not being dismissive. Like I was very interested in what both of these gentlemen were saying. Absolutely. And so I just wanted to clarify that was not eye rolling at all. And so if it looked like that, I'm sorry. I'm going to work on that. It's just that's how I recall information and try to retrieve data. In history, yeah.
Great point.
Yeah. And we know that the Jesuits' mission, as they were formed up during the Reformation, was to disprove the Bible in order to give the authoritative word to the church.
Yeah.
Well stated. Don, have you looked into the Reformation history by now?
What aspect of it?
For a general overview from both sides. Have you seen how some people have shown that the Vatican or the papacy were involved in hiding the Bible for approximately 1,000 years?
I believe that the Vatican and that whole area has been affiliated with or connected to kind of like the psyops that's been. The reason why it was a lot for me is because I've written dissertations on pseudoscience and just like around the Reformation period, how that's also a time where if these stories did exist, where a lot of the pseudoscience regarding like the globe Earth stuff also started allegedly being introduced to humanity by virtue of various other occult organizations in other institutes, like the University of Padua, for example, for the older schools. And so that's why when people ask me these questions about like that, I get it. Oh, what do you want to talk about? Like what element, what aspect, what region of the world, what, there's so much. What Pope, there's so much going out throughout the world now. And that's why I hate watching myself. Like, I don't watch my videos unless I'm trying to like look at like stuff that I've said to make sure that I any claims that were made against me. I'm like, did I actually say that? I'm like, no, I didn't freaking say that. Like, what are they talking about? So again, people are just misinterpreting what I'm saying too. Just like a lot of people misinterpret science books, or they misinterpret the Bible. And that's not, I can't help that. Like, I can't change that, right? Like that's someone else's perception of reality and misinterpreting me. And I just try to clarify for a very, very long time. And I do believe that have started wars, been a part of wars, again, as part of like control, right? Misinterpretation of religion. And nice to meet you too. And like slaughtering complete, like cities and towns and stuff like that. And just because they didn't, believe completely the other people's misinterpretation of the Bible.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Thank you.
There's so much I could talk about. There's three different popes. There's a black pope and the white pope and the gray pope, and they all again are people that are just puppets, and they look like virtuous symbols again that you can trust and believe in. But the reality is a lot of this is also again like a possible like a front for human and drug trafficking. There's a lot of exploitation of people within.
Whoa! Take a look at
religious sects. You know what I mean throughout the world.
You've got the Black Pope, which is the Jesuit Pope, right? And the current Pope is a Jesuit.
The first openly.
Now, the Jesuits swear an oath that they will obey the orders of their superior, being the Black Pope, right? But now one of these subordinates to the Black Pope is now the subordinate's boss, but the subordinate's boss is still you see what I'm saying? He's still the boss of the Pope, but the Pope's the boss of him.
Yeah. It's all just to me like a farce, like even with like royalty, and I hate to say that, but like even with like the king and the queen and the princess, like I believe just to be like live action role playing, like no offense that people are buying into and propping them up as virtuous beings. And I also believe that within royalty, there's also again like people that are supporting and enabling human trafficking rings, right? So if you look at Prince Andrew, There's also others, and connections with Epstein and Maxwell, and I know this sounds conspiratorial, but again, there's a lot of proof to suggest.
I was checking
Yeah.
into this shit back in the 2000s, man. I mean, for real. There was a guy up out of Canada, Kevin Annett. Have you ever heard
I
of
better
him?
look at that guy's name. I totally forgot to look him up again.
Okay, so this guy, he was part of
I need to.
yes, because he was part of this international civilian tribunal that they had in Brussels. And he brought forth evidence from these orphanages where they kept they would just take native children, right?
I've talked about this.
Yep. And actually, a guy who testified that Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip came to their school, and they dressed them all up and cleaned them up and had them go on a picnic and shit and an outing with these two. And afterwards, they selected like 10 kids, and they were taken away and never seen again. And one of them was this guy's brother that was testifying.
It's sad, eh?
And at the time, he had no idea who they were. He had no idea who they were at the time. And it was later in life he found out who they were. And he was like, holy shit. But yeah, Kevin Annett was really big. They found the Pope, Queen Elizabeth, Prince Philip, all of these people guilty of crimes against humanity. And
they were found guilty. And people, and it's wiped away, right? Like, and I've shared like this, like the articles, like from the international tribunals, whatever it was. I've shared this on videos as well. Like that's why I'm on account number 1,000 on YouTube, because every time I share a video like that, it gets deleted.
Yeah, that's why when I want to get together, maybe we'll do a stream on just that shit, but we'll just take it over. We'll just go over it.
Okay, because they went to Indigenous communities all over Canada. I just did some research, and again, it's only been a couple minutes, literally like 2 minutes. So I don't even take. This is just initial assessments. But for Kevin Arnett, it just seems like there's stuff like that he has alleged that he's done that I again, it's not to dismiss it because I wasn't there, but like the alleged exorcisms outside of the Vatican, does that make sense to anyone? If anyone's heard of that stuff? Again, I don't necessarily subscribe to that element of religious text based on my own interpretation of it. I mean, no offense in that, and so that's just for me where I'm not necessarily in on Kevin Arnett necessarily with that stuff, and also with like the alleged like burials, like fake burial sites, outside, like in around residential school areas. So there's the thing is with some people in the truther community, like they believe in everything that everyone says, and so there's a lot of people that if you don't believe in one thing, then you're not going to believe in the other things, or if one thing is proven to be untrue or embellished, then everyone just dismisses everything else. And so even with the residential school, like the allegations of Indigenous peoples, and there is a lot of truth to that, by the way, but it's just that people were deceived and unfortunately this caused so much division. But there was allegations of children being in unmarked graves in residential, like outside of churches and residential school areas. It turned out to not be true, and there was zero reason or grounds to dig up these sites and stuff like that and do these investigations and stuff like that based on these false claims and allegations. And he seems to be a big part of the community that started that. And so he was coming from a good place. I'm not necessarily denying that, but you have to have a lot more substantiation and proof. And again, like this is so now, like maybe people are going to not believe the fact that the Queen and Prince Philip and others from the royal families, they have actually traveled all over the world, but even within Canada, and there are accounts, and they have been tried in international courts for like the disappearance of kids, Indigenous kids, like and not even just Indigenous kids of all walks of life, white kids too, from from like European descent as well, like that were here, and kids going missing. And zero accountability or anything like that. And so that happened. That's not a lie. People were pushed off their land. That's not a lie. All right. And people think it was just like war. People were pushed off. No, they were also like pushed out because of so many other reasons too. Just like people are doing in Canada right now, like don't understand what they're doing. Like they don't understand their actions. But so yeah, like there's some things that he's saying that are true, and then some things that are I don't I don't believe in yet because I need more proof. I hope that doesn't offend people. Oh my God, I don't want to offend anybody. Anyway, especially early on, and even in the Yukon. Like I went to the Yukon like 2 years ago on a road trip with my dogs, and met a lot of people and was interested and did a lot of like searching areas, and then they were even saying it there, right? Like we're like children going missing because of the
Nice.
so the indigenous people in Canada don't like the royalty either, right? So like people in Canada are not understanding. Not everyone believes in the Commonwealth and the constitutional monarchy either.
Right.
Well, I'm half British, so it's hard for me to.
There are no people within the vegan community that are in cults. It's just in the meat eating communities, and no other place in the world, no other organization is there cults or culty type people.
Even go against them as well. So, all right, and I'm thankful for both of you for standing up for truth and sharing the truth, because this is important. People are counting on us to hear this information. They're not going to hear it on the mainstream news.
You guys aren't alone. The United States never really broke away from England. That was a farce. This is why it's been called the Great Experiment. Okay, and people go, oh yeah, we're gonna blow off some fireworks and we're gonna celebrate our Independence Day, the 4th of July, because we wrote a Declaration of Independence. We said, kiss my balls, King George. We don't have to listen to you no more. But a lot of people don't realize that we
so with that point, Howling Moon Cinemas, like what was your point about meat eaters that are also in cults? Have I not said that? Have I not mentioned and discussed cults and people within religious communities that misinterpret religious texts, at the detriment of humanity and themselves and the religions they're trying to prop up? I don't know what your point is. Oh, you're laughing at us, right? Like you're better than us. So again, why don't you just move along? Go howl at the moon, the full moons tomorrow, northern hemisphere.
Registered as a corporation in London on July the 3rd, 1776. Isn't that crazy? The whole day before. What's that?
Oh, sorry, the United States?
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense because. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I started questioning it, right? So my wife and I went up to Williamsburg, Virginia, and that was like the capital of the Commonwealth at the time. This is of the colony, and that's where the governor was at, and the governor's palace, and all this. And I'm looking around; these places are really cool and everything, and there's a lot of history, I guess. But I'm looking, and they're saying, "Oh, this is a recreation of this place, and this is a recreation of that place," and I'm like, how do I even know these fucking places really even existed, man?
Exactly. Dave is so incredibly brilliant. And it makes me realize that I really want to be part of a community, because there are people that have like a very similar, lifestyles or like understandings of the world and stuff like that. And it's just, and again, I don't judge anyone for stuff. It's when people start trolling me, on my contents and stuff like that. And, but I understand why, because I'll even share it. I've shared this before, and people can do their own research. But I do have a science background too. But I also have like certifications in fitness, nutrition, sports nutrition. I'm a coach, master health and wellness. I was a platoon commander where I had to put together training plans and diet plans for people. I've done that as a coach, individual diet and training plans for people, and so much more. And again, I've studied anatomy and all that shit, right? Before I made my, and with lived experience too, right? And I have people within my family that are vegan. They're just not assholes. Okay. And I love them too. Like I have people like a lot of people in my family with different dietary preferences. I don't care. Right. But they're also not being assholes to me. The impact of a vegan diet on many aspects of health, the overlooked side of veganism. And this is from published 2023, just last year. Vegetarianism in any of its various forms, particularly veganism, has been increasingly has been increasing in popularity over the past few years, especially among the young population in the United States. And what are we seeing in the young population? Again, it's also the vaccines and the geoengineering and the water and the pesticides and the chemicals and stuff like that, and things within the household as well. But it's also that the diet's huge too, right? And so while increase in diabetes, increase in obesity, increase in mental health issues, increase in suicide, increase in depression, increase in anxiety, increase in so many things, increase in sexual friggin' partner, crazy, not good. Anyway, while several studies have shown that a vegan diet decreases the risk of cardiometabolic diseases, and again, this is actually incorrect, and I can share studies on that, such as cardiovascular disease, type 2, diabetes, mellitus, obesity, and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Again, this is not true. And I've talked about, again, it depends on your diet overall and how HDL and LDL cholesterol that you get within your animal products and byproducts, that only accounts for like 30% of the cholesterol, what we're calling like the cholesterol that impacts us, where sugar, okay, actually contributes to 70% of the bad cholesterol that people are consuming in their regular diet. And children nowadays are consuming sugar at alarming rates, okay, and they're swapping their eggs, their organic eggs, and a piece of steak or a piece of salmon for things that are not healthy for them. And we're seeing it. Mental health problems due to potential for micro and macronutrient deficits. Has gained widespread popularity, omitting all animal source foods and their byproducts from the diet. Vegans have a greater prevalence of mental health problems, which may lead to a poor quality of life. All of this stuff. And so of course, like people that are part of that community, like that are really taking this to like the culty extremes, they're the ones that are being impacted like mentally right now. And they're calling me mentally unwell and all this stuff. But like, bro, like it's because you're clearly mentally unwell right now. You need to eat some meat. Like go get a friggin' organic egg, put it in your mouth, and then maybe you won't be a dick. You know what I mean? And so, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But I'm showing you that you are possibly the one, because of your diet and lifestyle, that has mental health issues, possibly, and you're just lashing out. And I don't give a shit what you eat, but just get off my page if you don't like what I do. That's all I'm asking.
So we went to the battlefield, the Yorktown battlefield, and this is supposedly where General Cornwallis surrendered to General Washington. For sure. And that was the end of the Revolutionary War. Yeah. So I go there and we're looking around and it's like, oh, what's this over here? And it's like, oh, okay. I recognize this type of embodiment, what this is. This is obviously for artillery. And I go to reading the sign and this is a recreation of where the artillery battery was set up for such and such. And I'm like, motherfucker, man, everything here is a recreation of everything. Did this even really freaking happen?
Or is it a recreation, or did it just exist and they said that this is a recreation?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I question my history. And you look, and it would only take a couple of generations to completely change history.
Well stated.
Oh, absolutely.
It doesn't take long.
Oh, okay, he's back. He's back. He came back, or she came back. I don't know. I'm totally projecting. Where's your rebuttal? Like, where's your scientific links? Where's your medical data? Where's your proof? Right? Like, you're just, again, with the trolling. Like, you're so much better than us, but you're watching my shit.
Especially when you're forcing by law people to send children to your government indoctrination.
You're not doing anything bad. Like,
I don't think there's anybody with two brain cells to rub together.
You have
that believes that Lee Harvey Oswald shot
entitlements, your rights to say that
book depository. No,
I've done videos on that.
Yeah, so we know that there was something going on. In fact, the term conspiracy theory is born right from that very thing, and yet you can open up a 2024 textbook, history book of any U.S. school, and in there it will say that Lee Harvey Oswald shot Kennedy. Yeah. It will never mention that he was never charged with that. They never had any charges on him.
Yeah, of course not. Magic bullet too, like that shot multiple times, wounded multiple people, you know, and that magic bullet, right? Like,
well, so much of that. And if you really look into it, everybody involved, they got a seat at the table. They got
and
a
then
seat.
there's a woman that was recording the whole thing, and like she was also connected to the Rockefellers. And again, this sounds crazy, but again, like there's compelling information that I've shared on videos. But if people want to take a look at Rumble, Don 189.
Well, you got Don 189 at Rumble. If one of my mods could put that in the chat for
I also have it on the handle, and a lot of people don't even know that there was like three sets of seats too, right? Like there was the driver passenger there, and then there was like a middle seat area,
a jump seat,
and then where they were sitting, right? And then again, the 22nd of November, 1963, going from Scorpio to Sagittarius, again, like very astronomically aligned, interesting day.
Well, I say Abraham Zapruder was the dancing Israeli of that event. Okay.
And there was multiple like CIA assets and people that, again, because he wanted to share the truth about what was going on, and the psyops with the moon landings and Disney and the globe stuff and Star Trek and Star Wars, all this stuff coming around the same time. This was like I think this was the biggest push for Globe Earth and before, like ever before in history, and that there were still places throughout the world that were teaching flat Earth.
We got lumber and shit on the truck.
Oh, sorry, was that
great point?
Oh,
I don't know if I was.
Have you guys seen the flag of Washington D.C. with the 3 stars?
No.
If you Google image the Washington D.C. flag, some people think the 3 stars represent one for United States, one for United Kingdom or London, the District of London, and the third one would be the Vatican.
Exactly what they represent.
I was going to talk about the Vatican too, because I was going to say it's an absolute monarchy, the Vatican City, and I've actually been there. I've been to multiple places, and so they have an absolute power, right? And so there's a lot of companies, the Vanguards and the
Blackrock,
Raytheon, and the Lockheed Martin, all these, and So there's no way of ever being able to hold anyone accountable legally, you know, if they're operating, you know, with the Vatican, right, under their rules and their laws and registered there and stuff like that. And they have their own law enforcement or police and their is it Swiss police, like Swiss law enforcement again, like that protect the Vatican.
The Swiss Guard.
Yeah. And so that's.
And they're employed by the district. Okay.
That's right.
So they're city states. There are 3 city states. DC is the military arm. London is the banking arm, and Vatican is the big control center, the spiritual center. Unum sanctum. We own you. You've been declared dead, and I am the arbiter of your soul. That was written a long, long time ago. Look into that.
They took over all of the churches, pretty much. All denominations are now back under the Vatican control through the ecumenical movement, if I'm not mistaken. Even the Protestants.
Thank you.
That demonic
so
place
much.
is only about an hour and a half north of me, northeast of me. I've been there a couple times, got lost and took a wrong turn coming back from Dulles Airport and
just again with I'm here because you went to troll a vegan's video, laughing. Can you be more specific? Can you provide examples, proof, names, please, so I can clarify or attempt to? But people again are ridiculous. Not everyone. Again, I appreciate that I'm getting compliments too. And even with veganism and stuff like that, like I don't go to vegan restaurants and stuff like that, or outside of protests and stuff like that, and eat meat. Like I'm not like, and again, I'm not judging others and stuff like that, but for me personally, I find that very disrespectful, and I do call that out as well. And I do think that's trolling. I do think honestly that's very disrespectful, and that's something I would do. And so even now, even though I get a lot of hate by people within that community, I would never eat meat, you know, and make fun of it, and you know what I mean, on my channel, just to upset you guys, because I understand like where you think you're coming from, and it is what it is, and I don't care. so I wouldn't troll you in that way, because I do believe, again, that we should treat our animals better. And I do believe that like we should be like appreciative and grateful for the food that we have, and not overconsume and all that stuff. And so even with that, like it is what it is. It's just
ended up in downtown. And listen, that city's so stupid. The streets, they got corners that are like this. Like where you gotta, yeah, man, just so they can have their little fucking aerial Ouija board for the Capitol to be on. I mean, all these fucking obtuse angles and shit going all different directions. It's nuts, man. And the vibe I get there, I'm real sensitive to vibrations and energies and shit.
Yeah, I am too. Howling Moon, I'm asking you, can you give me an example, please? Like, I'm trying to be respectful with you and understand where you're coming from. Like, I don't understand what you're talking about. And someone's talking about bacon and beef. I will say that I also believe that pigs, like I don't eat pork. Again, it's not everyone. It's not a religious thing, but there's also it is a dirtier animal, possibly. Again, the stuff that I've looked into, the research I've looked into, and so that's a great friggin' point. And so there's a lot more like toxins and chemicals, I guess, that can be in pig meat, and very close to human, like when you talk about like the DNA structure and stuff like that compared to a cow, and so even with that, like we shouldn't be cannibals, because it's also very unhealthy. You can die if you eat human meat, right? Like whatever the term is, I forget. So I try to avoid it. And bacon is so friggin' good, and but I just sacrifice. and I do choose beef, preferably for meat before pig any day of the week. And but yeah. I didn't say I was anti-vegan. What are you talking? Like, I'm not anti. I'm anti people trolling my friggin' anyway, I'll just stop with that conversation.
I was like, when I
have family who I love that are vegans. Like I was saying that as well, and like friggin' awesome people. Like, but they're not, again, being crazy, and they're not. And there's hunters in my family too, and we all get along. We sit at the same friggin' table.
Turn, I was like, oh fuck, where am I? And then all of a sudden, I was feeling this, and then I look and I was like, oh fuck, I see the Lincoln Memorial. I'm in DC. God damn it. One-way streets. You got to go around all these one-way streets just to even get out of that damn place. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's a pretty violent city, if I'm not mistaken, too. So
it is.
The residents are even feeling it.
So they're a city state too.
Oh shit, this is Ozzy and Talks. I'm going to be talking to you in a few days. Hello. Sorry, I'm just cluing in.
Well, it's the municipal police department, but it's employed by this city state entity. That's why
I completely disagree with people doing that. Like, it's
there's so much shit about that going down with hypocrisy. Assault on them and all this other, because those people don't understand the January 6th people. They weren't in the United States when that shit went down. They were in the District of Columbia. Okay, you don't get your constitutional shit in the District of Columbia is its own thing. I was just thinking this. I have a Glock 17 Gen 1, and it used to belong to the Metropolitan DC Police Department.
I have a Glock 17 and a Sig Sauer P320 and some other things. Anyway.
Hell yeah, man.
That's
I like it. But yeah,
it's shotgun. Target range. Anyway, it's always good to avoid skill fade. What we were talking about?
The forest I usually go up into just to shoot around plink and shit. It's all burned up now. It burned up here the last couple days. Yeah, it's been pretty rough, man.
Wow.
Luckily, we got some rain, and they've got most of the fires contained. That's good. And I forget how many structures were lost, though. I think it's like 40-something structures. People's houses, ranches, shit like that.
Oh, no.
But luckily, nobody lost their lives, so that's
good. Oh, God, that's good. Yeah.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
I'll
check that out.
Remember to keep with that.
There's good food too. Like they make delicious dishes. I'm not gonna lie. Like my cousin, she's due any day now. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited for her second baby. But she married a guy from India, literally from India, born there. His family's from there. He still has family there. She's gone to India with her baby. They're married. And they're more vegetarian vegan with their dishes. And like I've gone to the baby showers, I've gone to the birthday parties, I've gone to obviously other things as well, birthdays, and the food is friggin' so good. Oh my god! And they give us so much of it, and I take some of it home with me too. Like there's containers that you have to go home with, and so delicious food, delicious.
I did my prayers tonight for you.
Facts.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's going to be more because they're trying to push the climate change and the carbon tax and stuff like that. Like in Canada, we have our,
you're starting to roll out.
Paid and there were strikes, like dues, lasers that hit simultaneously in multiple areas within northern Quebec, and cause these huge fires. And again, this is all being deliberately planned, executed in order to push an agenda. And it's just, and so I just wanted to talk about that as well a little bit. And it's causing a lot of like pollution, right? So like you're complaining about carbon and pollution, yet you're creating so much of it. Like, look what happened in Canada last year. Like, it literally impacted so much of the U.S. as well, because this is a contained environment, and like these pollutants within the environment are going to like circulate, and travel depending on the wind and direction and all that other stuff. But
we saw evidence of that smoke as far south as here. We saw evidence of that smoke from those fires. That was insane. I used to when I grew up in Michigan. Right across the river from Canada. Nice. So I've been up there a few times. Used to Quebec City was pretty cool to go to. I like that. It's like, oh, cool. It's kind of like being able to go to France without having to go to France.
Yeah, that's true.
So that was kind of neat. I enjoyed going over to Canada and stuff. I don't know how it would be these days, man. That guy you guys got is a real fucking ass clown, man.
Oh my god.
Yeah, supposedly a lot of the laws are changing here, so it's threatening to our freedom of speech and such, and protecting of the children. There's a lot going on right now in Canada.
It's wild. Like the debates that we're having, to me, like with adults, like I just never thought I'd be at this point, where I'd be having to explain to men that they can't be women and women that they cannot be men. And I'm just like so even that in itself, and I don't mean to offend people, but I'm just like, we're at this level, right, where subjective reality can overtake objective reality, like observable, measurable, repeatable, proof and facts. Like, it can never be trumped by subjective reality. And if you even look at the definition of subjective reality, it's even recommended that it's never to be applied in things like for positions and like as in like government, business, like science, engineering, right? Like subjective reality should not be applied. So the fact that we have anyone within government like that Rachel Levine, like that is like that is living in subjective reality, like fired. You know what I mean? It's fine. Do whatever you want to do, but if you're going to be in government, that is and so I don't care what you do. You know what I mean? But as long as it's not where you're making decisions that impact other people and cause harm to, all of the other stuff, because it's getting crazy here. We've got woke people. People are trolling globe people. I actually didn't think that people actually trolled globe people. Actually, they do. I guess the people in the flat Earth community, maybe they're going over on your page too. And you know what? Oh, I'm not showing myself. I totally agree with you on that. At least we're stepping up and brave enough to like put ourselves out there, knowing that we're possibly humiliating ourselves. Like, I'm definitely not here like saying I'm perfect. I'm not part of any group where I'm like, oh, my group is better than yours. No, I am not saying that at all. Never have, never will. I talk about stuff that I've gone through and that I've struggled with. And it's a shame that like it's people that are armchair quarterbacks, like November, I totally agree with you, that talk, you know what I mean, from the sidelines about like, stuff that they would do or say and stuff like that and what they would share. But it's like, unless you're actually like live, then and doing the debates and stuff like that, or doing this even in person with other people that might not necessarily agree with you, then, don't talk about this, right? So like even with people, again, like there's people in my family that believe that the earth is a globe, and I love them. And I'm never going to stop loving them. And I don't care. And I'm not pushing the flat earth stuff on them either. And they're academics. And I still respect and value them on countless other topics and subjects, and a lot more smarter than me on other topics as well. And to me, just based on my research and my experimentation and my life experiences and my perception of reality, I believe this to be a flat earth plane. And they don't care either. Well, I mean, some people in my family are like, Dawn lost her friggin' mind. They're calling my mom and they're like, is she okay? And my mom's like, yes, she is. Don't worry about it. But yeah. And so it's just when people are cruel, that's I don't know, that sucks. That don't understand the reality of the world, and they're destroying the forests, and they're shredding millions of trees here, okay, to build new shitty builds. Again, again, just making ourselves like no, she's lying. Howling Moon Cinemas, I'm asking you again because I don't know how many people are watching this. Like, how many times have I asked? Like, can you give me an example and a name? Okay, because I've already said that, and I've said this, and I think I even read my comment on multiple videos as well. In fact, I did it for at least one video where I read out loud the comment that I made on Old World Florida's page regarding veganism, because he was making fun of people who ate meat. Okay, and so I didn't troll. I gave a nice comment back explaining my side, not trolling, not being rude, none of that stuff. And if you took it that way, I'm sorry that you get upset. Again, maybe if you have an egg or something like that, an organic one, maybe you'll feel better about life, right? And manage your anxiety and stuff like that. But just because I discuss something and I put the effort into putting a comment on someone else's page who's also an academic, because I want to have discussion and open debate, and I'm opening up the platform for that, you're going to say that I'm a liar because you don't like what I'm saying because of your subjective reality? To you, I'm lying because you don't like what I'm saying. Okay. And also, Santa Claus doesn't exist, just so you know. Neither does the Tooth Fairy. So tell me again what I said that was a lie, that I didn't substantiate based on scientific research that I also shared during that video that you're talking about, or that comment you're talking about. Calling me a fucking liar. Sorry for swearing. Maybe I need some vitamin C. Because I don't get my micronutrients. This, like, there's veggie greens literally in this, and hydrolyzed collagen and bone broth like in this fucking drink. And I also grow my own fruits and vegetables. I also have an apple tree outside my house. I have strawberries and raspberries and stuff like that grow as well. And I get my vitamin C. I get my vitamin D. I get my iodine. I supplement iodine daily as well. And do the sun gazing. So what's your point with that? So again, with Howling Moon Cinemas, like, because you want to take over my platform and my channel because you're upset. What am I lying about? Can you give me an example yet again? Okay. Where you're using objective reality to refute me. Like 15-minute prisons, and they're not understanding that by doing that, that's causing more harm to the environment. We need trees in order to filter the carbon within the environment. We need to have humans grazing. Who the heck is Vegan Flatland? And again, if people have trolled my page, I will troll theirs, but not with lies. So like even with Sean, again, this is immature, but Sean Hawkins, again, he did a live stream about me last night, like a whole ass video making fun of me. So what did I do? I commented on his video and I said, loser. You can call that a lie, but again, like, that's subjective reality. That's just like, for me, I just like, it was immature, sure. But I said what I said. There's a difference between the soil or what you said. There's a solar panel. And so 98% of Canada is not inhabited. And so you need to have people within these rural areas, farm areas, that they're they're all punishing us, by the way, like people in rural areas and farm areas. We have carbon tax, so which is ridiculous, and it's a scam. And vegan flatland, I can explain why it's a scam if you want me to as well. But now they want to increase it, so now we're paying hundreds and thousands more a month video on theft, and they won't even tell us how much they've already gotten from us. And so there's no accounting. Now they want to increase it by 23%. Guess when? April Fool's Day. So like we're fools, right? And it's just like so annoying, and it's just like they're destroying our
here's what people got to understand, and this is what I keep telling people right here, man. They can't play this bullshit without us.
No,
okay?
I don't even know who
they can't play this bullshit without us. And then Casey just didn't notice there's a fuck lot more than us than there is of them. What are they going to do if we just say no? What if we just collectively say no? Kiss my ass. We're not going to go and attack you. We're not going to do anything. We're just done. Okay, we're not listening anymore. Just stop.
Well stated.
I agree with that. Because there's so many self-entitled. We were talking like in first world countries now, there's been this like misconception that the world is safe and not dangerous, and that you could just I don't see any channels or any handles that vegan flatland. So again, Howling Moon Cinemas, like you're just being a troll, and unless you actually give some some kind of like elaboration or details and stuff like that, again, you're just being like you're not representing the vegan community well at all. Like, just to be clear, like you're embarrassing people within your own community, and there's people that I know that are vegans that think all of this stuff that you guys do and say is ridiculous. Like you like, and so just like Gays Against Groomers speaks about people within the community that are really misrepresenting and embarrassing the community, just like people within the Christian community and with the Islamic community that are also condemning people within their communities that are embarrassing them. You are also doing that, and you're giving disservice and discredit to your own community, and you're really making people like not like vegans. All right, and so you're not helping at all. Go through and frolic through the friggin' wilderness naked like a little bunny, and any lions that are around, they're just gonna leave you alone just because you friggin' identify as a no. Okay, friggin' reality would suggest otherwise, and so they're living in a reality where they've been able to, trust in, they believe they can trust in their education systems because people are nice. They're generally like not coming from a bad place. They can believe in their, law enforcement, not so much anymore, and believe in the legal system and all this stuff. Or there's been this false perception of a safe environment. But again, this was just we've exchanged so much of our freedom for safety. Okay, and complacency and laziness. I don't know what you're talking about. We're just believing. I don't know what you're talking about. And so I'm just going to say bye. Bye-bye. Next. I legitimately don't know what he's saying. Like people that we should not be believing in anymore. Ever so often when people troll me or go on my page and lie about me and like downgrade my videos and stuff like that, and like again like this people that do like the multiple comments and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't even look at the handles. But if you do that with me, then again I'm gonna go on one of your videos and I might make a negative comment. I'm not gonna lie. I won't lie. But again, my example, even with Sean Hawkins was I said loser. And again, is that immature? Yes. Should I delete it? Probably, because again, that is friggin' immature. And again, like it's ridiculous. But again, his whole video was making fun of me and calling me a circuit, like all of these, like again, insulting. And so when I was looking at that, I got mad and I'm like, loser, send it. And then I'm like, oh God, anyway. And so, but again, like that's just like whatever, deal with that. Like that's not a friggin'. Like you can call it a lie if you don't think he's a loser, if that makes any sense. All right. And it's because people have never gone through shit before, right? Like these people in cabinet, AOC and all these fucking weirdos, like they don't know life, right? They're living in such a diluted reality tunnel that it's just like, it's so far removed from life. Like,
Well, you got Mr. Dress Up for prime minister. This dude, man, he can't. That guy, oh my God, he's like a children's TV host. He almost reminds me of a child's TV show host or something.
He was a drama school teacher. So.
Part-time drama teacher.
Now, didn't he just come out? Didn't he? He's come out as he's gay now, and his wife is leaving him or some kind of shit. Or am I thinking of somebody else?
Well, his wife definitely and him are divorced, and also like during the emergency during the Freedom Convoy, they declared the emergency act on Valentine's Day, and then a few months later he announced that he was getting divorced. So I'm like, did he declare that because he wanted to ruin her Valentine's Day with? I know this video is already long enough. I appreciate that. Are you talking about Mark Sargent? I'm not, and Karen. I'm not familiar with Karen. I know he has a woman on his show, and she's brilliant. And I don't remember what her name is. I've done an interview and a podcast with Mark Sargent. He's actually what really helped me get my my audience finally, or my platform out more internationally. And it was literally just this January, and so I'm really grateful for that. Like I was doing a live feed, which is why I do these long live feeds now. It's just because like that's how I'm getting more viewers, because I'm so censored in Canada. Like this was the only way. And because doing the shorter lives, like no one was seeing my stuff, like everything was getting pushed down. And so I've done that even with Dave Wise. I've done an interview with Dave Wise as well. And with Jeranism as well, twice now. And also, and I have something lined up with Sean Hibbler, which I'm really excited about. And even with Old World Florida, like I would absolutely do like a collab with him as well. But because of my interpretation of veganism, and like and again, it's because like my debate on that, like I don't think he would want to have that. And it's a shame because like again with Santos Bonacci as well, they're really dismissing everything else because of their interpretation of how we should be eating. And oh my God. Oh my God. That is amazing if that's true. I'm really excited about that if that's true. He's brilliant. He would be a brilliant face of the flat Earth community on an international platform. More so than me, more so than others. It's really good that him, Mark Sarge, actually, and I would volunteer as well. I would go on the show as well, and I think Mark Sargent, Eric Dubé, Dave Weiss, it would be nice to get them more out on the mainstream media. Oh my God, like I'm Russell Brand, Joe Rogan. Sorry, I just find that wild. So it means that Joe Rogan's actually shifting sides. Is he shifting sides? Is he going? Is he seeing the lights? Is he? Oh yeah, for sure. Mine too. And he's younger than me as well. He's just so well informed with this new guy that she's dating. Because like how petty is that? Using the country, shutting us all down because like you're bitter. Like, how crazy are you? So, like, she's probably seeing someone else because, like, he's insane. That's just, like, my interpretation of my own assessment. Just
it's logical.
Yeah. And where was I going with this? He's never going to step down. He's complaining that, like, oh, I want to quit all the time. So quit because we don't want you.
Right.
I've never heard of Brian. And his
now,
father.
How's that work? Don't you guys have an election?
We've been trying to get him to be in jail. So even as a part-time job, I can't even talk about that. No, like I talk too much about stuff that he's done, that it's actual criminal. He's actually committed so many crimes, and I just cannot believe that he's still.
You're right that he's still in power. It's too bad that we can't openly discuss these because of terms of service, and it's sad that we have men out there that are too scared to even talk about these subjects, even in the public. These are discussions. Don, you raised such an important point. I've been actually using this angle recently with the globe belief. The globe package leaves so many people vulnerable because there's so many unhidden dangers with this belief. And it literally has already taken people's lives. So I'm trying to raise awareness that the globe comes with all these hidden dangers and people need to be aware because if not, they're just going to be the next victim. Worse than they already are.
They tell you in front of your face. Okay, I want to bring up our favorite mercury eating alchemist, Newton. Okay. Does anybody actually buy this bullshit of the apple and the apple tree and this dude sitting at no? I see it for the metaphor that it really is, right?
Adam and Eve.
Yes.
Actually, I'm glad you brought this up because I want to go into this with you guys really quickly, if you don't mind. It's a part of my book. But
Oh, nice.
yeah. Were you gonna say something about that? Because I have something to share with that soul about that.
Go
Adam
ahead,
and
go
Eve.
ahead, man. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. I'm so happy you brought this up because it was on the tip of my tongue. I was just finding the right time to kind of interject this. So, Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
If you look at the word believe, the word Eve is in there, and the word.
I definitely. I would absolutely go to the U.S. Again, I've been, but it's been a couple of years because of the lockdowns and stuff like that. But oh my god, like I'm really excited. I'm still blown away that might possibly happen. Who knows? It might get canceled. But I'm talking about like the Joe Rogan show and stuff like that as well to get this these debates out there, like getting good people on to represent us. And then so if that happens, then like Flattoberfest, wherever it is this year, like might be huge this year. It might be like a huge party, and I'm all about parties too, right? So like I'd be down for that.
Lie. So what happens is, I believe in the Bible it talks about there was two trees, one of tree of life and the other tree of knowledge of good and evil. And we're instructed, Adam and Eve were instructed not to eat from that tree. So on the surface level, let's say if the child was reading that and a teenager, they'll take it for what it is. Oh, okay, there's a possible tree within the garden, not to eat it. Now, but as an adult with more understanding, you can see that maybe there's a deeper level. So this is my interpretation of that deeper level. I was actually working at the hospital one day and I was taken to the library and I found the book on the shelf, and this is where I got this piece of insight. So it talks about how the tree of knowledge of good and evil is actually representative of a tree of lies. What happens is when I eat the lie or I believe the lie, the seed from that fruit takes literal root in my fertile mind, growing into literal tree-like structures. If you were to open up the mind, it would look like a tree with the neural pathways. So what's happened is people consume these lies and now they're literally under mind control, satanic mind control, and they not only go against their God-given senses, they literally attack their own senses, right? So just like when Jesus talked about the parable of the sower, some minds and hearts are so filled with thorns that when the seed of truth comes along, it can't take root because those thorns are choking out the resources and such. So what we have to do is what we've done, which I know you've both already done. We've gone through our garden and we've found these lies and we've started pulling them out, and we've made room for the truth, and it started to bless us and our family. So I go into greater detail in my book, but do you guys kind of see what I'm going with the?
I did watch. Yeah, I did watch that. And I was actually promoting it for a while as well because I wanted to see it. I was excited, and Greg Locke, of course, was in my humble opinion, he was crazy, like usual, playing the victim, being dramatic, and Dave Weiss was also was filming it as well. And so I watched. I shared a video on it. I did my commentary, and even with Dean Oldley has put on hit pieces on people as well, and. On countless people like Rob Skiba, Eric Dubé, Mark Sargent, and others, and still people still respect him for his work and what he's sharing, and he brings in the religious aspect or the Bible aspect to Flat Earth and shows a lot of texts within the Bible also that discuss this being a flat, non-rotating Earth with being in a contained environment, but. Yeah, and so this is what I mean, even within the truther community. And again, this was a few years ago that he did these hit pieces on these guys, and rest in peace, Rob Skiba, and countless others. But again, he's coming from a friggin' what he thinks to be a good place, and because people are anyway. I don't want to slam him, but
believing lies and how can form actual neural pathways in our mind.
Oh, I do believe that the neural pathways that we that are created in our minds is very similar to like the roots of a tree and just like lightning in the sky as well, and some river systems as well. Like there's a lot of connection. And so no, I wasn't speaking negatively about Dean Oldley, because I don't like all of his, or not because I don't like, because I don't agree necessarily with like everything that he says, and again, like with the division within the truther community, that's not helping, and again, just like, oh, it's just like the virtue stuff, like when you tie it to something beyond yourself, that you could just like say, like, it's this divine being that's making me be like this, and like and damn you to eternal hell. It's like, I don't know, it's like, it just seems a little excessive. Like I said last night, like I try to talk about like my interpretation of Jesus Christ, like the allegory within the book, and I respect people profoundly, like within the Christian community. Again, my grandmother, I loved her more than life. It's, I loved her so much, and I respected her and I admired her, and she was very much a believer that Jesus Christ was a real human being, and I never tried to argue with her about it or ruin her friggin' day and stuff like that. And she, at the end of the day, it didn't matter. And she wasn't being a dick about it. And so I want to clarify that stuff as well. Actions, and then also with ourselves, with our central nervous system and the root systems that we also have. If you look at ourselves, like the veins. And stuff like it ruins it. And so that's like, even within our community, there are people that are acting culty, and I hate to use that word, but like, yeah, it doesn't help the flat earth community. And I hate saying that again, because I'm going to get a lot of friggin' trolls again with that, right? That are going to be on my messenger saying like, you're going to hell. You're going to burn in hell. I hope you and your family die of like AIDS. And I'm just like, Jesus. And this is like an 80-year-old woman with a cross on her friggin' like neck. And I'm just like, you're not acting very religious, lady. Like, you are not acting like my grandmother. Anyways, there. And then I also...
Oh, and just to finish up, what I'm trying to encourage everyone in my book is for the non-believer and the believer to go through your mind and remove all lies. Just like a computer. Imagine you had a computer. Even if there was one malware in there, it's still able to take over your computer, right? And use your computer to attack others on the network. What we have to do is essentially, what my book is about, is getting rid of the man-made operating system, upgrading to the operating system of the creator, which protects you and others, and just scan your system, your mind, and remove all.
I know I'm cutting off, taking back at Eden. I hate that I'm doing that, because he's making good points. I agree. I've shared like the biblical version of like the interpretations of flat earth and all that stuff, and the Mazaroth and the Mazalot and astrology that's in the book as well, and like various texts and psalms that do describe the earth as being, a contained environment that's like even with the tent analogy and stuff. Anyways, I've done those videos and stuff like that. And so, you could bring interest to people. You could bring people in, right? If you're religious and you're a globe earther, for example, like you could bring that in. Like, hey, like, did you know that there are certain verses within your Bible, like that could possibly be interpreted this way, right? But it's like, they don't want to hear that. It's just like people with Santa Claus, they don't want to hear that.
All the lies. And I'm really amazed that you guys both have done that. What a blessing! Thank you.
But I will, and I stand by it. Like especially if you're going to be talking about things like the shape of the earth, unless you're bringing objective reality in, unless you're bringing repeatable, measurable, observable facts, data, I don't think that it has a place within the scientific community. So again, like within the whatever friggin' groups and talk about this stuff, it's very interesting. And it's not to discredit it, but when we're talking about actual, like where things, where they have their place and where they don't. Subjective reality does not have its place in government. Subjective reality does not have its place in business, in science, in engineering. When you're a surgeon or a medic, because a lot of people, again, because of the pandemic, unfortunately, have also, slammed doctors and nurses, and I get why, right? That the second and third leading cause of death in first world countries is medical malpractice. But there are people that exploit institutions and exploit people everywhere in every organization and stuff like that. And the impacts, to varying degrees, it's largely dependent on what you do. And there are a lot of those two. But there's a lot of like doctors that I know, people that I know that are doctors, that are civilian doctors and military doctors, right? Because again, I was 15 years as an infantry officer and I've deployed and stuff. And we had medics attached to us as well. And again, with all deployments, like these people are courageous, brave, intelligent, fit heroes, putting people back together again, like on the battlefield and stuff like that, like witnessing like atrocities and stuff like that, like, and it's just not easy. And so like when people slam nurses and doctors and stuff like that, I've been guilty of that as well, but that's why I try to clarify it's not everyone. And I know people that are within those communities that are also speaking out on stuff like the vaccine side effects, like the like all these other things, and they're not pushing like the trans stuff, they're not pushing hormone blockers on children, they're not pushing these like cutting off the peepees and the mastectomies and stuff like that, like for minors, like they're speaking out against this stuff too, right? So I just yeah, I also just wanted to clarify that as well. Like I know people that within the medical industry that are very much heroes on a daily basis, saving lives, putting people back together again, doing like friggin' heart surgery stuff, brain surgery stuff, you know. So it's definitely not all bad, and it's definitely needed. We definitely need it. You want it. You want them to be good.
A good way to do that is to go through and honestly think, right? How many of my thoughts are actually mine? How much shit do I really know as opposed to what has been told to me? Okay. Once you realize that you live in an empire of lies, and this is evident because truth is treason in this empire, you start to realize that you have to go back and question everything that has been told to you. So what I tell people is erase your slate, take your whiteboard, pick up a rag, wipe that sucker loose, right? And start over. This is what I know.
Great point. Yeah, if we have a garden, go in the garden, remove everything, and start over.
Yep.
So I'll add my own spin to it if you guys don't mind. It's a little different, but like just perception being reality too. With just like with that, if you want to talk about the Cain and Abel story, with that, you know, like the hunter farmer Abel, and then you've got Cain, who was the person that like he grew a garden, and God preferred Abel's sacrifice, or what he gave him, you know, and it was meat, and Cain had given him like vegetables from his garden. And so anyway, I'm not going to go through the whole story, but I'm going to say that because Abel put a lot of love and care and gave God his like best sacrifice, and Cain didn't, that is why God preferred like that sacrifice. And so even with the perception is reality, like kind of like what like your intent and kind of like what you put into like the work that you do when you're planting seeds, like that's going to kind of build, you know, either like a positive or a negative tree, right? And so how you nurture that tree as well is also very important. And so your perception going into it, and so even with Satan, for example, a lot of people misinterpret luminaries, in my humble opinion, as well. And so you have Saturn, an actual luminary that you can see in the sky, or you can call it a planet if you want to. But Saturn rules over Capricorn and Aquarius, and it's because during the winter months, like again, like that's when the sun is passing through also Capricorn and Aquarius during the winter months, and Saturn is a play on words, right? Like Saturn is very close to Satan, and then you look at Capricorn for the zodiac sign that it represents for the image, it's a goat, and then you've got Aquarius as a human water bearer, even though it's an air sign, dropping water or whatever it is. Below, and so you've got the half goat, half human, right? And and Satan is half goat, half human. It's also correlated with the number with the color red, and the element lead also, and the root chakra just so happens to as well, like the heel root chakra, like hell, and so during the winter months in the northern hemisphere, it's very cold, especially in Canada, and we have where animals that migrate and they hibernate and they leave. And it's an extreme cold, right? So these are periods of time where it can be hell on earth, right? And there's a lot of fire and brimstone when we talk about hell, right? So the fire, you make fires when it's cold, not when it's hot, right? So that's why there's a lot of fire in hell. Again, it's a representative of the winter months. And the sacrifices are because like if you are in austere conditions, poor, which a lot of people throughout history have been poor or living more austerely, and so there would be periods of time where if you just can't find food, right, because the trees are not growing any apples, and you can't plant anything in the ground because the snow is covering it over. So there's only a few months of the year where you can actually grow and harvest food, right, and gather it for the winters. And so there's been winter times where families have had to sacrifice, not because they wanted to, right? Like a sacrifice is something that you don't want to do, right? And so they've had to sacrifice sometimes their own animals or their own children during times as well. This is all awful stuff, but it's for their other children to survive, or them to survive to care for their other children, right? So like a lot of hard choices made. And so times where, again, it could be hell on earth. And
great observations.
But yeah, also, sorry, I'm going on all these tangents, but like regarding people who troll other flat earthers, even if they're in the flat earther community, and then talking about exposing other flat earthers and stuff like that, and completely character assassinating them based on like no proof or facts, and you have the nerve to try to call out people that like may have called them a loser or something like that on their page, and I don't know what they're talking about, but really irritates me because like again, people that even make videos regarding Eric Dubé, all these hit pieces. There are people that likely could have possibly, because Eric Dubé again was one of the originals, like if not the original like that was sharing this information on YouTube and books and stuff like that. And so the likelihood of that person getting awakened regarding flat earth by Eric Dubé and then spending their life, you know, even in recent videos like slamming Eric Dubé and stuff like that, and like not it's just like why are you doing that? What has Eric Dubé done to you other than wake you up to flat earth? And like now you think you're this big friggin' like guy, you know, and then you're going on other flat earther pages, and or you're making video hit pieces about them, and then when people get upset about it and like just not lash out, but like make a comment back that you don't like, you're gonna like call them a liar based on your subjective reality. Okay, I don't know.
Not helping.
and even Lucifer is like a misinterpretation of Venus, the luminary.
That's true.
So Venus is also called Hemera, Eos, Dawn, Aphrodite.
That is true.
You know, depending on like where you come from, and it's also like a belief to be Lucifer is a misinterpretation of the luminary Venus.
Mm.
And Venus is like representative of love. So Lucifer is like of love, like not hate.
You know, I ran this by a few other people, and this is just kind of something I've been having.
Wow,
rolling over
nice.
around
Oh
in
my
mind,
God.
you know, the sun.
Oh my grandmother, a mother of four. Amazing. My brother and his wife, they have 4 kids. My sister has 3, and like they're friggin' amazing. And yeah, I love big families and talking about big families and stuff like that.
Right. Of course, that there again, there's where gas pressure and gas behavior destroys the heliocentric.
You're not
nonsense
wrong.
rate.
Like, and you're not wrong. And so Eric Dubé is the king of alienating the FE community, though. He has called everyone a shill and controlled opposition. And you know what? And so you're not wrong. I don't know. I'm not him, but like I honestly like the way I think about it, like sometimes I get defensive, and again I lash out just based on like again like whatever. But like he gets a lot of people that make hit pieces about him on a literal regular basis. He gets insults thrown at him. He gets death threats. He gets people from like every walk of life. You know what I mean? That friggin' just troll him every day in and day out, right? And it's been 10 years now, or almost 10 years now. 2014 to 2015. I don't remember, but like anyways, it's almost a decade. And so it must be exhausting. And so it's like, you know, even people within the flat earth community are literally trolling him. And even me, like at the beginning when I was looking at his work, like I fell for it too for like not for long, like maybe a week, not even. but you know, where like just like links with CIA that I was like sharing. And again, I wasn't committed to it. I wasn't gonna like die on that hill, but I was saying these are just interesting connections and correlations and stuff like that to like look at. And then since then, I've absolutely said since then that, you know what I mean, I don't think it's any of that stuff is true. I think that there's people that are hating on him because they want the attention that he's getting, that, and they want it even though they got their awakening from him, right? And it's just so annoying that people do that, right? It's, again, all walks of life, all shapes and sizes. And so, and then even with Dean Oatley and stuff like that, like how do you, like when he's doing hit pieces on you, like how do you do a collab? How do you do a collab? You know, it's hard. And he has thick skin. I just think people have their breaking points. I would love to do an interview with him. I've tried to reach out as well. And I get where he's coming from. I really do, because he's gotten so much hate like thrown at him from all friggin' sides that it's just exhausting. It's got to be exhausting
to begin with, because I'm sorry, gases don't form together into anything for any reason unless they're in something. So,
and the molecules don't bind together to form like a friggin' ball. Like, when do you ever see any friggin' gases? Like you know, sorry.
No, it just doesn't behave that way, and it's because the gas particles, if there actually are particles, you know, that's how we demonstrate it. It's described as perfect elastic collisions. So once they stop bumping into each other until they hit something else, they're not going to change directions. So anyway, the thing I was thinking about with the sun in this electric connection, you know how it gets colder as you go up higher in elevation, right?
Yeah.
I came to this idea of I have an induction cooktop that I can get out. And you use, of course, the burner itself, the induction unit doesn't get hot. It causes the pan to get hot.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Now, I have to. It's super cool.
It's got actually different settings for high, medium, low, that kind of thing, right? But also a way to control that. Of course, this thing has a safety thing that shuts it off if you take the pan too far away from it. But changing those degrees of temperature, so to speak, would be the same as being a different distance away from the object, right? That you're having the induction with.
Yeah.
So consequently, it's weaker the further away it is, and the closer it is to it, the hotter it gets. I don't know. I've been thinking about that because, you know, you go up on top of a mountain, it's colder than a well digger's ass. And then you go down to Death Valley, which is what I think, I forget, 185 feet below sea level, something like that, 200 feet below sea level. I forget what it is exactly, but it's hotter than shit, right? I've been here a number.
Dead Sea. It's pretty hot there
all the time. It is hot, hot, hot. And I'm like, this makes like zero sense. You can't tell me that a slight change in the density of the gas mixture is going to be responsible for that, because let's face it, there's no moisture. You know, you don't have the humidity. So I just find it really incredible that those lower spots where it's even hotter than where we're used to normal at sea level. You know,
and
I started thinking along the lines of induction. I don't know, man.
Well, yeah, there's so much to study for the sun still. Like, have you guys heard about the flat sun, the flat disk sun?
I've heard that.
Oh, well, I've heard, well, because this is a contained environment, like there's obviously like light can like obviously refract and bend like in various other directions. And so even if this is some kind of like a sonoluminescence, you know, whatever you want to call it, sun is what we're calling it, then it could still possibly be like reflecting its rays like within the dome and traveling in other areas.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And it could be looking like we could be perceiving it also possibly, because again, I haven't seen it myself like up and close in person, but we could also be seeing a two-dimensional view of the sun, right? Because even with the moon, like we're seeing a two-dimensional, right? Like I believe like, we've only ever seen 50% of it, and depending on, like, you know.
Have you both seen the quantum model with the two floating superconductors rotating above the circular disk? This is my crude model of the flat Earth. I can present it if really
sure.
quick.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, let me just pull up my webpage really quick. So this reminds me, because I was chatting with a few people, and I watched this story about, in Portugal, there was a story where an angel came to visit 3 children. It was Fatima was one of them. Are you familiar with the story?
Yep.
Yes.
So supposedly, after months of communicating with the angel said, "Okay, I'm going to reveal something about. I'm going to do a marvel for everyone to believe." So supposedly, the sun was making these pulsating moves in the sky, and it appeared as a disc, and some people reported it as a disc. But I'm just going to pull up the quantum model here, and I'll share my screen. So this is what I think represents our realm. I'm just going to present. Can you guys see that in here?
Is that me?
I'm not sure if this actually will represent the sun and the moon, but in my opinion, I think it's as close as the model that has been shared that I've seen. So this
Have
is
you
how.
seen any of the moon?
Oh, go ahead, sorry. I'll turn down
Is
the
there,
volume a bit.
if there's no talking on it, you can just mute it.
There we go, yeah. So this is one of the superconductors here.
Okay, yeah.
This, to me, represents the circle of the Earth. And according to the USGS, if I'm not mistaken, there is permanent magnetization on the Earth. So this would represent the sun or the moon, just rotating.
Yeah.
So this is just a crude model. So in my opinion, there would be 3 tracks or 3 circuits for this body, and it would be traveling, like Don mentioned, between the tropics. So, and here is where the superconductor can actually raise an elevation, and I've seen this with the sun changing elevations, where you see it in the clouds and then it appears to rise. And then I'll just put it up a little bit here, where we have the double levitation here. So here, the sun and the moon, and this could explain why we.
So that's not like I'm not subscribing to this one. It's very interesting. It could be true, but it's just not one that I subscribe to. I just wanted to clarify that as well.
See one type of eclipse, in my opinion.
But I'm not going to dismiss it just because I don't believe in this model. Right? It could be true. I don't know. I haven't done a lot of research into it enough, you know.
But yeah, I just wanted to share that with you both, and because you can actually add water, you can add some valleys, you can put some life on here, whereas we don't actually have a working globe model that we can build in a lab anywhere. We don't have any, you know.
Have you ever heard of like John Searl like levity discs? Can anyone pull that up?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I haven't heard of that.
So John Searl, like there's these like they're calling it like a free energy levity discs is what and this is from many years ago. John Searl is who anyways created this stuff, and so it's like it's based on magnetism, and these UFO type devices were able to float in the air without any other without using any form of energy. It was just based on magnetism and the gears spinning. And,
I half wonder if we're actually seeing the actual sun itself.
And I do want to show and so I'm someone that we didn't actually talk about John Searl, so I just wanted to bring it up. This is like one of the longest videos I've ever done, but I wanted to do the whole video. Share the whole video. So 0-point energy, Searl effect generator, the John Searl story, summary. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I haven't seen this specific video, so like.
In the laws of nature.
Understanding of magic squares, a mathematical principle that is 5,000 years old. He could think laterally and not be bound by conventional rules taught through conventional methods that may have an adverse effect on the human mind. John Searl is known all over the world as the inventor of the Searl effect generator, a magnetic device consisting of one or more rings, also called plates, and a number of cylindrical rollers that, when in motion, generate electricity.
The generator is a magnetic device that is totally magnetic. It is its own prime mover. It will self-start and continue to run, and as far as we know, we could say never stop.
The Searl effect is an effect based on magnetic fields that generate the continual motion of magnetized rollers around magnetized rings, producing electric energy.
The generator runs in harmony with nature. The law of the squares is harmony with nature.
But the Searl effect is a great deal more than a simple generator. In our polluted and energy-starved world, it is the hope of all mankind that we find the solutions that lead us to both prosperity and harmony with nature. Is it possible to maintain mankind's industrial output and at the same time reduce the pollutants that are slowly killing planet Earth? Is there a way to increase the productivity of the human species as we rid ourselves of the poisons and recover the waters of this world?
If we're going to get the climate back to what we want, a lot of work will be done. One thing is certain, you need energy. That's important. And it must be cheap as possible. Preferable, no pollution.
No noise, no heat, no vibration, no pollution. The Searl effect generator. The perfect machine?
As you build this, when you find out that it runs without friction, it runs without a governor, it will accept any load and meet it. It will dive down in temperature at one point if you build it correctly and actually levitate and actually lift off the Earth, developing its own gravitational field. When you see all these things, you realize that this is a perfect machine. It is an entity. It's the closest thing to a living thing that man can make.
Does John Searl have the answer? Is John Searl's invention the point of impact between the question, what if there is a machine that could save mankind, and the answer, the Searl effect generator?
People say, well, you can't do this. You're going to upset the entire world economy. The whole economy is based on oil, and it works, they're saying. Well, it works very well for the people who are running the economy, but not necessarily for everyone else. I still maintain that it will not ruin the economy. It will be a very strong paradigm shift, much the same as the shift from horse and buggy to automobile.
Surely this point of impact would produce energy of its own, human energy, emotional energy, joy, relief, hope, wonder, or perhaps the darker side of human emotions, greed, hate, and jealousy.
All these years I've learned one thing: you can't trust anyone with this technology. They've got to steal it. And any worker see this and find out how it works could sell it to another company for millions.
Because this too is the Searl effect. Put simply, quantum mechanics is the study of the relationship between energy and matter, in particular, the relationship between electrons and photons, the area in which the actual Searl effect takes place.
It's photons. As the rollers are grounding their energy to the coil, it is simply throwing photons out. That is what you see trapped in the magnetic field around it.
Albert Einstein's contribution, E equals mc squared, made way for huge strides in science. Very soon, abstract mathematical proofs would replace ether theory as the best explanation of all things and their relativity.
Ether theory. Apparently, ether was in the elemental books, science books, and they were taken out in the 1800s. Again, this is just stuff that I've looked into. If I'm given more information that discredits that, I'm going to take that information. And the jacket in Canada, it's been snowing. It's actually been pretty cold the last few days. We've had our second winter, whatever you want to call it. And so, like, the jacket was because it was cold in the office. My doggies.
Others, like Nikolai Tesla, would cling to the idea that energy was all around us and that we could access this energy and transport it through the atmosphere without the need for meters or utility companies.
This is cool.
While the greatest minds of the 20th century uncovered theories about how the universe works, far beneath this lofty exchange, John Searl was dreaming.
I had dreams, and those dreams are the key to all the work which I do. In fact, they're the key to all my knowledge.
Yeah.
The Searl effect is developed from the law of the squares, and it is from these squares that John Searl developed his generator and flying discs. But he didn't stop there.
Oh man, I go on all these tangents, and this video is like 10 trillion hours long. But like even with that, John Searl was working with neodymium. Yeah, so like magnets for like again, like usually people that watch this channel are also nerds. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, and so like what people talk about, even Ken Wheeler, like with his discussions on magnetism and stuff like that, he's brilliant. I'm not saying he's not. He's a freaking genius. He's published all that stuff. I show his work too. But even when he talks about dielectricity and stuff like that, for me, like I believe that like his interpretation of Walter Russell is not entirely true. And I've been saying this, people are like, are you fucking crazy? Look at my videos that I've made regarding that before you slam me. And just regarding electricity and magnetism, and then even the graph that he makes regarding radiating energy versus gravitational energy. So magnetism versus electricity, I believe that these energies need to both be looked at more. And then the impact and the influence of the luminaries above us, right? And so, and that's why I said we need to look more into sonoluminescence and degassing various elements within these contained beakers and stuff like that that I've shared as well, and how they can like show light, and then it could be further expanded the more you degas these elements. And so these are again elements in different states of being, right? So just like water has, like, you know, you could see it on Earth conveniently enough in the frozen form, depending on the temperature and the location of the sun and stuff like that. And you know, it could go from frozen to liquid to from solid to liquid to gas and or evaporate or whatever. And so anyways, with John Searl, like I think he was really onto something with like his harnessing the magnetism and utilizing the energy. Again, these terms, it's hard to explain this stuff because no one's talking about this stuff and making these connections yet or anymore. And these are likely, you know, in literature that we just don't have access to. I would like to friggin' read about it instead of just like try to figure it out. And so, but even with cymatics, right, with vibration and tones and stuff like that, like that create the sine waves, but these geometric patterns, or rather these geometric patterns, like as well. And when you when you zoom in the luminaries, some of the luminaries, they do make these cymatic patterns, these sacred geometric patterns, and like the pentagram, for example, and with the 6 sides of 120 degrees. And so that's with the 102 and the 120 and the 201. I think that has everything to do with Saturn and it's anyway. Now I'm going into luminaries, but if the sun and the moon, if the sun is more of a magnetic radiating centrifugal energy, or harnesses it or impacts it more, and the moon and the other luminaries that are more like characteristic of the or similar to the moon being an electric, cooling, centripetal, electrical gravitational force. And these two forces or energies are what, again, is how we experience this holographic reality or this video game or whatever you want to call it, that also needs to be plugged in, right? So this Big Bang Theory that people talk about, I think this is just like possibly like that aspect of it, because even a video game needs to be plugged in, like I said, and in order to be played, and a certain amount of the analogs within the video game that are being perceived or observed by the character and by the person playing the character, and not seeing beyond that. And it's all still within the realm of that cosmos or that finite reality. Because again, even with video games, you cannot, a game that's already created. So Super Mario Bros. Version 1, for example, like you can't play that game like that you buy, like someone that designed and created the game and did all of that stuff. Like you bought the game. So there's lots of people in the world that have played Mario Bros, you know, and experiencing it within their own perception of reality, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, this just could be like another layer, a more advanced layer, like almost like a Westworld, but like way more advanced than that version. And then Walter Russell talks about light in motion. So humans, like hues being like colors, and us perceive. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going on all these tangents, but I think that like looking at the luminaries and their possible impact on energy and how we can access it, and how we can use things and get around, not wasting so much natural resources. Like that's I like that game. I like playing that game. That believes in this being like an electromagnetic, I'm gonna break this up, reality. And so Ken Wheeler shows magnets and their fields that they project on screens, even though he's not a flat earth. And even with electricity and magnetism, like the further up you go in elevation, like again, these are all just words that can be universally agreed upon to explain things, to explain whatever's happening in our environment. But the higher up you go in elevation, the colder it gets, and then you have like there's more magnetism and a decrease in electricity. So like at colder temperatures, electricity is not as effective and it drains faster. I've said this for years. That's why I was even saying with these electrical vehicles and stuff like that, we're in Canada, and I've done patrols where you've had to put like the lithium batteries and stuff like that, like literally like inside my friggin' jackets and stuff like that to keep warm, because if you didn't, then like they drain so fast, and it just so happens that magnetism is increased at cooler temperatures, and so even with that, magnetism is a stronger force on Earth than electricity. But again, electricity can be like, it's more like it could be played with more, right? It's like it could be harnessed more and utilized more because of those reasons too. And but yeah, anyways, I could talk about all this stuff, but this is what I mean. Like, people are dismissing me as an academic and a scientist, and because they're too busy making hit pieces on me and lying about me or exaggerating things, and you know, and these are the conversations I want to have, but people don't want to have them. Arthur yet, and like he's not. I don't fully agree with like his perceptions of like magnetism and electricity and dielectricity.
This is the tattooed monkey guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah. He's got some good shit. I love that right there. He uses a ferrule cell.
Exactly, ferrule. So and even when you look at a side view, it looks like owl eyes. But so these are different fields, and so like with these 7 luminaries, like these are possible. With heat, even with hot air balloons and stuff like that, like it really depends on I guess like what specifically, right? Would that be like regarding like the sun's travel path and like the impact to the environment, like on its path? Because even on its path that we see, again, this is my version of reality, that this is a flat, non-rotating Earth, and that the sun is traveling above us, creating like a sine wave when you chart it out, but in a circular path above, and that also impacts, causes like the cyclones in some areas too on its path, possibly again, because if you look at the areas where there are more cyclones and hurricanes and stuff like that, it's literally like below like the Tropic of Cancer, like the equatorial areas in the Tropic of Capricorn. And higher winds and stuff like that as well, and you've got the currents and so many things I could talk about. I don't even know where I was going with that stuff, but even with heat, like the more you heat an environment and have like a contained environment, like I've talked about, like Santa Claus and like the sack, you know, over the chimney. Like I was thinking, like, is that like another like way of showing us, you know, that this is like just like more like a misrepresentation of our reality, right? And like just like more layers, and because if you put the sack like over the chimney and the chimney was on, like Santa Claus would be in the sky, you know, and like even with the red and white, like that's ode to the Amanita muscaria mushroom, and then the chimney as well, it just represents the spinal column possibly as well, and like accessing the oil, you know, and you know, reaching its like the crown chakra, accessing the higher levels of consciousness. Again, like sonoluminescence. I don't know if you guys have heard of sonoluminescence, but I've done some videos on that. But
pretty amazing. Yeah, Ken Wheeler is pretty interesting with his research.
And cymatics too. Like I could share about cymatics too, because some of the name luminaries, when you look close up, right, it looks like they're cymatics, that they're like kind of like sacred geometric patterns that are being created. Just like you could put, for example, like salt on a speaker, and when it vibrates, like there's like certain patterns that can be created. It looks possibly that some of these luminaries are sort of like that. So again, like we still need to do a lot more research.
They find in these old cathedrals.
What? Wait, what? This already happened? Can I get a link, please, someone? I would love to see that video. I'm gonna search it. I'm saying, can I get a link? That's not like I can't find it myself. But thank you for that again. Like, oh my God, I really want to watch that.
Cathedrals.
He clearly still is a globe earther, so like he didn't listen. Again, he's like so brilliant, like the greatest minds, like they're the ones, like the bigger they are, the harder they fall, right?
using a bowl of
And it's
water.
not a fall. You're just getting more new information, and you're just formulating new opinions and new theories and new whatever you want to call it, observations based on new information, just like a real scientist does.
They can get a cymatic pattern in that cathedral that it matches the rose window.
Yeah.
That those rose windows are the representation of the frequency. And they're not supposed to have glass and lead and shit in them. They're being insulated.
Oh yeah.
They used to have beautiful, like different stained glasses with different colors within the stained glass. Ken Wheeler, it wouldn't surprise me if he became a like a flat earther. That's why like the push for him. Like I haven't trolled him. So look at my comments on his videos. I've always been complimentary. It may seem negative if I talk about flat earth stuff, but that's only because people if you're a globe earther and you see something about flat earth, you're just going to consider that to be negative. Okay. And that's just your perception of reality. And like, that's not on me. Like, I'm sorry that you think that, but for me to talk to someone like that's as great as Ken Wheeler, like, I'm not dismissing how friggin' brilliant this guy is. Like, I share his work. I have his books. I've studied his research, and I didn't get to my level of knowledge on electricity and magnetism without Ken Wheeler. Like I wouldn't, like I would be remiss in saying that. I'd be rude and not admitting that. But I've said that. I say that all the time. He's a genius, and I supported his channel, and I've donated to his channel and stuff like that as well. And I think he seems like a really nice guy, and so like I think that, and he's also again an academic, and I think he's more open-minded because he looks at other things in the world as well, and he's really on top of everything, you know. So except for flat earth stuff. And if he did, and that's the only reason why I invest any time and effort into like making comments to him, like just to like consider, like I ask him questions about sine waves, I ask him questions about electricity and magnetism, I ask him about like the possible connection between the sun and the moon and electricity and anyway, and he doesn't respond back to me, and I think it's, you know, for whatever reason, and it doesn't matter, right? Like it's his choice, and I respect that. Obviously, if he doesn't want to reach out or answer those questions, I get it. I'm not coming from a bad place. But as someone who is as smart as he is, if he made those connections, he might be the one that makes those breakthroughs with like the free energy designs and patents and discoveries, because he's so friggin' brilliant. And you know what I mean? Things that I would not be able to look at or consider looking at, like he would make that link, right? And then so with the electricity and the magnetism and the link and the ether and all that stuff, like I just think that he would be a great candidate to like really push it to the friggin' next level. They're talking about John Searl. I'm thinking like Ken Wheeler would be like him on like what you say, like on steroids or whatever. John Searl was like again, he brought good work out. Like there's no denying that. But again, Ken Wheeler has like really expanded on it. And you know, so it would just benefit the cause, right? Like people should be putting more effort to peacefully and kindly and nicely, whatever, like getting him on our side as well. And even within the columns of these structures that predate Benjamin Franklin and all these friggin' liars, like they were actually within the columns, there was ways of manifesting or harvesting the energy. Like you know what I mean, like the different I'll forget the terminology now, but like even using different elements and materials for the antennas, and so again, like thousands of years old, like within the structures, right? These are not things that were added. Okay, I'm not going to play the super. Like I'm going to even with Craig, like even though like he insults a lot of people and stuff like that, he's coming at this, I think, very ego based. Again, that like whatever, you can take that how you want. But if he is someone that like is like a nuclear friggin' physicist, scientist, friggin' whatever you want to call it, then obviously he's smart. And so again, if he was on our side. And I don't mean on our side, I guess, and like join the cult or anything like that. If he actually looked into the information that we have provided and actually made those connections, then like if he did make assessments and stuff like that or predictions, you know, based on like nuclear fission or whatever the friggin' it was, then maybe like he would also look at the whole nuclear energy hoax and scam, or possible nuclear energy hoax and scam that we're also dealing with, and then maybe he would figure that stuff out and then be an advocate for that. Right, and possible links between free energy or energy harnessing and nuclear energy, and then maybe not looking at it as a like in a correlating nuclear energy with atom bombs, which may also be a possible hoax, and just like a series of like a large volume of explosions like TNT and stuff like that being dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and not necessarily these atomic bombs like they're alleging. And so anyway, and so like if he's brilliant and then he makes those connections and then goes down that path, then like again, it just helps us, or it could possibly help us. And so like that's why it's worth it to try to do a debate on live friggin' TV, even though again, like when you look at the videos, it's like really insulting. But again, like I have like family members that are smart, and they friggin' when I like, that's why I don't bring up flat Earth. I don't, because like all like it's just gonna cause an argument, and I don't want to do that. But here, at least there's going to be buzzers, and there's going to be timed, you know, events and stuff like that, or whatever you want to call it, responses, timed responses, rebuttals, questions, answers. And so you just try. Anyways, I will leave it at that on that note. And I do hope that, yeah, even with the astrology, before I even leave it at that, people who dismiss astrology and the zodiacal sign, they're missing the actual science. So I believe in astronomical mathematics. And so if you're completely missing that and poo-pooing astrology, like again, religious people and atheists, they both do. And so I get heat on that as well, but I'm like, it is what it is. But without that link, you'll not get that synchronicity that you need, that balance you need within this environment, this cosmos, in order to access those higher levels of consciousness and awareness. And so, yeah, anyways, I will honestly now leave it at that note, on that note, and I hope that everyone has a wonderful rest of your Sunday.